if I were to look, if I were to look across the street and I see a car moving, right, driving in front of me, and then I assume I'm the one moving, isn't that strange?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, guys.
He dipped. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, so Zarn, that's just another kind of example of an assumption being made that you would need to provide evidence for because it contradicts what we actually experience.
But if I'm moving or if the car is moving, if I'm standing still and I see the car changing frame, I know it's moving.
Yeah. So you know the car's moving, right? Because you're watching it move in front of you and you're standing still. That's the same thing that's happening with us on the ground and the moon moving above us. The moon is the car.
Wait, but how do I know if the moon is moving?
You're watching it move. You watch the sky and the moon moves. That's how you know the moon is moving.
Yeah, but I could also measure it in different ways. Like, for example,
how?
Let's say I take a camera and point at the moon. It always stays in that position. It doesn't move. All right. So then I take photos each hour. Then I look at and then I let the moon stay there for. So then I let the camera take photos each hour for, I don't know.
Then what happens?
12 hours. Then I look at the results if the moon has changed frame.
Right.
Okay. Listen, is your camera in the same spot all the time?
Yes.
Same spot? Okay.
Yes.
And okay, so what do you notice when that camera is staying in the same spot? Is it you that's moving the camera, or is it the moon slowly moving above us?
The moon.
Great. That's all I wanted you to say. Thank you. So the moon is moving. Thank you.
And you're not.
Yeah. Wait, is this just a general question to another topic, or is it
you just answered honestly. You answered honestly, and what happened when you did that is it blows your globe model. You're not moving.
And you answered honestly. Okay. The moon is moving, therefore we aren't. And if you want to say that it's both us moving and the moon moving, you're going to have to leave the Earth and show us that happening. Which I don't know if you can do that.
Send a satellite to really high in the atmosphere.
But is the satellite your direct evidence, or is it just a cool story that someone tells you about metal in the sky?
A cool story.
Exactly. I like this guy.
Because I had one of my father's friend. He had a telescope, and I actually looked through it. I could actually see planets through it.
Right,
so it's funny because
but how is that direct evidence? See, did you go to that planet? Listen, did you go to the planet, or did you just see some stuff through a black tube?
The problem is he's still making assumptions of what the planets are. Nobody here disputes that there are planets, i.e. wandering stars. Well, you're making assumptions.
Exist or not. If I see something there, it's there. It's that simple. If I see a piano right in front of me, I'm actually sitting right in front of my piano.
Zarn, it's there, but it's moving. You are observably not moving. They are, but you don't know what those lights are. You can't verify them, right? You can look at them through a telescope, but you don't know what they are. You don't know that they're balls of gas in a vacuum. You don't know that they're balls of rock in a vacuum. You only know that they're lights in the sky. Okay?
Yeah.
So this takes us back to verifiability. Any argument you want to make against flat Earth or for the globe, whatever, think to yourself, can I verify this? Have I verified this? That'll help.
Oh,
do you understand?
Was that the end of the question?
Yeah. So it's when you're presenting evidence, whatever your argument is going to be, ask yourself, am I making assumptions here? Can I verify this claim that I'm about to make? Because that's what we need. We need verifiable evidence, not just stories. You're talking about images that you've seen on the internet or TV. Could you verify those images? Because you know images can be faked, right?
And another question in the same vein is how do you know that what you're looking through is direct evidence? How do you know telescope stuff is direct evidence of what you're seeing? Could your eyes be tricked?
Could my eyes be tricked? What do you mean by that?
So, like, have you ever been to a magic show?
A magic show?
Seen magic? Yeah. Like they do card tricks in front of you. They perform magic and they trick you. Have you ever seen magic before?
I went to a kid's birthday party. There was a magician who was just playing with cards and stuff.
Yeah, okay. Did you see him do any tricks?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he trick you? Were you like, wow, I don't know how he did that?
Yes.
Okay. Your eyes can have the same thing happen to them. Okay.
Yeah, I just posted a GIF in the live stream voice text. Remember the text channel just above this voice channel, Zarn? Do you see the GIF?
That some things you cannot measure. Some things I cannot measure. Like, for example, how do I know if the Earth is moving? I don't know.
For example, the distance to Narnia can't be measured.
Okay. Wait,
yeah,
how
could you measure? Finish your sentence, Zarn. Go for it.
Yeah, so there's some things that I can't do, but other people can. Like, okay, so I know you will disagree with this. So let's say we build a satellite, we send it to space. Some people have a lot of money. They build it, so they do it. So then they do it, but then they perform the data. It says it's true, but I don't know. So I can't prove myself, so it's a tough decision.
So Zarn, then this would be my question. Okay, so we can't verify that. It's a story, okay? It might be true, it might not. So what can we verify for the globe?
What can we verify?
Yeah. Because you're telling us we can't verify
laid out and how you like.
Well, can the globe be verified by ordinary people? Do you think it can?
Probably, but I don't know how, but maybe there could be countless of ways where you could measure it.
So maybe that's something that you should look and research, right? How could I verify my belief?
But that's a good thing that I can research. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Did my analogy fall flat? Do you still believe that the clock on my wall determines whether or not I have carpeted floor or wooden floor?
That's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant.
Which thing is irrelevant? The clock?
No. But
but that's the sort of way in which you're jumping to baseless conclusions, is what he's getting at.
Precisely.
In
what's irrelevant?
To one of my analysis, okay?
Zarn.
What
the clock analogically represents the moon that you brought up. That's why I use the analogy of a clock in my room that's always on my north-facing wall, which is an analogy for we always see one side of the moon, and then carpeted floor versus wooden floor is an analogy for globe versus flat. Yes, you're absolutely right. The clock, its position, and what it's doing on my wall is mutually exclusive of whether or not I have carpeted floor or hardwood floor.
No, I think it is because I didn't finish my statement because you kept interrupting me and started.
I got a phone call. I couldn't have possibly interrupted you after I made that point.
No, but
yes.
I didn't finish my point. You know that, right?
I made the point, got a phone call and was interrupted, didn't get to hear the conclusion of the conversation, so I readdressed the analogy just to make sure that you're understanding mutual exclusivity.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Cool.
So, but I want to say that that also you guys make assumptions as well. For example, hey, why would NASA or other space companies spend millions, billions, trillions of dollars money to send stuff to space?
We're the ones spending the money.
What?
We're the ones spending the money. It's a tax scam, so they're making billions of dollars off of it. Actually,
that's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. We're the ones paying them to go and produce cartoons that you think are reality.
Cartoons.
We're paying them.
Really?
They're not. We're the ones spending the money is the point. You just asked, why would they spend all this money? They're just taking it from us. We're the ones spending it. It's not an assumption. That's
but they build stuff that takes a lot of money to make.
Yeah,
right,
that we
again,
paid
this
for.
is back to verifiability.
You can actually,
and really, the assumption, Zarn, is on your side. Zarn, you don't know what they're spending the money on. You are not doing NASA's books or record keeping. Again, this is an unverifiable claim you're making.
Okay. But I want to... Wait.
And it doesn't really matter what you think that their motives would be or not be to lie about where we live. The point is if the Earth itself doesn't conform to the claim that they made of it as a globe, then that's not what it is. That's how you determine whether or not they're lying. You don't start speculating on, oh, geez, I don't think they would lie to me. They have no reason to lie to me. You just check the Earth to see that if it comports with what they've said.
No, listen.
No, that's how you do that. Like, your personal incredulity about whether or not strangers in the government would lie to you is absolutely irrelevant as to the question of what the Earth itself is. If it doesn't match up with what they said it is, then they're either lying or wrong. That's all there is to it.
I also have something to say as well. When they make the model, such as the way they have it, it makes it so there's no need for a creator, and thus those in the positions of power are the highest authority.
Do you think the models are valid and they work? The models that you
It's not valid. It's
What
not
models?
valid, Zarn, because you weren't able to even provide a basic measurement of Earth curvature, which is the very first thing that you need to validate that model that you just said is valid. It's not valid at all.
But I'm asking you guys, the facts and stuff that you guys have researched and done to in order to create your graph or I don't know, like
we don't have a graph.
Model.
We don't have a plan. We don't
have
that.
the Earth.
Model.
We have the Earth.
Yeah.
We don't. I mean, if you want a model, I can link like a Hot Wheels link or something in the voice text.
No, but people have made flat Earth models, like an Earth that is flat, like a model.
It's not based. But the argument isn't based on a model, Zarn. Right? This is what I was explaining to you originally. It's based on we experience the Earth to be a certain way. Someone has claimed that it's actually different to what we experience, and we've said, okay, where's the evidence for that? And there isn't any. So it's not only just a case of we're just deciding that it's flat, right? We're waiting for evidence that it's not what it seems like, that it's actually a globe. And you've already admitted you don't know what that evidence is.
The models we have are simply a reflection of our experience. It's not that we're basing our experience on the models. The models you see
there
of
isn't
flat
a model
Earth
that anyone agrees on.
Right. And there's different models. You have biblical models, you have non-biblical models, but it's just regardless. It's just a reflection of our experience here.
Okay. So what do you want me to do now? I can go research. I may find some proof the Earth is round or not.
Zarn, this is what it depends what your motivation is, right? Are you interested in truth? Are you interested in understanding whether your belief is correct? Or are you not interested in knowing whether or not your belief is correct? If I were you, I'd be thinking, okay, I want to know if Earth really is a globe, so I need to go and find out who measured curvature, who measured motion of the Earth. How can I verify this for myself? That's what I would do if I were you. But if you want to ask questions and that, you're welcome to do so. But if I were you, I'd be thinking, I need to find proof, verifiable proof that I live on a ball that spins, because I'm currently 1000% sure of something that I have no evidence for.
Okay. Can I ask you guys something?
Yeah, go for it.
Real quick. Okay. Let's say I find evidence of the Earth being round. There's multiple sources supporting it, and etc. And let's say,
let's say it's not a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Hold on, let's let him finish.
It's just an example. But if and I have every single component to make it reliable, that will make it like a reliable source that you guys trust. So will you still be optimistic and suspicious of it? Because
If it
this
was
has happened before.
verifiable,
I,
Zarn, in this example, is it verifiable evidence that you're talking about?
yes.
Could we verify it? Okay,
If
so if we could verify it, we wouldn't be here, right? The only reason we are here telling you about this right now is because we've looked for verifiable evidence and there is none. We've tested the claims of the globe model and it measures flat, right? That's why we're here. But yes, if there was verifiable evidence that Earth was a globe, I would still believe in the globe, right? So that's all you need to know. Go and find it. Try and find verifiable evidence that you can verify
I can
that
go.
Earth is a globe.
Well, here's the thing, Zarn. The reason that we accept the Earth is flat and stationary is because there's verifiable evidence for that.
Yeah.
The reason that we're not accepting what you're putting forth is because you haven't offered any verifiable evidence for that at all, and no glober ever does, because clearly the Earth is not a globe. But I mean, you're gonna have to go down that rabbit hole for yourself.
However, if I do find, wait, sorry.
If you find evidence, Zarn, that's verifiable, please bring it back here and share it with us. That's what
Yes.
we're asking for.
I can go and do that now. I will go and research, and
Great.
I'll let you guys know if I found
Awesome.
proof or something.
Try to focus
good,
on
bro.
curvature measurements.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll probably submit it tomorrow or the day after.
Okay,
Excellent.
good stuff. Welcome to the server, Zarn.
Sorry.
Welcome to the server.
Thanks, man. Yes. And
Yeah, let us know how you get on with that.
yeah, I'll be back soon.
Cool.
And also, just saying, Radborn, I think, Quetzalcoatl, I think you named your name wrong. It's Quet, like it's Quet. It's not Qwet.
Wow, thanks for that.
Saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
I
did you
studied
confuse
mythology.
me with Quetzalcoatl? How
Sorry?
the world did
It's a
you do
language
that?
thing.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, but maybe he's a different Quetzalcoatl.
Well, let's
Quetzalcoatl,
let Quetzalcoatl. Let's let
No,
Quetzalcoatl.
I mean the words O and old and Quet.
He's not the
It's
feathered
probably
serpent god
yeah,
thing. He's a different Quetzalcoatl. You're getting him mixed up.
Yeah, it's always good to have a funny
Hey,
name.
Zarn. When you came in here, you mentioned everyone knows Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Did you know he's not a professor?
No. But I do know that he is a professor.
No, he's not
Well,
a
now you
professor.
do.
He doesn't
Really?
teach anything.
Well, I don't know. Is that an assumption, or do you have proof to back that up?
You know
Dave
who he
himself
is.
admits
He
that.
admitted it.
Yeah.
What?
He doesn't claim that he's a real professor, Zarn. That's just a YouTube name.
It's to get people thinking that he
talk
is a
about quantum
professor
physics
like
and
you.
stuff, and that's real stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's not talking
Ask
about
him what
real
he's a
stuff,
professor
though.
of. I guarantee you won't get the answer you want.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
I will research both, and then I will state everything I have, and then I'll let you
come
guys
back with
to
those
be the
measurements, though.
acumen and judge everything. Okay.
Sounds
Awesome.
good.
That sounds good, Zarn.
Okay.
You're stronger than
I'll see you
most.
guys
Have a good one.
whenever I submit the proof or whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. Godspeed.
We'll see how that goes, but yeah, good luck.
Okay. See you guys. Have a nice day.
See you,
Dinner
bro. You
day,
too.
whatever. Okay. Bye,
Have a good
guys.
one.
Bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Wow.
He's gonna open.
Do you hear what he said? He
Pandora's
said
box.
he'll come back in a day or two with globe evidence. So there we go.
Or he said, or whenever I've got the proof. So
Yeah, he's
maybe never.
he's not coming back. Here's another. I was going to ask him on the list of things, the talking points he wrote down from 1 to 5 Professor Dave videos. Which one of those talking points did he actually have any knowledge on? Because he wouldn't really answer our questions. He'd let us talk
I
for a
don't think he
while.
wrote anything down. He wasn't really prepared.
No, he didn't write it down. He was reading off of something he wrote down while watching Professor Day videos. This is my opinion, but I kind of guarantee it.
No, well, maybe. I don't think so.
You know,
I think he's
he
just another
couldn't,
kid who's
honestly.
come in who doesn't know of any globe evidence. He's watched some videos a year ago, which he maybe at the time thought, yeah, that makes sense. I live on a spinning ball. But none of the evidence was actually evidence, which is why he couldn't remember specifically what the evidence was. So yeah, he's just another kid who's going on that experience of realizing he doesn't really know anything about the globe model that he thinks he believes in. He doesn't know who's supposed to have proven it or when. He maybe knows a few kind of vague ideas that he's heard about the moon from a Professor Dave video. But
Yeah, that's
really,
what I meant.
I mean, the fact that he's even saying, okay, I'm going to go away and have a look and I'll come back with some evidence, that's better than most Globers. So
It's true. That's true. Most spiral out and go scream into their pillow.
Yeah, he seemed like an alright kid. We'll see.
Yep. That was good. He's dipping his toe in, and that's all I ask. If you're going to talk about something, go look into it a little bit.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think that something is such an obvious foregone conclusion because I have to go and check why. But that's part of the process.
I guess he wasn't 1,000%.
Absolutely 1,000, 1,000,000% sure. I just have to give me a day or two just to find out why.
I don't know how to tell other people that it's a foregone truth. Therefore, I have to find out the correct words and the correct sequence to say in order to hypnotize others into thinking that my reality is actually a foregone truth. Because if you just had proof for it, it would just be provable.
Yeah, he's got to get the riddle right, he thinks.
Well, he's curious.
That's what it is, right? They're just waiting. They're just trying to find the correct sequence of words in order to convince us that, oh yeah, there's the curve. Because you have no measurement, because then you just give us the measurement. But instead, what he's going to do is go find a correct sequence of words that make it sound all great. That's all they do.
He does sound sincere, but he does sound as if he's just going to reify until he's blue in the face.
Hold on, guys.
I don't know
just very quickly. Can I just jump in quickly? We've got Ave Christus Rex in the chat. Ave Christus Rex, I've just unmuted you if you want to say hi. Have you got a mic? Ave Christus Rex.
Wolfgang, what up, homie?
Yeah, what's up, Chocolate? How you doing? Good to hear you.
Chilling, brother. How you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I was just away to jump off, actually, but then I saw Ave Christus Rex was in. All right, maybe he's not on his mic at the moment, so I'll put you back on mute. But Ave, if you want to join in the channel discussion, jump up to VC Check-in 1 or message a mod or silver or gold, and they'll get you unmuted. Sorry, guys, carry on. I'll catch you later.
Is this Chop guy new here? I've seen him before.
I've never seen him. Welcome, Chop.
Chop, chop.
He's the dog from Grand Theft Auto.
He's been in here a lot before, actually. I've seen him. He doesn't talk, though.
Well, if you finally want to have a conversation about the makeup of your world and how it may not be what you're told, we're here 24/7, live.
His profile pic makes it seem to me that he's flat inclined.
Yeah, that's okay. So Chop, if you're LARPing, that's an impressive PFP to have.
Yeah, there's that angle too.
I mean, not impressive, but it's more than no real Glober would put that as their PFP, no matter what. I'll just put it that way.
Did you guys unmute him? He's not VC verified.
Is that a depiction of an elevation angle? Is that what that is?
I can't do anything with him. Yeah, it is. So at the very least, he's heard QE yell at people once.
Those things don't work on a globe out here. Do you hear that globe?
Yep, that's what I hear.
Angle on a curved
Yeah, because you don't get the angle.
Cannot obtain an elevation angle to do successful navigation on a curved surface.
Yeah. Yep.
Mirror.
Here, I got a GIF for that course. I always do. Not a GIF, just a meme. You know what? It doesn't matter. Check the Livestream voice text right now. You'll see that that's a protractor used in geometry and trigonometry and all kinds of stuff. But the baseline of a protractor is flat. It's only half of a circle. And it can only work in this picture on a horizontal horizon, right? Funny that they call it horizontal and a horizon. Straight line. And see, it says 90 degrees there on the left side of the picture. That's called an angle. And that 90 degrees angle has to be specific dimensions. Straight up, straight down, perpendicular to a horizontal left to right straight line. It's the only way in reality that a 90-degree angle, which is necessary for sextant navigation, to be created. This can't happen on a ball. So the sextant, which is still probably the most used navigational tool in history, was built to work on a flat Earth only.
We got any other new people? Guess that's a no.
Affirmative. Was that music background?
Oh, did the conversation die? I was away for a bit.
Oh, you're back. How did it go? Tell us. Share.
Went as per usual. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, you went there.
Yeah. It was a lot of, people trying to drag the conversation into the weeds, other than the fact that the Earth measures flat. So a lot of trying to get it away from the surface of the Earth. I think we had a good 10-minute discussion on the basic geometric shape of a triangle. Yeah, that was fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear the enthusiasm in your voice.
The Globers tried to invoke the sextant.
Oh, really? They have gone that far now? Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And then the guy who invoked the sextant, somebody came in to help support him by trying to describe a triangle comprised of curved lines.
Right.
Yeah. That was a good distraction for a while from the main point. Discussing elementary shapes, yeah.
Were the anti-flat earthers in training?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I mean, if they evoke a sextant, they probably enter flat earthers because they don't seem to understand the basic of it, even what it requires to measure with it.
Yeah, so the conversation kind of started with, measurement of the radius, right? The claimed radius value. And then there was an invoking of sticks and shadows. Then we had to discuss distances to celestial objects, how these were obtained. That's when he said the sextant. So that's when triangles became curvangles. And then when it was a religious server, so when the empirical evidence was pretty overwhelming, they tried to shift it to religion, like, oh, this is only a belief based off religion. And then the person who tried to shift it to the religious topic then immediately turned it to, so you're trying to use the Bible to prove a question of science. And it's like, whoa. You're the one that brought it to religion. And then when I can show you how religion equates to it, but I'm not using religion to substantiate my claims, then you're claiming that I'm trying to use religion to substantiate my claims. Yeah. It's one of those things. So, but there was some people in there that I think were at least open. They were asking relevant questions. And then there was somebody who was trying to propose that a simple measurement is somehow a question of science, that we needed a peer-reviewed scientific paper about a measurement. That was a fun conversation.
Interesting. Did you manage to maybe invite some of them that were interested for another time?
Yeah, so Johanan, who was the one that took us over there, he dropped the invite link to everybody that was
all right
in there. So yeah, so maybe they'll pop over here, maybe not. But yeah, it was a lot of trying to get away from from the surface of the Earth as much as possible. Because, you know, why determine what the surface of the Earth is by looking and measuring the surface of the Earth? Why would we do such a thing? But I think it went well. One gentleman had...
Good work, Napalm. Way to be a good ambassador.
What's that?
I said good work. It's a way to be a good ambassador, going around to other servers and stuff. Good job.
Oh, yeah. No problem. I do that from time to time. But yeah, it was fun. Nothing too abnormal, I would say. Yeah.
Did you get the sense that anyone arguing for the globe had any sign of realizing that it was absurd? Sometimes you can hear it that they realize that they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, you know? Were there any inklings? Were there any inklings that someone said, "Well, what I just said just makes absolutely no sense"?
A little bit of that, trying to justify with a circular argument about how the shadows give us the measurement of curvature, and then invoking that we use the angles to these objects to measure their distance and their size and all this stuff. And as we continue down that line, we just get in this big circular argument, which I think they started to realize and shifted the discussion. Because I tried to just point out the assumptions, right?
Yeah, I think that's what's kind of happening to the people who are actually seeking the truth, who are involving themselves in these arguments, defending the globe. They're realizing that the mainstream arguments are a little wishy-washy at best. I think that's going to cause people, not that I care, but I think that's going to wake people. It's waking people up when they just hear the argument.
Yeah, I tried to really reinforce quite often that the linchpin of the whole discussion is radius value and how that's established, right? So rate of curvature. And we never got to how that was established without any assumptions, right? Because nobody has direct measurement or observation for the claim of the radius value unless they want to presuppose a ball and presuppose a distant sun with parallel light rays and then measure shadows based on these presuppositions to get the radius value or circumference of the ball. So I just kept driving that home. We have to first establish this R value because everything after that is built upon it. And yeah, sorry to report, there's no measurement for the claimed radius value in that other server.
Yeah, for some reason, what you all were just talking about remind me of that. Anybody knows Stephen Wright? I've seen that meme. It says, "I used to think I thought I lived on a spinning ball zipping through space, blah blah blah," until I heard myself say it just now. So sometimes these people, when they're actually talking, if they just listen to what they're actually saying, it makes no sense, right?
Yeah, especially if Stephen Wright were saying it for all of them, it would really register. He's got that voice that kind of cuts through the cuts to the truth of the.
Yeah, the one gentleman tried to go to. I don't know. It was weird. I've never really seen this exact tactic. I mean, I've seen variations on it, but the whole idea that, well, maybe the way that he stated it was that he called it an American-centric idea, that we couldn't get outside the bubble of this American-centric idea, because if we were able to get outside this American-centric idea, we would understand that various other countries that are our enemies are also exploring space and blah, 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 blah. Even trying to say, do you know about the conflict on the border of India and China or something along those lines? And kind of my rebuttal to that was, so you're talking about these various world governments. Are you in some sort of governmental position that makes you privy to all of the private conversations between these governmental agencies? Of course, he answered no. So then I basically said, okay, so then you're not necessarily privy to whether these countries are or are not enemies with one another. You're just taking somebody else's word for it, as long as it's presented to you in news media. And I followed that up with the idea of propaganda, because it was brought up right before this came up. Some other person said that somebody who was posting in chat was just posting flat earth propaganda. So I tried to get him to define that. He wouldn't define it. This other gentleman came in, started talking about the governments. And then I said, okay, well, your buddy was just talking about propaganda. Can you define propaganda? And would you be able to determine whether you were or were not taking in governmental propaganda and formulating an opinion? So, yeah, interesting conversations.
We've been joined by Choo Choo with no roles. If somebody wants to try to unmute him, Choo Choo.
Choo Choo, you're unmuted if you want to speak. Welcome to the server. Choo Choo, are you there? Earth to Choo Choo. All right. You should have control of your mic. If you want to unmute and say something, you can. Give you a little bit of time. If you're unable to do that or don't want to do that, we'll just go ahead and put you back on server mute. Going once, going twice. Sold to the server mute. So yeah, hey, I level up. Are you available to talk? What did you think about the conversation we had in the other server?
It was pretty good, until that one guy who just started saying, "There's no peer review." Like, show me a peer-reviewed journal. He just kept chanting that. But yeah, aside from that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, so that guy was interesting. So I'm open for constructive criticism. Do you think the way I handled that was good or bad or could be improved upon in any way?
Yeah, I could. Well, I've done that a lot before, and yeah, you kind of. It's easy. Like you kind of have to dumb it down a little bit for people who don't really know about this subject. So I like to just the less that they're talking, the better, because they're just going to say some stupid stuff, and then you're going to have to actually explain their claim to them, and it's actually not even going to be relevant. So basically, you just want to, I found that, breaking down space is the best argument to start out with. Just going right to vacuum of space and then rotation. Because it can get bogged down with meaningless nonsense when you just let people who don't really know about the subject talk too much. But yeah. No, you did good though.
Yeah, unfortunately he was a mod and I didn't really have any way of shutting down his speech. I mean, he was just trying to rumpus all over everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, because here people say we're here to just present information and people can do what they want with it. But the way I look at it, when you do shit like that, you kind of have to be you have to think of it more like debate and more you're battling basically indoctrination, and you are trying to convince them. That's the way I just think of it, just because it makes it a lot easier. And I've done that before. Yeah.
So when I countered his, wanting PhD or D peer-reviewed science, blah, 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 when I countered that with, hey, you're kind of in a categorical error here because what we're discussing is not a question of science, it's a question of measurement. Do you think he just couldn't comprehend that?
Yeah, they actually don't. That guy's still talking to me in the chat, and he doesn't get it. He thinks a measurement is the scientific method. Yeah.
Yeah, and I even brought up the example of a carpenter. When a carpenter goes to measure, make cuts, or construct any type of plans, does he need a peer-reviewed PhD peer-reviewed paper on how to cut a board?
Yeah,
at a specified
that was a good
measurement?
point. That was a really good point. But yeah, he just kind of didn't get it, or he did, but he just was lying. Just what they do.
Yeah, I
Well,
think we kind of
in the
called
end,
him on their dishonesty a couple times there.
Yeah.
In the end, he did appeal authority for it because still he wanted that paper.
Yeah, he wants a peer-reviewed scientific paper on a measurement. Okay.
Where's the pre-review of the curve? Is that the one that he's citing?
No, there is no peer-reviewed scientific paper on the curvature of the Earth. But all the people in science would have to be lying, and all these PhDs would have to be incorrect. That was kind of the way it went.
Yeah, I know. Then it went to the whole thing about now you're into that. You quickly swayed it back to the surface because say that can go to a tangent of who's in the conspiracy. Love that how you swayed it back because you don't want to go that route.
Yeah, he was trying to bring up conspiracy theory, try to tie it all into conspiracy theory. Yeah, I tried to wrap him back around. Yeah, he couldn't get off of that, though, unfortunately. I mean, I did swing it back around, but I don't know if he 100% got his brain off of it.
You pesky flat earthers always asking for measurements of Earth curvature. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, we have Clint saying he's suppressed. Yeah, that's the idea, Clint. That stops people from coming in and shouting profanities. But I can unmute you.
And I already did. That's why
Oh.
I was trying to burst in there. Sorry about that.
No problem. Clint, welcome. How are you doing, Clint?
Yeah, imagine complaining about being hashtag suppressed and then getting an opportunity to just speak and then not taking it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're just waiting on you to produce some Earth curvature measurements.
Am I not audible? Wait, hold
No,
on.
we can hear you.
We can all hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us, Clint? We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the server. How's it going?
Oh my goodness. Pepcac.
He's suppressing himself. There you go. Now you're undeafened. Can you hear us, Clint?
Hello? Oh,
Yeah.
hey.
Hi, man.
Yeah.
I can. My friend got banned.
You bring your Earth curvature with you?
Huh?
Did you bring your
What
Earth
is it,
curvature with you?
Dude, why did you guys ban my friends, dude?
Wow. So are you just gonna concern troll, or are you going to have a conversation about the
honestly
actual
not gonna
topic?
troll. What is the topic?
The
Check the
title
server
of the
title.
server.
Food and
No,
Earth.
I mean, I get it.
Yes.
So, like, what are we actually talking about?
About food and
Well,
recipes.
did you check the server title yet?
Dude, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959. What do you think about that, Clint?
I would like to join this gang.
Not a gang, but that wasn't
we a
what I
gang now?
asked. What? Yeah, that's not what I asked, right? What do you think about the fact that Earth is not a ball with the radius of
Yeah, no, it is
3959?
definitely not a ball.
Right.
I don't know who came up with that.
So, Clint, why would you say something like that?
I don't know, man. I don't think it's a ball.
Okay. Well, why would you? So you don't think on what basis?
All I see is just flat,
right?
Land.
Flat land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make that
Somebody
then
that
it,
uses their senses. Sorry,
right?
Roger.
Yeah, yeah. It's common
that
sense,
answer
right?
was just great. Holy shit!
Yeah, yeah.
It's so rare that we
I don't
actually
get it,
get
man.
that as a.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Clint? I see curvature everywhere. All I see is curvature, a curved surface everywhere I look.
I don't.
I see
You're
rotation. I see curvature all the time.
That would be wrong. You're
right.
wrong.
Because when I was in the lobby like an hour ago, there was somebody saying, "Oh, it's common sense, common sense." Which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they go silent because they know Earth presents itself to everybody ever alive, right, as a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is how it presents itself, right? So that would be the base axiom. That is what we all experience. Then they give you TV, and then Earth is suddenly a ball with a radius of 3959. Curvature drop 8 inches per mile squared is what they tell you. But where can you actually experience this? How can you actually know that the Earth is a ball, as they tell you, right, on the TV? How would you figure something out? How would you then figure that out, Clint?
Figure what out? That the Earth is not a ball?
Not a ball, as they show you on TV.
You don't need to. It's a fucking propaganda. People are lying to you.
So
been going on for ages.
So you just choose to believe something else then, right?
Yep.
Without,
I mean, does anyone question the
knowledge
presence of God?
There's not what so you went from a ball belief to a flat Earth belief.
Yeah, this guy's like really low energy troll right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm
never
just
believed
hoping
it
a
to be a
seed.
ball.
I'm hoping to plant any kind of seed, right? So he maybe could think about when he spirals out and exits the conversation. He maybe thinks, well, how can I actually know Earth is a ball, right? Because we all know that you believe that you're on a spinning water ball, right? It's not we don't mind, right, that you have that belief. We're not here trying to convince you. But if you're really interested, right? So what if the Earth was really flat, Clint? Wouldn't you want to know?
What want to know what?
If the Earth is a ball or not? Wouldn't you really want to know?
No.
No.
You guys are stupid. This is
right.
What is this all about?
It's about the place where you live, man.
Okay. And so what do you even get from, like, establishing the fact that it's maybe it could be flat? What do you get?
I got silver and gold.
You go what?
I got silver and gold.
You get the knowledge about the place where you live, right? Instead of believing TV, you actually get knowledge.
Okay, but what about the other planets then? Or is it just only Earth?
I mean, what do you see when you look up in the sky?
I'm sorry. What
said-
about the other flat things?
Other planets. You're assuming that the Earth is a planet to start with.
Who said that they are flat?
Is this guy in a VC? Hold on.
Are you just trolling?
I'm trolling very bad. I'm asking you who said that planets are flat.
Guys, there is somebody else in the VC that we could try.
Yeah, go
sure.
All right. Fozzarelli, Arthur Fozzarelli. Would you like to say hello?
Fozzarelli. What the fuck?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Let me just switch my mic to my headset mic. It sounds a lot better.
Cool.
Does it still sound like trash?
Is it better?
Oh no! There you go. Keep talking.
Yeah, it would have sounded like trash because my webcam has a built-in mic it uses sometimes.
Yeah, no, you're coming through great. Sounds good. What brings you to the server?
I was invited by a dude called I Level Up.
Okay.
I saw him debating a streamer on Twitch, and it stopped being a debate after about 5 or 10 minutes, and then it turned into, I think he was just kind of like educating. He's really, really interesting guy. He brought me in here a while ago. I'm a skeptic.
Good.
Everything, but I mean, I'm open to hearing good, like well-presented arguments. That's kind of like
what was the name of that person?
He was talking about I Level Up being in somebody's Twitch chat.
I Level Up?
Not in the chat. They were doing a debate stream, and they were bringing people. Yeah, I was next in line to go, but they ended the stream, so I never got to debate them. But anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, no.
Well, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still, again, I'm on the fence, just like I am with most things. Not a huge fan of making huge decisions like that. I mean, it's not like a huge life choice, is it, to just decide that I think Earth is flat if I did decide to. But still.
Sure. Can you remember the last thing that you got pushed off of the fence, metaphorically speaking?
Well, the last time I decided.
Yeah, where you were like, "Oh, I'm a skeptic. I don't know. It could be this way. It could be this way." And like the last time you wound up going, "Oh no, that is a fact, irrefutably. I'm no longer on the fence on that thing." Can you remember the last time?
Yep.
That happened, and what was it, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. I don't want to get into a discussion about this because it's very passionate for you guys as Americans, but it was 9/11. I used to believe it was
that's great. We don't even need to know what the detail. I was just curious what the topically it was. So that's fine. Cool.
Actually, the most recent one.
All right. So that's what's really great about this is it's not a debate. It's not an emotional issue. It's not philosophical. Any of that. So it does look like there was some trolling messages that you might have had when you came in. Have you gotten those out of your system?
Oh, when I put in the VC.
The Earth isn't flat, but my derriere is.
I just like to say stupid shit. It's funny to me.
Okay, but did you get it out of your system pretty good?
It's out of my system.
Cool. So again, this isn't a philosophical issue. It's a matter of measurement, direct observation, direct measurement. Not something that's really up for debate, confusion, nothing esoteric about it at all. Do you understand why I'm saying that? Why that would be important?
I can take a guess.
Put, it's not a matter of opinion, right? So I have a bunch of 2x10s and 2x8s and 2x12s in my garage. They measure a certain length. It's not a matter of belief or opinion that I have those and that they measure a certain length. They are what they are, no matter what anybody thinks about it. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Is that Forrest?
Yeah, it is.
It's Craig from the Work Support Team at Work.
All right, so go ahead and mute yourself if you're having a separate conversation.
Are you in work at the moment, Virgin, or have you finished?
Here, this is what I'll do. He's got a role. He can come back when he's ready.
That was interesting. We were hearing his coach. I really did.
Yeah, maybe.
Kept it on.
It was a good conversation. Hopefully, he'll be back. But
I want to hear his coach. Wait, you're considering you're off the team.
I
Anyone
just
talk to Zet?
I didn't want to.
So many trolls today. What's going on?
I didn't want to drop the Eves, guys. Anyway,
we got Zet in the house. If anyone's talked to him,
the one that says in there about me, this is a parody account.
That's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the one you were talking to before?
That was Clint, and I got very disinterested very quickly. And
I've been messaging Zet. I'm sorry, Zet. I meant to be messaging Clint. Don't mind me. Pretend I'm not here.
Here, you guys can knock yourselves out. I guess. Go have fun. Elijah, do you mean to be hot micing?
I think he hears.
Are you AFK, Elijah? Oh, okay. Anyway, Zach and Zet, you guys feel free. Flip a coin. I'll unmute if one of you guys wants to.
Zach is VC verified.
I think Zach's the way to go. Zet's going to be a clown, I think.
Yeah, well, Zach is already VC verified, so there you go. Sorry about that. I didn't notice.
Oh.
Hi, Zach.
Say hello, Zach.
Zach H.
Zach.
ATFMA, Baja California.
Zach's in class right now, just listening in. He can't really voice chat.
Okie dokie. Going back to the okay. Back to the okay.
What you learning more from, Zach? This voice chat or class?
That's a good point. Tell him to. Well, he's listening. So type in the voice text. You have the ability to type in the voice text instead of the lobby.
I think I learned just as much sleeping through class as I did when I was awake.
Probably more or less chance of getting indoctrinated that way.
I know. Gee whiz. Uh-oh, this just in. Hold on. I think someone's trying to reach us here. Who is it now? Hold on. Connection's kind of difficult to understand. Probably impossible for you to understand because you don't even hear what I'm hearing. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Oh, it's Globe Earth Sniper. Oh my gosh.
Sorry about the sorry about the
shot at this guy.
that
Okay, a little left. Okay,
Yep,
now factor in the spin.
hold on.
No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
All right. So it's a little cartoon that was made off of a live streamer known as Owen Benjamin that was making fun of the concept of the Coriolis effect and how it's never actually been applied to long distance snipers ever. They know about it, but they don't practically use it. It's kind of like an inserted Trojan horse of propaganda. I don't know what it is. It's nonsense. Hilarious. There you go. And I posted the video just so that you could see the context of what you were listening to. Foz.
Yeah, it's cool. I missed out on a few minutes of what was going on because
out of respect for your personal life, I disconnected you from the VC so that
yeah. Well, to be fair, I was expecting it to be something else. I thought because I had a fucking investigation from my work because of a gross misconduct allegation, and then it turned out it wasn't them. It wasn't them. It was just some bullshit fucking like sales call program thing. But it happened at this perfect other time where I thought it would be something from actually involving my job. But no, it's cool. I'd quite like to just to continue our discussion. That was interesting. We were picking up some steam there.
Yeah, basically we see too far for Earth to be the globe that they said it was. Would you like more information as to why that is?
What do you mean by we see too far?
Yep, we can see too far across just any A to B distance than would be possible if the Earth were the ball that they say that it is, with the claim that Earth is a ball with a 3,959 mile radius. And because of geometry, there would be a limitation, an edge to what we would be able to see because of geometry. We see orders of magnitude further than that claim. Therefore, that claim is invalid. And we return to the default, which is Earth is flat and we can only see as far as we can see based on the conditions that allow us to see what we can see.
On that premise, would you not be able to go up higher to a point that was a high enough elevation that you could see the entire Earth from one single point.
So can you, are you aware of different high altitude observations and what those distances are?
I believe. Well, currently, photos that we have from space do not support flat Earth theory.
Yeah. So you use the word photo. Are you aware that they are not actually photos, but they are images? And that there is actually a distinction between those two words.
Yeah, I didn't feel it was that important of a distinction. Otherwise, I would have made it myself.
Big difference.
You don't think that it's an important distinction to make between a composite image of thousands of different pictures spliced together and wrapped around a ball in Photoshop and a photo?
Well, that's the thing. He probably didn't know all of those details. That's the whole. That's the whole thing.
A photo would imply a single frame, not a montage of images.
A photo implies less processing and less manipulation. A CGI composite implies more puzzle pieces that are put together in some sort of way to make the final image. The question is it put together in a deceptive way or not?
So
and that's
anyway,
why a photo would be better.
180,000 feet would be, as far as I'm aware, one of the highest altitude independently performed photography, which at that height is demonstrating a very flat and straight horizon. All of the other images are in question in the same way as any other time that you have a compulsive liar telling you a thing. You ask, I hear you saying the thing that you're saying, but because you've been proven as a liar so many other times, I need to validate your claim independently to make sure that you're not lying again like you always have. And that is why NASA claims are treated the way that they are, is because they are an unreliable narrator in throughout history.
Yeah. Well, unreliable narrative when it comes to one aspect, I think, but like they haven't been present throughout history that much. They only really.
You mean like
the 50s.
nearly 75 years?
Yeah.
Almost
around the 50s. Yeah. But obviously because I think that.
So you're already aware of Operation Paperclip, then, yeah?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're not aware that the origins of NASA are literally connected to the Nazis?
No.
It's a declassified government document that you can read literally from the horse's mouth. The details associated with the origins of NASA.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether or not you perceive that as suspicious or not, that's your prerogative to make your own
it depends on what way in which that it is linked to the Nazis, right? Because I mean, even
secretly
the way that we killed
secretly hiring a bunch of Nazis, pretending that they weren't, by scrubbing their history and identity and incorporating them into this government program.
Were they scientists?
Nazi scientists, yes.
That's fine then. Scientists are separate from politics, in my opinion.
Oh, so you may or may not be aware of some of the quote-unquote science that some of those individuals performed, specifically in regards to human experimentation and the necessity of the Nuremberg Code and the Nuremberg trials as a result of those scientists performing different human experiments.
I think at this point we're detracting a little bit from the main topic.
Maybe, but I'm only meaning to establish the plausibility to be skeptical of this agency, because even its origin
I think being skeptical of everything is important to do anyway. You don't need to.
They're proven liars, is my point, and there's many.
We're on the same page, by the way.
Demonstrations.
We're on the same page. I've always been skeptical of anything. So
sure,
yeah, it's already established. NASA.
Well, here's the cool thing. They claim that Earth is a ball. They claim that ball has a radius of 3,959 miles at the equator. They also give the polar radius, but that's actually besides the point and not helpful or relevant. But if you'd like to dive into that aspect of it, we could. But with that said, you can do geometry, determine where the edge of the ball, whereas the sagittal between point A and B would be blocking your observation of point B, depending on your elevation height. And with geometry, you can simply discern that the claim is invalid. It's as simple as that. And I know I just kind of repeated myself, but you didn't necessarily get it the first time. So that's why I was kind of rephrasing it in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One question I'd like to ask is, how far do you think we should be able to see?
Okay, that's a great question. How much do you think we should be able to breathe? Like in one single breath of air, how much do you think we should be able to breathe?
Full lung capacity.
What is that?
Depending on the volume of oxygen your lungs contain. I don't know how to measure it, but let's just say you could probably inflate your lungs to about 60 psi, maybe something like that, if you really strain yourself.
I have no idea if that's accurate or not, but here's what I like your answer, and let me just kind of give a more kindergarten answer. We can breathe as much as we can breathe, right? Which is like just a truthism of It's kind of silly to say it, but we can see as far as we can see. So the question here's my point, and this is important. The question: how far do you think we should be able to see? Right, is a question that involves an assumption that something is other than what it actually is. And I hope that's not overly convoluted what I just said, because I mean it as literally as I possibly.
You're talking about we can see as far as until an obstruction appears.
Well, here's the thing: there are always obstructions. So in front of you, if you stick your hand out in front of your face, I ask this simple question to people. Between your eyes and your hand, let's say 6 inches, 10 inches, however far out in front of your face you're putting your hand, do you think that there are zero particulate matter particles, or more than
zero visual obstructions?
Hold on. Listen. Are there zero particles of particulate matter between your eyes and your hand, or are there more than zero particles between your eyes and your hand?
I see that as a futile argument because a particle isn't visible, so it's not worth being considered an obstruction when we're talking about vision.
Yeah, that's why you have to answer the question first, and then I can lead you to the next step.
I answered your question.
I'm going to help you understand why it's relevant.
Okay, go on.
So is it zero or greater than zero?
So greater than zero particles.
Is that your answer? Is it greater than zero? Yes.
Yes, it's greater than zero particles. Correct.
Fantastic. Now, if you extend your hand, double the distance that it previously was, pretend you're Mr. Stretch from the Fantastic Four. Okay. Is there equal particles than before, or a greater number than before?
A greater number.
Okay. And then double it again. Greater or equal?
A greater number.
And again, you get the point. So the point is, this is actually exponential. And though, yes, one fragment of dust is imperceivable, 10,000 particles of dust might not be having no effect at all. 10 million particles might have an effect. 10 trillion particles might have an effect, and so on and so on. So there's not just particles, though, right? Particles are one factor. But then there's also the air itself, which, yes, is very, very, very see-through, but quite evidently, so far as I'm aware, we don't have any place that has a 0% humidity. Now, yes, there are places that are very, 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 very low. Antarctica is apparently one of the lowest. It's the most desert in the world, as far as I'm aware. But with that said, we have vapor, right? And then we have other factors such as temperature differentials, temperature gradients. Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying,
way do you suggest? Sorry,
there's
I do have a quick
all
question
kinds of factors. There's all kinds of factors involved in the limitation of what we can see over great distances, and this can be easily demonstrated with long distance observations.
So in what way does light behave differently in the presence of particles?
That's a fantastic question, but you would have to be more specific to get a more specific answer.
Okay.
Tends to bend around obstacles like physical quote unquote matter, but sometimes it passes through it, bounces off it, is absorbed by it. Those appear to be the four options: bending around it, passing through it, absorbed by it, reflected by it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a fine answer. Thanks, Lemon.
Okay, so
no problem.
We have over a great distance a very, very, very large volume of relatively unactive space, right? How is
I don't
light
know
to pass any
what you're
differently
referring
through
to
it?
right now.
Space
I'm just going
between
with the analogy you
objects
gave me.
may be doing that too, absorbing, reflecting, transmitting, absorbing light. Depends on what we think space is. I think of space as an ether, a substance. When we're talking about space between objects like you and me.
So by space, I'm just talking about like an abstract volume with no solid objects, just particles floating around in there. Are you suggesting with the analogy you gave me about, stretching my hand an impossible distance, just for the sake of like the hypothetical situation, are you suggesting that it's possible that if I were to beam some light from one end to the other, it might just not make it?
There seems to be evidence for that, specifically in regards to long distance laser tests, where the light itself disperses so much that you cannot see the light itself over a great distance. That is correct. Dispersion. And there are other indicators of this. But yes, light from a long distance tends to disperse, but then there's other things that happen as well. There's also such a thing as, angular resolution and those sorts of things to take into consideration. But with that said, we don't have to talk about super, super crazy long distance observations with this geometry. We can work it down to easily manageable distances, such as off of a 12-inch observer height, what we would be able to see mathematically, according to a globe model, would be a 1.2 mile horizon. So when we make an observation across water, which is level, without question, water is level, there's a claim that this level means curved. Well, that 12-inch observation height should literally be showing a 1.2 mile horizon. Horizon being where the air appears to meet the surface, ground, water, whatever it may be. When we make observations that greatly demonstrate otherwise, no less than 10 orders of magnitude, then that initial claim is invalid, which is demonstrated in the infographic that I posted in the chat.
So how high would we need to go in order to see all of the Earth?
Well, you would need to know the actual total dimensions of Earth in order to answer that question.
Do you know that?
No, how could I?
Or maybe do you have any suggestions for what it might be?
Well, again, how could I know? So if you're talking about to see maybe to see North America and Asia at the same time, right? Or even North America and Oceania or Australia all at the same time, right? You could plausibly discern maybe the distance between those and then triangulate where you would need to be in order to do that. With that being said, 180,000 feet pales in comparison to accomplish with any possibility of making that observation. There's not a height that we have ever gained access to that would accomplish seeing both North America and Australia at the same time. We've never been able to go up that high. Not that I'm aware of. So Operation High Jump, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic. There's one more that's coming to mind. What is it? Argus. Yeah, Project Argus would be another. Yeah, Project Argus would be the other one. So these are different.
Deep freeze.
Yep, deep freeze. High jump, deep freeze, Argus. These are all different government projects that were high altitude and or shooting rockets into the container that contains us. Quite a peculiar. Teak and Orange. Don't forget those, everyone. And Project Orion. So there's actually a lot of government projects. Let me go over the list one more time. Project Teak, Project Orange, Project Orion, Project Argus, Operation High Jump, Operation Oof, not Operation Oof, Deep Freeze, and Popeye's different. That's a different one.
Popeyes.
Operation Popeye. Popeye is different. Yeah, Fishbowl's on there. So anyway, that's a lot of government declassified government documents that you can go study and see. Oh gosh,
I'm actually
the government has really.
might
What's
as well look into it.
What?
I'm writing these down. I might as well look into it.
Yeah. Very peculiar. Orange and Teak are about the firmament. Argus is about the firmament. High Jump, Deep Freeze, Fishbowl, Dominic, those are all about high altitude.
Starfish Prime.
What's that?
Starfish Prime is one of the other ones within Dominic. Starfish Prime.
Okay. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, and again, I said Orion, but I'm going to say it again. Project Orion was a government project, literally around the subject of escaping Earth.
Yeah. Well, I think is that not
peculiar
called
language?
Yeah, is that not the terminology for how fast you have to get a rocket to leave Earth? It's
escape velocity.
Escape velocity.
Yep. But if you actually read it, it indicates more than escape velocity. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll keep. I have another very, very strong question. Right. For what reason do we need to believe Earth is a globe?
That's a great question. Why does everybody need to believe that it's a globe?
Yeah.
The people that are obviously propagating the message in every form of media and education and every detail like ever. Like the globe is everywhere you look. It's in business logos. It's in every movie. It's in music. It's in TV shows. It's in books. Yeah. Why are they so obsessed with balls?
Mm-hmm.
It is a good question, and it has answers. And one of them is a historical answer when you look into the origins of sacred geometry. Sacred geometry. I don't know why that was a tongue twister. But the origins of sacred geometry is one of the answers. The mystery school religions of Babylon and the fascination with these types of sacred geometry is probably the most rudimentary and or rooted answers to that question. There are more modern answers and tertiary answers, but I would say that that's the root. And then, of course, that might beg the question: well, why are people carrying down the teachings of mystery school religions of Babylon through thousands and thousands of years, through all sorts of derivative clubs and cults? Why is that happening? Well, gosh, answer that yourself after you do more research. I might not be able to answer that one for you. But when you look into the literal hundreds of derivative clubs, cults, groups, movements, religions that involve the mystery school religions of Babylon, and you see that common denominator, you may draw your own conclusions quite simply.
Yeah, but I'm looking for a suggestion, something to sway me, because obviously there must be some kind of reason.
All right. So I am giving you those reasons, and when I literally tell you there are thousands of religions, thousands of cults, thousands of groups of people, okay, we're talking about all the things you've always heard rumors of and or direct information of, whether or not it's Freemasonry or Illuminati or Skull and Bones or the Jesuits or any other special, the Knights Templar or any other special group of people, right? You hear about these different groups, the bloodlines, these different, genetically unique people or whatever it is, these different things, they all have a common denominator. They are all a bit of a red herring, a little bit of a distraction. But when you look at the
How? I
actual
mean, inaccurate maps hide land too. I mean, that and inaccurate maps hide a lot of land and people. I mean, that's a huge reason right there.
I mean, that's a plausible speculation, sure.
I mean, if he's speculating, why would they do it? I mean, inaccurate maps that hide land in areas that we can't explore is one pretty plausible scenario.
But here's the thing, because some guy was angry at his girlfriend could also be a reason, right? So I'm trying to talk about the most root cause origin answer, the most overarching, biggest answer of all is because there is this common denominator of a group of people that all adhere to a very bally religion. Lots of balls.
Yeah. So it's part of their. So it's part. You think it's part of their religion, and it's somehow getting us to go along with it. What benefit do they have? I mean, I know. I think it was Meadow. It suggested that inaccurate maps hide a lot of land and people. I think that probably come the closest to an answer that to this question.
It also gives them the opportunity to introduce the concept of scarcity for resources or for whatever land. There's limitations now if it's a globe.
Right, I see. No, I see your point.
If you want to speculate.
And if you're someone who wants to control this place, wouldn't you lie to the inhabitants about what it is? Wouldn't you reserve the knowledge of what this place is to yourself?
I suppose so. If I was,
I think I would if I were playing their game.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, depending on the type of game they're playing.
Well, if they want dominion over the Earth, they might as well hoard the knowledge of the Earth to themselves, I would think. No
Yeah.
need for us useless eaters to have it.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's a good enough reason. I hadn't actually considered that before. It's a good enough reason. So just so that we believe everything is rare, so they can hike prices, that kind of thing.
And we can just stay within our quarters and yeah.
But I suppose what way
draw a
would
circle
we
around us and
quantify
you just
this
stay there,
information?
slave. Sorry, what's that?
How would you believe that we quantify information like that? Because it's a pretty bold claim. Because that,
Yeah, it's speculation.
Proposed to me, yeah,
I'm
the reason you proposed
speculating
to me
as to the
suggests that
motive.
there's no limit to the resources that we need.
Right. It is a conversation of speculation for sure.
Yeah.
Like, we can't necessarily get inside of their heads. I'm just offering some possible motives that seem plausible to me. But, I mean, the bottom line is the Earth doesn't meant to be the thing that they claim that it is, so they have to be lying. I don't think they're just wrong either, so...
I think the reason is to hide the creator. Like, I think the whole heliocentric worldview is so that they can say, like, everything just happened by itself. And this whole, like, we're like a speck of dust, and the Earth just got created on its own. There's no, like, creator.
I mean, even if there was a creator, that's still the same thing. Believing in a creator is the same as believing in it happening by accident.
That's true.
Both of them are a huge
That's
fucking
not the way
logical
that we.
jump.
But that's not the way we treat things in a court of law. When we have a personal agent like a creator, we just ask them, "Hey, why'd you do it?" That's not an accident. They just tell you the reason, and either you accept it or reject it. An accident would be more like there's nobody to ask or to account for this thing. It just banged into existence or just happened. Like it's just a ball wandering aimlessly through space as opposed to a flattened, domed, section covered by, a firmament or something that's much more obviously created. One hides the creator more than the other at the very least.
Yeah, in a court of law, we operate with the understanding that the thing being discussed happened within our frame of reference, as in a human witnessed it, a human did it, and somebody has some answers on it. Whereas what we're talking about right now is the origin of Earth. So obviously,
that's not quite
court of
accurate.
law comparison.
That's not quite accurate. We interview the person who's accused and we try to get a confession out of them, because sometimes all the witnesses are dead, or at best you see witnesses after the fact and you try to infer to some sort of cause and motivation, preferably with some sort of personal agent that you can ask for a clarification and a conviction.
That's pretty much what I said. And no, they don't actually try to get a confession. It doesn't have to be a confession in a court. It comes down to a unanimous decision. People try to establish facts.
I guess I was disagreeing with you because you said somebody had to witness it. If people weren't, say, created until after the Earth was created,
I'm not talking. When I say witness, I'm not talking in legal terms witness. But what I'm saying, if it's in court, it happened. As in, it happened within a human lifespan. We're talking about things that precede that right now. So the court of law comparison doesn't quite work with when we're talking about the origins of Earth.
How about the historical comparison? People aren't always around for a volcano erupting, but they infer that something happened based off of the conditions that are left, or the accounts from the people that were at least around it, at least. I mean, I guess a historical comparison would be better to see if, it's created or not, as opposed to just trying to go into the past and guess that it just happened or something.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. We assess the conditions around things. Yeah, we do. But what I'm saying is ultimately, so believing in God is pretty much just as much of a logical jump as saying that we just happened by accident with the Big Bang Theory.
That's not quite the same, because the one witness who's there, the creator, whoever it is, would give their accounting, as opposed to humans trying to go into the past and guess by uniformitarian guesses. It's a different quality of account. One who says, "I was the witness, I was there, and here's how it's done," versus men trying to go into the past and essentially make guesses and inferences.
Have you met this creator?
Not yet.
That's the thing. That's the thing, man. There's no evidence for that. If you've not met him and he's not told you personally then you have no evidence. Just the same as anybody who believes fully in the science textbooks.
Well, all of the creation accounts from the past appear to have something in common. Flatland covered by some sort of solid sky covering, which in the Christian ethos would be known as the firmament. The odd man out is the Greek pagan ball, which appears to have no firmament, no pillars, be moving and wobbling through space, and be surrounded by black reaches of nothing as opposed to some form of water. And so, why are we going with the Johnny come lately, the ball, which doesn't even match our senses to say that it's flat and motionless? Why are we going with that exactly? It doesn't make any sense. The ancient cosmologies don't have this flattish sky covering on it or something like that. Flat land with a sky covering.
Yeah, they didn't have technology when they wrote those books.
Yeah, but did you say there's no evidence of a creator whatsoever?
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
So, in your summation, where does specified sequence functional complexity come from?
Where does what? A specified sequence of functional complexity.
Yeah, where does that come from?
A creator.
Correct.
So that would be evidence.
Why did you not? Why did you not? Wait. Why did you not ask for my evidence?
What? What did you? What?
That is the evidence.
Why did you not ask for my evidence about the argument?
Yeah.
It's self-evident.
What are you even talking about?
The irreducible complexity is the evidence.
You said there's no evidence for a creator. I said, where does this type of thing come from? You said a creator. Therefore, if that thing exists, then it's evident that a creator is present.
I was curious as to why.
Well, it's because that can't exist like on its own.
Yes, it requires a mind.
But it does. It does exist on its own.
No, it doesn't exist on its own.
Yeah. But that's what it's doing.
Logically, we assume that there is some sort of volitional knowing creator when we have combinations of things that don't naturally come together. We assume that somebody created a car because metal does not come together with glass, wiring, and stuff like that in nature without a volitional creator making the car. If you have a flat land covered by some sort of curved sky, firmament covering, or whatever, we don't know of a natural gravity globe making process or whatever that would make that occur without some sort of volitional knowing intervention of some sort. Exactly. So like I said, one thing appears logically to be more likely to be created than the Greek pagan ball rocketing through space wildly and randomly. It's just, logic at that point.
Okay. Yeah, so speaking of logic, before we go on, okay, let's all focus on the incoherence of this guy's assertion. There's no evidence for a creator, yet in his own words, specified sequence functional complexity is evidence of a creator, because that's where it comes from. Then he says it just exists on its own. So I would like him to explain how in the world he's going to square that circle. Go for it.
Oh, yeah. So I said that to see how you responded to me saying that.
Ah, so you're disingenuous.
I was just trying to establish what you would accept as evidence, and if you would question my argument going forward.
Okay, how about the logic?
Okay, no, hold on, bro. You said there's zero evidence of a creator, and I presented you good evidence of a creator, period. So you're wrong.
I don't believe that is good evidence of a creator.
No, it's very good evidence.
I mean, if I say
whether you believe it or not.
Let's say, for example, if I tell you I'm 7 foot tall, and then you say, prove it, and I send you a picture of my door frame, which is 8 foot tall. Look. No, you just say, no, show me a picture of you being 7 foot tall. All right, so telling me that there's a creator and then saying that there are complex things, it's not self-evident.
Is that what I said? No, I didn't say that. I said 4 words in sequence that mean a specific thing.
Okay. But, I mean, to be completely honest...
Did I say complicated things, therefore creator? No, I didn't. No, you're not saying the same thing.
That is basically what you said. I mean, if I dress it down...
It's not basically what I said. Not at all.
Well, if we introduce the word basically...
Wrong. The end. You're wrong. You're
basically
incorrect.
Means... It implies implies a summarization. If you go on Google, type in dictionary,
Wrong.
and type in basically, it implies a summarization. I summarized what you said.
No, you didn't.
Because you gave me this mouthful. There's a thing called you can make yourself sound smarter, but basically,
Oh,
you said,
I can
because
sound
there are
smarter by
complex-
using accurate terminology.
Correct.
Oh, so accurate terminology is pompous now.
No, it's just that I'm not compelled to.
Okay,
agree
so
with
you're
you.
wrong again. Thank you. Now, be quiet for a second and be informed. And I use that word informed specifically because what I just mentioned is known as information. Now, in order for information to be valid, it requires a knower of the content of the meaning to be transferred at both points. Both the communicator and the receiver must have that codex, let's say, to decode the information. That means they must be present simultaneously. So, again, information.
So the content.
Presence.
Let me just break down what you've said to me.
Go ahead.
Because obviously, there must be a
Yeah,
lot.
you break it up into little down pieces. Go for it.
Content of the meaning must be transferred at both ends. Is that what you said?
No, it must. Okay, in order for information to be transferred.
That's what you said. The content of
the
the
meaning of the
transferred.
content. No, the meaning of the content must be known by both the sender and the receiver.
So the meaning of
it must
the content
exist simultaneously. Right. So far we have on the table information and meaning. Okay. Which every example that exists in principle and in functional application comes from only one source and one source alone. What is that source?
Perception.
What is a perception?
Rationalization.
What is a rationalization?
Observation.
Rationalization is observation. That's incorrect.
It comes from observation.
Nah, I mean, it can.
All right,
but not
deduction.
necessarily.
All right,
okay,
I'll go with
where is deduction? Where does deduction exist?
Where does it exist?
Yeah, where does deductions exist?
It's a mental process.
Yes, they exist in minds. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Right. Therefore, if we can show evidence of information inherent in the physical substrate of where we live, then that's axiomatic evidence of a mind being involved, period. That means creator by implication, and that means it's very good evidence of a creator. Now, whether you agree or not is irrelevant. You can disagree all you want. You can cry about it in your pillow at night.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, just did. Keep going.
Like, should we assume that God is alive? Like, do we need to assume that God is alive also? If there is such a thing as a creator?
Could. I mean, the main thing was we were talking about the reason to hide this stuff, a creator. And it looked like somebody was like, okay, what evidence do we have of a creator? And then it kind of went on a tangent. But basically, it's talking about the tendency to hide something like this that tends to more point toward more of a creator, because we don't know of a natural process that makes flat land of any sort and or covers it with some sort of sky covering like a firmament or something, which points at least inferentially towards some sort of creator. That is all that would be hidden by this thing, but without going into too much territory that's out in left field.
Yeah, how about this for you, Foz? There's no known reason that my house has wood floors. Therefore, my house does not have wood floors. Good logic, bad logic.
I think, to be honest, it's, as a philosophical exercise, that's great logic, but to be not something you
Actually,
could
it's a logical. It is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. So it's actually horrible logic, learn about non sequiturs, and you'll better understand. My point for coming up with that analogy for you, I guess I didn't realize, but maybe is now to teach you what a non sequitur is, but also to help you understand that Earth is what it is, regardless of anyone's motive to misdirect, misinform, deceive, or any other thing. It is what it is, regardless.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. It's going to be whatever it is, and
Islam
the
does have a
truth
creator.
just
His
the
name is
truth can
Allah.
be persuaded. The truth will be pervasive. But oh, I had another point.
Or I'm sorry, Allah.
But like
Some sort
like
of creator of some
so
sort.
there's this need, this apparent need to want to know. So I mean, my question is like, can we just be okay? Like for example, with the limit, we're saying that there is. I mean, we could say that like that the extension of the horizon is unlimited, or do we need to assume that there is, because there is limitation, for example, and can we assume that Earth is an object? That, I mean, are we going to
You'd
assume
have
that
to
there is a
assume.
limit? Because
Well, you'd have to assume that there would be a limit. Otherwise, if it's limitless, that implies a process that never ended. Like if you had to wait to speak after I stop speaking and I just keep speaking limitlessly or infinitely, you would ironically never be able to get the opportunity to speak. So any sort of process that has a step like that follows another, like, creation and then something else happens, like, some other event, would tend to imply a termination to the earth, or processes like making the earth, assuming it's created or whatever, to go on to another step or another process. Otherwise, it would never end and you'd have no process with one step following after another. Logically, one would assume, unless you want to logically assume something else. So one would assume that there would eventually be a termination or an end with things that happen in real life anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a termination at some point. That's without a doubt.
but isn't that an assumption?
I think that's a pretty logical assumption. Can you make another?
But
Well,
is an
another
assumption?
logical.
I mean, like a logical, like is it a fact? Or I mean, like it's definitely not a fact.
Okay, so I'll tell you that it's close to being a fact, because with all things
No,
that
no,
we
no,
as
no, no.
beings
Wait, 1
observe.
second. I'm sorry. It cannot
Okay.
be closely to be a fact.
All right.
Is it a
So
fact or
I'm going
not?
to
I
ask
mean,
a
no.
question, and then when you start answering it, I'm going to say one
Listen,
second.
listen. It's an assertion. It's an assertion that is not necessarily conclusive from those premises. So it is
Fair
plausible,
enough.
but it's not
And
necessary.
that's why I was asking him for another plausible scenario, because if he can't put one up, well, then the only game in town or the only plausible scenario on the table appears to be that. Now, if Lainel wants to put forth another plausible scenario, by all means. But if he can't, then as far as I'm concerned, I think that the logic is pointing to something that's probably going to end and terminate at least at some point.
If we consider every piece of physical matter to be a part of the same, part of the same, what do you call it? Logical reference, so that everything physically is everything and nothing ends.
You were going to say something earlier about every example we have is such. Can you please go on to that?
Oh, yeah. Most things that we can observe do have some type of end. Like, if we were to just look at an object, like we just take a piece of wood and leave it outside for long enough, eventually the wood is gone. Most things you can look at, examples of life, they will just end at some kind. So just
Entropy.
from that we can use that to observe, to just assert that Earth as we know will end at some point. It's just that we haven't watched it happen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So fair point. And so I want to focus on that logic for a second. What you just said is all known examples that we have access to are similar, right? Therefore, it's good evidence that pretty much everything follows this rule. Correct? Okay, stop right there. Apply that same thing to what you just said before, where I explained to you all examples of information come from minds. Therefore, the presence of information is good evidence of a creator. And try to be logically consistent, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the information was already present, but we only interpret it. It's the fact that we're communicating it to each other, and we're assigning the word information to the communication. But what's actually happening is mouth sounds. The information already existed. All right. There's already a
You think
number of
I'm talking about mouth sounds?
Well, yeah, because you're talking about information, but what we're doing is communicating. Information is already present. Whether if me and you died, right? The human race never existed. Information about the height map of Earth would still exist, even if the human race went around to interpret it. So information, in communication, different things.
It does sound like you're trying to defeat the need for a mental mind and therefore a creator by just saying that this information just always exists. That basically something always exists with or without a creator. But if something always exists with or without a creator, then a creator could always exist too. It doesn't quite defeat the problem. I mean, it appears to go either way. But, if we're going to use logic, with things tending to have an end and things not always coming in the same combination naturally, like a car or like flat land covered by some sort of dome, these things make people pretty comfortably infer some sort of creator. Could it be right? Could it be wrong? Who knows? But there doesn't appear to be a logical framework to encapsulate all the evidence, without some sort of attempt to account for this, in some sort of way with maybe like a creator or something.
Yeah, but let's be clear. We're not talking about land features necessarily, as much as we're talking about information itself and its presence within.
Oh yeah, no,
creation.
I just used that as an example. Information still exists whether or not we're here to interpret it. That's all I'm saying, and that is true. That is 100% true. That's a fact.
Well, information has a bunch of different definitions. The definition that appears to be the best for this discussion is how is this house going to be formed? A blueprint of information is going to need to be communicated to the people that build the house, the atoms, the cells. There needs to be some sort of plan as to how this thing is going to be created. That sort of information doesn't just appear to pop into existence. How would it pop into existence? Where would it pop into existence? Would it pop into existence over here? Here? What time would it happen? What is the overarching plan and information that would unify all this stuff together into a certain form, like the house, like the blueprint, like the car? I mean, without a creator to help account for this stuff, it's the same as saying it just happens. That's not very satisfactory either. So, I mean, if we're going to try to defeat a creator by just saying it just always was, information-wise or whatever, it just stops, investigation and inquiry dead in its tracks. It's just very
but see
it applies
the problem
the same
is,
for conscious.
Yeah,
What
the
about
blueprint
conscious?
itself is the communication of instructions. It's not necessarily information.
What? You think that communication of instructions isn't information? Are you kidding?
I'm talking about information as in a raw existence of something, as in just plain, simple, logical, no inferences, just plain and simple.
Just the existence of stuff isn't necessarily information.
I think
it's
that's
not
exactly
informing
what information
anything.
is. I think
why
that's
doesn't
exactly what information
something
is.
like
Boring
me
as fuck.
exist
What
on
does
the
the
bottom
word?
of the ocean?
Listen. What does the word inform mean? Does it mean just sitting there doing nothing?
No, it means that you are perceiving it with your senses.
In fact, you know what? I'll Google that because I think it's.
Have you ever heard of Laurel?
Inform is going to have some kind of. There we go. Give someone. It's communicate. Information, communication.
Or at least for the purposes of this discussion, make sure that something exists in a pretty regular form. I mean, I exist on the land, in the air, or whatever. I don't exist at the bottom of the ocean. And as far as I can tell, there's no other people like me that do. I don't exist in a volcano. Something is quote unquote informing my existence to be a certain way, to be within certain parameters, and not just wildly pop in here, there, or everywhere. That would be loosely called information from a creator or something like that in this context. I mean, if the information was always there, then why isn't it everywhere? Why don't I exist at the bottom of the ocean? Why don't I exist in the air? Why don't I exist in this dimension? What is informing my existence other than a blueprint, a creator, and some sort of mind with mental information saying you're going to exist here, but not over here, or something like that?
Yeah, but what I'm getting at here is function, right?
You can exist at
That's
the bottom
why
of
the
the ocean
word
temporarily if you
functional,
want to.
listen, that's why the word functional is in those 4 words. Yeah, I'm talking about a specific piece of information here, not just general information. I'm talking about information that does something. And we know that information, in order for it to work, in order for communication to be accomplished, the codex must be present at both the sending and reception point simultaneously. And we know that that style of codification only comes from minds by example. So what could I possibly be talking about that is ever present in the creation that bears those hallmarks?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking anybody.
I'm lost. Like, what is the question? Like, cause I think we're each expressing like different. I mean, we're all kind of sharing the same, but we don't know what the question is, do we? What is the question?
The question is that we've already established that the presence of communicable informations for a functional sequence, right, that does something, requires a mind. Okay? That's what we know by our experience. So where is that in creation that we can look at and say, wow, that's evidence of a creator because it's information. And that comes from minds, and that's evidence of a mind and intent. It's not a trick question. I mean, it should be, to be honest, I mean, it should be, everybody should know this.
Yeah, if you're interpreting information with your mind, that is evidence that you have a mind.
Here, just do
I
this.
agree.
It'll be really easy, Foz. Just demonstrate or provide an example of the violation of the law of causality.
Well, we got
really
to this
this should be really easy, right? In order for his belief system to be justified, it's either justified in the violation of the law of causality or it isn't justified.
Can we relate this concept with consciousness and
it actually boils down to the law of causality. If he can provide evidence of the violation of the law of causality, then he'll be perfectly fine. Otherwise, he needs to reject his axiom that there is a violation of the law of causality.
I'm a little bit lost. I'm sorry.
I never said that there was a violation of the law of causality.
You kind of did, didn't you? In a very direct way, when you insinuated and or directly stated that something could have just always existed.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be a violation of the law of causality. There you go.
Can I ask, like, do we agree that consciousness is? Do we agree that God is eternal, for example, or consciousness, or was consciousness created?
We're not talking. I'm talking about nature. Okay, I'm not talking about supernatural things.
You cannot talk about nature without consciousness. So if you're talking about like an axiom, right?
But what if you're a materialist? What if you're a materialist and you don't believe in consciousness? Then can you do it?
Well, what if I'm not a materialist?
Well, okay, that's cool. But Gospel Bear is trying to get him to answer a question, so quit derailing, please.
If you're a materialist, then
You're not. Clearly didn't hear what I said, so.
Lionel,
can you provide that evidence?
The evidence of a violation of the law of causality.
Correct.
Yeah.
because
you would probably get a very particular scientific reward or
I think
a
the
reward
universe itself would do that. Or, yeah, if in fact, you know what, the universe did just always exist.
So you're trying to defeat the law of causality by just saying it needs no cause and just always existed. We could do that with God too. So at that point, you're just resisting a logic that goes away from a creator and just saying anything else will do.
No, because we can observe the universe happening. So like, we can't observe God.
How universe get us information? Give us information.
This is just Foz. This is a little frustrating because I feel like you're not trying very hard.
Do you want me to try more hard?
Yeah, I want you to do a little bit more try hard, hashtag try hard, like they do in the video games, try hard mode. You understand the logical fallacy that you're committing when you try and say that the universe is the demonstration, like the circular reasoning that the universe is your answer for the violation of the law of causality.
No, but you said you wanted me to try and provide an example. So
Precisely.
that was my attempt.
Okay, so the answer is there isn't any
not evidence that I have.
There isn't any example that is possible.
Well,
That's correct,
we have a universe where things tend to have causes and effects. One thing tends to exist before another before something else happens. So how could that come from an eternal universe where there are no causes and no effects, or that's something that just always existed with no cause and no effect? That's a somewhat contradictory.
I mean, as far as it's observable, it is just kind of just here.
Okay, then why aren't other things just here? Why are babies born in sequence? Why is the baby born after the parents, as their cause or part of their cause, stood in the bring about the baby first? Why doesn't the baby just pop into existence or just always exist? Why do we see causes and effects in some sort of sequence where something has to exist before something else happens, at least on some level? Why would that come from a universe that always exists in the first place? Why would it be necessary at all?
Well, we observed it happening in that order. The order that you said about babies just kind of being born after the parents. So like we've observed that, but we haven't observed the universe for long enough. So it did just. In fact, you know what? I'm completely right on this. I'm completely fucking right on this because the universe, as far as it's observable, the best theories are just ideas. All right, as far as it's observable, it is always
this is akin to you saying that your mother always existed because you weren't there to see her be born.
Yeah, that's not reasonable. Most of the time we see causes and effects,
but I've observed that.
Go back to some sort of creator to end the infinite regression, though. And invoking a universe that always exists is a little,
But I observed information.
What?
Such as growing up, becoming educated, understanding about how humans are born.
Do you know what the law of causality is? Do you understand the nature of cause and effect, and it's every effect
I do.
is necessitated by a cause? And you're making the claim that not all effects have a cause without any example ever to demonstrate that there can be an effect without a cause?
That's not what I'm saying.
You are saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the cause and effect of the universe, I have no suggestions for, and I don't need them because there's absolutely no way I can answer
that. The universe is the effect. You're claiming that there wasn't a cause. Without any evidence for any other
observable cause. There's no observable cause to base that off of.
Except for the law of causality and everything.
Which the law of causality, it's a very strong wording for something which is just.
Well, let's break this apart.
Maybe you don't know how that came about.
Nope.
But let's break this down a bit more, because I think what he's trying to do is say we can break the law of causality by invoking something that just always existed without a cause. But you need the law of causality, assuming that not everything always exists. As far as I can tell by my memory, I didn't always exist. I didn't have hands to form myself, a mind to form myself. I just did not exist based off of my memory. So another cause is necessary to bring me about. Anything that begins to exist essentially needs a cause. So if there are things that began to exist, they're going to need causes. So the way that you're trying to defeat it is just basically by saying what? Everything just always exists? I mean, I don't know. At that point, I would go with a creator that always existed, that at least has a mind to cause things, as opposed to a mindless universe that just always existed. That's not as appealing.
Yeah. Well, the problem with what you're doing is that you're introducing a new step which there's no evidence for to explain something which there's already no evidence for. So you're you're basically convoluting your own argument by saying that.
So you're saying there's no evidence that children come from their mothers and their mothers didn't always exist? There's no evidence for that?
No, that's not what I said. I'll repeat exactly what I said. I said, what you're doing is convoluting your own argument by introducing another concept in which there's no evidence for. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about my mother.
Oh, kind of like you, where there's no evidence for an eternal universe?
Yeah, there's no evidence for that.
Right, but yet you say it is the case.
What I'm saying is that in specifically the example that we're discussing, right? Talking about the universe, we don't know what the cause is. We don't. There's no evidence.
You don't even know if it exists. You don't even know if it exists. You're just told it does. Can you go? How? How do you prove it? Prove it exists without saying something.
Fred, we're not talking about space. We're talking about existence in regards to creation. That's the topic.
Well, he said universe.
Yeah,
So,
don't get caught up on the. Yeah, we're not talking about space though. We're talking about universe in a colloquial meaning in regards to all things that exist. Not
let's do a
space thing.
We've been here for about half an hour. Let's do a conversational update for the people that just got in. We were talking about how something like a flat earth appears to point to a creator. The other side was kind of talking about a defeater for a creator, saying it may or may not be created. And we got to these threads here where we're talking about, I guess, defeaters for creation by saying that something just always was. It doesn't need a cause. Everything just always existed, to try to defeat this idea that, one, I guess, cosmology or whatever points to creation more than the other. And that's where we're at now, half an hour to an hour later. But basically, if we're going to try to defeat
this, hold on, friend. In the middle of that, he made the positive claim that there is no evidence for a creator at all.
Well, the thing is, the essence of these arguments that are highly empirical is one thing. By saying we do or do not have evidence for it, that's fine. But if you're taking a negative position, that's a bit of a faith-based position. Because what is the essence of faith? The evidence of things unseen. And if you're taking a negative position like this does not exist, that's inherently a faith-based position anyway, because you have nothing to present. And so if we're going to try to use these arguments to get rid of faith with empiricism, they ironically go back to faith anyway, because you're not going to have anything to present to say there is no this, there is no that. That would basically be you stepping out on faith and saying, I'm going to step out on faith and say this just doesn't exist without evidence to present.
Yeah, and he admitted he has no evidence to present for his assertions whatsoever. Yet somehow he's correct.
But we have evidence. And that's what I'm trying to get.
I didn't say there was no
we
evidence.
have evidence, though, dude. For what we believe in, we have evidence. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah,
you obviously don't know what we believe.
In my assertion.
Yeah, you did. You did. I remember hearing you say that. You agreed to that when he said you have no evidence. You said yeah.
Could you please calm down when you're talking to me?
Yeah. Don't get concerned, troll, dude. Don't start that. Just defend your position.
I don't like how you're speaking. I just don't like how you speak to me.
Defend your position with facts. Defend your position with facts. That's all.
Okay.
Well,
going forward, I'd just like to establish that I've been trying to be as respectful as possible, and you've not been respectful towards me.
Pause. Microphone does not reflect attitude. Just chill, okay?
Yeah, don't
just take the information for what it is.
Yeah, it's not personal. Just relax. You'll be fine.
Okay. Well, Foz, this could be a little contentious. Let's just look at the two sides. One side is saying that not everything always existed, therefore it's going to need causes, going back ad infinitum to some sort of uncaused cause like a creator. You appear to be trying to defeat that with this segment of argumentation by saying things just always existed. Okay, we're just going to have to go from there and compare the two sides.
Yeah. So, yeah, things just always existed. And there's no evidence that is wrong.
Yeah, can you give me an example of that, please? Of something always having existed, please. Evidence of that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm just talking about the state of matter. I'm not talking about things, which is the logical box that we put things in. I'm talking about
you're getting into things you don't even understand. The state of matter. How do you understand this field of study? Is this what you grew up in? Is this what you got your certificates in? The state of matter. You're going to explain to us the state of matter. Is that what you're going to do right now?
No. Okay. I'm not going to explain the state of matter. I think that's a concept that we all understand. Also, you don't know who I am, so to say you're talking about things you don't understand is a
state your position. Who are you? What you know? What kind of information you have to provide? Don't just say things flippantly without knowing what it's about. The state of matter, dude, that's a deep subject. So explain your position on how you know what the state of matter is and how you can prove it to us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do before you interjected. I was going to talk about my point.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
Please,
if you'd allow me to continue. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, matter can't be created, can't be destroyed. So it just always existed.
But did we prove that? I mean, as far as we can tell, we weren't there to see that. It's just kind of like something that we declare for ease of calculation and, to be able to go forward in faith and do our science. But did we see all matter and all energy to corroborate that? Even that's a bit of a faith-based statement too. And this goes back to the thing we were talking about with processes that had to end from before, when I gave you that example about half an hour to an hour ago of me speaking eternally and you not being able to speak until I'm done speaking. Well, then if I speak eternally with an unending process, you would never get to speak at all, which means that things that always exist eternally contradict processes that are a bit sequential, with one step happening after another step terminates or at least dies down and ends so that something else can happen. That defeats any sort of process at all that has sequential steps. And what is life filled with? Processes that appear to go one after the other. I eat my food, that process ends. I digest my food, that process ends. And then that's assimilated into my tissues as a process. So this idea that things that can always eternally exist and always eternally subsist is contradicted by processes that tend to have steps and a termination and an end. That's a bit contradictory, because not all steps in a process are eternal. They're sequential, they end. So with that contradiction, how can we invoke a universe of natural processes that just always exists? I mean, why would anything move or progress at all? That's a little contradictory.
Does this guy know about the second law of thermodynamics? I just wonder.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, when you talk about steps in sequence and processes, those are, again, like I said, I think for the ease of like mathematical theory calculations, those are just introduced to help to organize things into a box, to help us interpret them. But when it comes down to processes, stepping and ending, none of those things actually exist. They're not real. Matter is just matter.
What?
It interacts with each other.
What are you talking
all
about,
of it.
dude?
But Boz,
Allow me
what you're saying is
allow
kind
me
of
to
like,
explain. Allow me to explain. He said, "What am I talking about?" You should listen before asking that question. So what I'm saying is,
No.
everything that it.
That was
Oh,
my
no.
cue. That was
No.
my cue to say something else, right? As a counterpoint, not your cue.
How
say
can
the
you
same
how
thing
can
over
you
again.
counterpoint something I haven't finished? So is your
Easy.
cue to just say, to basically what you're saying is you're looking down on me, but you haven't finished saying, listen to what I'm saying, which I'm.
Oh, that's what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Well, we don't mean to be
Feel free-
disrespectful.
Feel
Please
free to
continue.
read between the lines. You just said that processes just happen. There's like no purpose to it. So he just explained to you a functional sequence, right? Did he explain to you a functional sequence that functions in that sequence for a specific reason to a specific result that serves a purpose?
Okay,
Yes or
but
no?
you're talking about sequences and results. Those things are, again, interpretations. A sequence and a result.
Holy moly,
There's
bro.
no such thing that exists, which is a sequence. A sequence is an interpretation.
Okay. You're wrong. You're
behavior.
incorrect. You're incorrect. He just gave you an example of one, which is mouth, right? Gets filled with food. Food then goes to stomach.
Oh.
Stomach then does its thing, and then
So
it
that's
sends
what
it
a
out the
sequence
poo
is.
hole.
So
That is a sequence.
So if
Yes.
anyone ever asks me what a sequence is, I'll tell them that digestion is the sequence. This is the sequence. No, it's not a real thing. A sequence is not a real thing.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness,
it's
dude.
an interpretation. It's a logical exercise. What I'm saying.
How that what existed all the time came in the first place in existence?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer that, but what I need to do is I need to
Matter always existed.
You try to let him stay on one point, please. He's talking about sequences at the moment, right? He just denied. Hold on, friend. He just denied that putting a food in your mouth, then the food going to your stomach, then the food coming out your butt is a sequence. He just denied that.
I did not
face
deny that.
value.
I did not deny that. It is a sequence. I didn't.
You just said it's not a sequence, and now
No, I
you're
didn't.
saying it is a sequence. You
I
can't
didn't.
even stay coherent, bro.
I didn't. If you're recording this conversation, I'd like you to go back and listen to it, because I said a sequence is not a real thing. A sequence doesn't exist. However, it's a logical exercise. It's a method of interpretation, not a real thing.
There's some ontology, though, to
So-
the sequence and some necessity. And so when we talk about the sequence in that way, we're just trying to accurately encapsulate what occurs and what appears to be necessary. I can't put the food directly in my stomach. It's too big. It may not be digested properly. And if I put one step of the process before the other, it becomes unintelligible. You're kind of saying that these are what? That these don't have a real essence or something like that? That what? It's Maya, an illusion, and just some abstraction that we put with our mind onto the thing, but there's no real essence there? I don't know if that's correct.
I have so far been unable to continue the point. So what I'm talking about, right? This is just a supporting platform for my overall point as a whole. Okay, so understanding that our methods of interpretation are just logical exercises, not things that actually exist. So this whole we need a sequence, we need a cause, we need an effect, we need all of these things, otherwise all this shit is real, or whatever it is you're trying to apply. What I'm trying to say,
you need to put the food in your mouth. So you're already wrong.
Always existed, and it doesn't.
But how do you know that? You arrived at that using your logic. You undermine your own position by saying that this is arbitrary logic that isn't based in reality. But then at the other side of your mouth, you use logic or something to say that matter always existed. That's self-contradictory. I mean, it looks like our logic is at least somewhat related to reality. Otherwise, what sort of statements are we making?
Yeah. So matter, like I'm trying to say, it's not grouped into all these logical boxes we put in. Everything is just one non-stop behavior. Non-stop. When you think about
one non-stop sequence,
and when that started in the first place,
when did it start in the first place?
Yeah,
dude, he's literally denying precedent causality. That's what he's doing.
Well,
he denied.
I have
it never began.
Does entropy did that, or some supernatural thing?
No, not entropy. Neither. It technically never began. It just is.
It just is. That means that oceans was there.
No, it's just always present. It's always present. It didn't end. It didn't begin.
The oceans full of water was there all the time in existence, and they never was created to be in existence. They was in existence. That you are saying.
Correct. Yeah, everything exists in the present only.
That's hilariously ridiculous.
Only to you because it defies maths. But I'm making a philosophical argument that maths doesn't actually exist. Interpretation isn't real.
Now philosophical. I will tell you.
I think you believe that interpretation itself is real.
I don't believe. I will tell you what I believe. I believe this. Everything existed before with water, ocean, But before
that, you agree with me?
Yeah, but it was fire before that water inside.
Yeah. Anyway, it was fire. If I can just make my argument into a sentence.
Listen to me very carefully. It was fire, and then something happened. I don't know what. I think double existing force happened, and then from fire we got water. But nobody knows that. I know that because I believe in that.
Well, Fozbaz, we were talking about the illogic of some of these things always existing because we have processes that appear to have a termination and an end. You could call them illusions, Maya, whatever, if you wish. But, we're trying to use logic to arrive at some sort of necessary conclusion to know something at the very least. I mean, unless you reach back into the past infinitely or whatever to know this thing, it's kind of a faith-based declaration too. I mean, unless you know everything or experience everything, for you to reach back into the past and say it just always existed without an account from, say, a personal thing like, a creator, you're just kind of begging the question. Unless you experienced it, you're just declaring it off of faith as well.
Right. What
unless
he's doing
I have an account
is,
from a creator.
Well, what you're doing, my friend, whether you realize it or not, is you're dodging the law of causality by denying the necessity of causality for processes by denying sequences as an actual physical event and calling it a convention of the mind. So you're retreating into your mind space of subjectivity.
That's 100% what I was trying to say. Interpretation.
I know that's what you were trying to say. It's nonsense, dude.
It's not nonsense. Not when we talk about
It
trying
is
to understand the
nonsense.
universe. Not when we talk about trying to understand the universe.
Yes,
we're talking
it is
about things that
nonsense.
are not observable.
How could it be anything at all if all of this stuff isn't anything anyway? How could it be or not be nonsense in the first place based on your axioms? How could you validate anything you are claiming when you reject the notion of all of the natural laws, such as the law of non-contradiction, the law of causality, the laws of thermodynamics? You reject all of these quite apparently throughout this conversation. How could you make any assertion at all on the basis of your rejection of every natural law that exists?
Because I think it's stupid.
Well, what is stupid? On what basis do you have a foundation for meaning of any word ever without the acceptance of necessary laws of nature?
Hang on a second. I'm just going to answer your question of what I think stupid is.
No, the other question is more relevant.
Oh, okay, go on. What was that?
You have no foundation for or axiom for meaning in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, communication itself is irrelevant.
Relatively, yes, I agree. What I was trying to say ultimately was earlier was a supporting point for the fact that somebody asked me a question. I remember exactly, but somebody asked me a question, and I was trying to suggest why everything just is, and that for that I was just trying to explain that interpretation isn't real; it's just a convenient method for us to communicate.
Well, Fosbaz, I would agree with you that there are some conventions, but some conventions are backed by facts and what we appear to see in reality anyway, convention or not, versus others. We see things appear to have a beginning, a middle, an end, a termination, which implies some level of temporality, some level of causation, in that there's a step that happens first necessarily before something else can proceed or progress. That's what we appear to see. We don't just see, if we see at all, anything that just always exists. We see a temporal universe with processes and sequences that have some sort of necessity to follow one another. Could that just be an arbitrary illusion? Maybe, but that's what we appear to see too.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that.
We got to stop this nonsense. Listen, we got to stop this nonsense, okay? We need concrete examples, not philosophical ideations, okay? So check this out, Holmes, and I need a direct, straight answer. Is the fact that my truck requires gasoline to function a convention? Or is it a mechanical necessity for the function of the truck?
I don't know
Which
if that's
one?
a trick question or not, dude. Because you could have a diesel truck or an electric truck.
Okay.
I don't know.
Good grief. So you're clearly disingenuous.
It could be.
So
It
I
could
want
be a
you
trick
to
question.
hold on. It's only a trick question to you because you're tricking yourself.
No,
and that's what I wanted to point out, dude. You are deluding yourself.
It could be a trick question. People do that sometimes.
No, we're asking you a necessary question so that you can make some sort of logical necessary inference.
Okay,
and you're
so
trying
you're
to
not
avoid
okay.
the
You're not
cause.
going to trick me.
If it
You're not going to
leads
trick
a
me to pull
creator
a
that
ha-ha.
you do not want to
Do you
logically
have to pedal your bike with your feet and legs to get it to move?
I'm disabled.
Bruh.
Okay, cool.
At this point,
you have to
you're
breathe oxygen to keep living. I mean, we could just go on and on with all these necessary contingent sequences that must be accomplished.
I'm
They're
sorry.
not
I'm
conventions.
sorry about
the fact that they must be in
sorry for
precedent
asking if
order.
it might have been a trick question.
Hey,
It's just
Fosbaz,
that I
hold on a
thought you might
second.
get it.
Chill, Fosbaz. This all began prior to you now denying, logic and bicycle mechanics, but this all began with you asking, why would they lie? So now that you're in this territory of just saying nonsense, can you concede that maybe there's a reason?
What do you mean? Well, am I the reason?
Well, the unwillingness to acknowledge
Ooh,
certain otherwise necessary inferences,
that
like
was
a creator,
insightful.
and then
Yeah,
kicking and screaming from it with a
doesn't.
model that acknowledges it as little as possible, like a random, ball rocketing through black reaches of space, as opposed to saying something that's more obviously created and leads to a logic of a creator much more clearly, like flatland covered by a dome. You're kind of an example of that because all of your logic is an attempt at illogic or getting away from necessary logic by saying anything else other than the necessary inferences
Well, hold
presented.
on.
What you're presenting is kind of a form of
You're
illogic,
correct,
not
Lemon.
even any
Lemon,
necessary inference at all.
Lemon. Hold on,
That's incorrect.
my friend. Hey, chill for a second. I need to talk to Lemon, not you. Okay, Lemon, there's an old axiom of communication called never respond to rhetoric with dialectic. Okay, you're not even having a conversation. Okay, the correct answer to the other question, which is why would they lie? In this man's paradigm, the only coherent answer that can be presented to him is irrelevant. Lying is just a convention.
I concur.
All right.
I concur. Lying is a convention. I also
It's all an illusion in my
Then you
opinion.
admit that your question is incoherent and pointless.
Which question?
Wow. You said physically, correct? You mentioned some type of disability. You just physical, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, try not to give indications otherwise.
Okay.
You're the one that asked the original question.
The original question of
The why would they lie question that we've been talking about for the past few minutes, as in almost an hour, actually, probably more than an
that
hour at this
question.
point.
Okay. All right. I just thought we were supposed to be precise. Somebody told me earlier we're supposed to be precise. I don't know who it was, but he said to be precise. So
Did we
there
ever
were a lot of
touch?
questions that we asked.
Did we ever touch the shape of the Earth in that hour?
Yeah, before that, we certainly did. He understood, allegedly understood that that Earth cannot be the ball that they say it is.
Yeah, he specifically asked, "What are the incentives for the Earth being a globe?"
Yeah, but I mean, didn't you kind of wonder that question when you first heard it? Didn't that question cross your mind when you first heard of it?
Well,
why would they lie?
In the
No, because I already
context,
knew why they would
in the
lie.
context in which he asked it and what's followed afterwards, I didn't have that question in the way that he has it.
Right, yeah,
And
I'm
I
sure that's true.
I knew that the world was full of liars decades prior to realizing the Earth was flat.
Well, Fosbaz, the only thing I want you to see is how undermining some of this rhetoric that you're talking about is, which points away from necessity or any sort of logic at all. I mean, asking why would they lie is the same way as asking what necessary reason would make them have to cover up or basically deceive people to avoid, a certain otherwise necessary inference that people would logically deduce. And so that's why we're talking about the logic based off of the speculation that would be necessary based off of the logic. But it just seems like you're trying to get away from the logic, at least on the creator side of it, by just saying anything else other than the necessary inferences presented. So at that point, that becomes highly illogical and anti-logic if we're not following necessary inferences to an otherwise quote unquote necessary logical conclusion. That undermines reason itself if everything just exists with no necessity, no cause, no effect, no necessary inference at all.
Are you a lawyer?
Let's be clear. We don't need a myopic
It seems
reason.
like it just feels like I'm reading the iTunes terms and conditions based off the necessary inference instead of based off of the otherwise necessary assumptions made by the fucking
it's called logic,
Just say something.
Holmes.
Just say something.
Yeah,
man.
he is saying something. Your inability to comprehend logical sequences is just a
backflips in
convention.
my fucking mind to try and understand you.
Hey, you need to calm down, man, because you're acting really tough and stuff. But like, I wasn't here for earlier, but you
I'm acting
understand that
tough?
I'm talking, man. So you're,
Making tough.
we're just acknowledging the facts of the world. Okay, they lied about the Earth, man. Right? If you want to figure out why they lied or what they hid, I get you. That's the first thing I thought was it was hard to comprehend exactly what flat Earth means when I first heard it because I didn't understand like how that fits into conspiracies and the reason they lie and stuff. But I mean, it just takes a couple seconds of thinking about it. And he said that they've been talking to you about it for a while. So you understand that that's independent of if they lied or not, right?
Correct. Yeah, I do.
Right.
I do.
They're hiding land, man. They don't let you privately explore the center or the outside. And so what we know is there is land that we cannot go to, that they do not allow us to go to. And so
well, you can
does
go
that
to it
not?
if you want.
No, you can't actually.
You
So
can.
you can only go where you're approved to go. They have to approve your travel before you go and your path, and they do not approve going over Antarctica. So
Yeah, they do.
no, they don't.
Oh wait, no, they don't approve it, but you can just do it.
Well, they actually intercept you. People have tried to do it, and you get intercepted.
Yeah, you're really close to contracting Antarcticades, so you better be careful with your.
Anyway, guys, I've got to answer another phone call. I'll see you around at some point in the future. Sorry we got off on the wrong foot. It was a good conversation. I learned a lot, but I've got to jump. Sorry to be abrupt.
All right, catch you
While
later.
you're gone,
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
hold on.
next
While
time.
you're gone, do some homework of possible reasons why people would lie.
Well,
and come back with
actually,
some.
I wrote down a lot of notes from this conversation. One of the most ones I'm looking forward to is Operation High Jump, Deep Freeze, Popeye's Fishbowl, all that stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna jump. Peace.
Delicious.
So his first question when he comes back will be, if you can't show me the edge, where is the color blue?
Well, the thing is, we're talking about logic, necessary inference, which implies a process of thinking that is going to eventually end and terminate in some sort of conclusion. If he's trying to avoid the logic, that is illogical. If he's avoiding otherwise necessary inferences by saying, well, you can't know that, or we're going to suggest something else that we don't have to follow, or we can follow instead. I mean, he can do that, but he needs to also show how that's logical, which I'm not quite seeing.
Dude, he admitted it. Everything that's tangible, verifiable, and sequential is only a convention of the mind, and therefore it can't be trusted as being actual reality. So nothing, I want to make this clear, nothing can be presented to him as evidence of anything under that logical framework.
Yeah. And the thing is, it just seems like a key to mysticism. No more logic, no more trying to use the mind to rationally order these steps and these processes, thinking wise or otherwise, into a coherent narrative. It's just mysticism. This is what I feel, or something like that, or this is what I experience, without actually trying to interpret it in a rational process that's logical, sequential, that makes sense, or anything.
By the way, his paradigm does fit a flat Earth, because if it's just axiomatically always is as it is, and it just always was as it is, then that fits any shape or permutation of the Earth's surface properties whatsoever. His claim will just be, well, that's the way it's always been. It just is. So if he decides to believe in flat Earth, it'll be the same claim. He'll believe in a creatorless flat Earth that somehow sentient minds exist within. And I mean, that'll be his answer. It'll be the same answer either way.
If he really evaluated what he was talking about, he needs to ask himself, why is it that certain things are different than other things? Why aren't all things the same way? Why aren't I round? Why aren't I flat? Why aren't I a seal? We need to have some sort of satisfactory answer other than things are just the way that they are naturally. I mean, that's just very unsatisfactory. And, I don't know, the range of explanations that are offered appear to be question mark, wait for scientism to make a declaration, or just wait for this gnosis to be passed down from these ascendant masters in these scientific fields or something. It's just very unappealing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he literally said that eating, by putting things into your digestive system, digesting them, using the nutrients, and then discarding the waste, isn't a process or a sequence. It's merely a convention. So, I mean, at that point, what kind of rational conversation could possibly be had?
It's so tough. It's so tough. Some of these stuff, maybe they are conventions in a way, but they're conventions that appear to reflect reality pretty well. Can we know everything without being the creator ourselves or the universe ourselves? As far as I can tell, no.
Yes, but the point is that sequence is not decided by convention. It is a sequence that's necessary for the function to happen. You can't skip any of the steps. Otherwise, you don't get the function. Nobody just came up one day and decided, let's just decide how we eat and process nutrients and discard waste. Let's make a societal convention in our minds, and then it will function. That's not how it happened.
At the very least, we came to a reality, quote unquote. We tried to submit to it and humbly just acknowledge all of its steps so that we could tell somebody else an accurate rendition of what occurred as much as possible. So there was some sort of ontology or some sort of reality in place before we, quote unquote, declared it by convention at the very least.
But that's not the point. The point is we never declared it by convention. We just recognized it. The only convention would be the tokens we use to describe it. But anyway, let's be clear. This whole point, we were skirting around the absolute lock solid evidence of a creator in ourselves, which is information, which he couldn't get, that we were talking about DNA, right? The DNA information is what informs those processes of things we just talked about, being metabolism, eating, all of that. And since we know that only comes from minds, and that the coding, decoding must exist simultaneously, that means that our sequence functionality was designed, created, implemented, interfered with, whatever, by a direct agent.
And this stuff has such far-reaching implications. You know, we said everything has a cause, which goes back to a creator. He tried to defeat it by saying everything just always was. Well, that has huge implications because now we have a bunch of processes that potentially don't end. That includes thinking and rational thought, which is nothing but a mental process to say, I'm going to look through this information and eventually stop and come to a conclusion. Now that can't even end. You're just in this mystical, eternal state with no thinking processes. This is huge implications when you go down that road. I mean, at that point, why would they lie? Like you say, is irrelevant. All of these questions are irrelevant. All that's left is just this weird mystical trance. I mean, this is just crazy.
Hey, Lemon, this is the future of the synthesis, where everything is purely subjective experience. There's no concrete reality outside yourself. Right. It's all just mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
So you either accept the Borg or face the consequences.
There was no time from before the Borg existed.
That's what they say.
Well, like he said, he was in the debate that Napalm was talking about before he arrived, seemed to be interested enough in the arguments being made, and then came here and went to La La Land.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It just seemed like an attempt to get away from any sort of creator, which is fine, but you still need some logic. It's like anti-logic to just resist the logic. You know what I mean? Without a logical reason to do so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's a rejection of all natural laws.
Yeah, I will not go with the God, but I will not go with the Big Bang also. I will not go with anything. I will only say this exists all the time.
Yeah. It's just wow. So no need for cause and effect because things always exist. Okay, cool story.
And what is that everything exists? What that mean everything in the first place? Because now it's not the same like before. What is in the first place everything?
Well, I mean, things don't always exist in their form, even if you're going to go with eternal atoms or whatever you think just always existed. I didn't exist in this form. Like, 100 years ago, I wasn't even a blip on the radar. So how did I exist? Was I a bunch of disconnected atoms with a disconnected consciousness? I mean, that's kind of hard to believe. If I could exist in that form, why would I take on this form at all? It still invites other uncomfortable questions. It just kicks the can down the road. You still need some sort of creator or some sort of thing that puts you in a certain, a form with a cause. Otherwise, why am I in this form at all?
Well, anybody that thinks that this realm that we live in, that it functions the way it does, it supports all this variety of life, and everything supports one another. I mean, how when stuff decays and it makes the fertile topsoil, and how everything, it just is a process that works so perfectly that it screams design so strongly that if people can't see that when the entire system, the entire realm is functioning as a perfect, almost like a perfect living entity of some sort, it just screams creation. And how all of this stuff, and I'm talking about every living animal and all the special things that each animal can do, humans and the plants and all the special, attributes that all of these plants have for medicine, for the human body. I mean, how does that happen? I mean, you've got, we're all of a sudden we just exist, and then plants just exist that are curing their medicine for mankind. And I mean, the whole thing screams creation so heavily it's ridiculous. I mean,
well, creation implies things put together in a certain way that they don't deviate from. It even implies regulation, because a car is created and it needs to be regulated in a certain form. You can't use it to drive around buckets and buckets of water without destroying the upholstery and the seats. You have to regulate your use of this created thing, otherwise it's going to be destroyed. And so creation comes with all of this intellectual implications and baggage of regulation, keeping things in a certain form with a reason and a way to keep it that way without things just going out of hand and stuff like that. Without creation, what makes anything? Why is it this way versus another way? What keeps it in this form? Are we just going to bottom out without a creator and say, oh, it just is? I mean, I don't know. That's just so unsatisfactory.
That's just ridiculous, I think, because the whole realm screams creation from top to bottom. Everything, it's like, how do you find all these things supporting one another and benefiting one another? When a tree dies, it decays in the ground so that another one can grow. And I mean, it's almost like, well, it is like, not almost, it is exactly like someone purposefully done all of these things and made sure that, all these functions of, the life that exists on this planet had a purpose, not only for life, but for death as well. There's a purpose in everything that happens. And it just moves to the next step, and it's just like this perfectly oiled wheel that just constantly turns and takes care of itself, and just, I mean, everything just supports something supports you support that, everything. It's all this big support system for everything that lives and exists here. Is part of the support system for everything else. It's just,
I think of it as just a tactic to avoid an otherwise necessary inference. I think people are just avoiding what would otherwise be obvious, or just saying, turn off your mind and go into a mystic state. where all there is just uninterpreted quote unquote experience. I just think of it as a tactic, but I don't take it seriously as an intellectual position. An intellectual position where you're like, okay, these are the conditions that we can discover. This is the logical sequence of thought that we can follow to come to this conclusion by using our minds. I just think it's a tactic to just stop thought itself, to say that everything just is.
To escape the God, you know, to move to another mystic, yeah. But
yeah,
for me, it's I don't know. They think that I don't know. They are maybe because of religion. They are how to say rejecting the God, but it's not the point of the God. It's the point of creation.
Yeah. I guess there's a bit of a contradiction in that, we're kind of trying to get away from that baggage of religion on one hand, but it seems to point to some sort of quote unquote creator blank on the other. People are tugged in two different directions, even with that. So it's kind of hard to know which logic, I guess, to follow, because one is kind of taking you away from a creator, but the evidence appears to be pointing to some sort of regulator, some sort of thing to put these processes in place in a certain way that they don't always naturally, follow without a mind or some sort of creator or something.
Yeah, it's somehow like it is supernatural, but it's not creator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you a really good example of the reasoning where this goes. So, for example, Richard Dawkins, right? Famous atheist, being interviewed by Ben Stein in the movie Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. Ben Stein got him to admit that the evidence for intelligent design is strong. And he said, but that would mean that an alien species who clearly evolved over natural processes then came here to design us intelligently to where we look intelligently designed. And he just kicks the can down the road one step and completely ignores, and now he has to explain the same process that he used to think happened with us on the aliens he's claiming did it.
And the thing that we have to ask ourselves, is this resisting logic, or is this logic that comes from actual evidence, both or neither? It does feel like in the West, we are resisting the logic that would otherwise be available from what was in the West, Christianity, the Bible, or something like that. We're saying we're not going to go there, but we're going to go with aliens. We're not going to go there, but we'll go somewhere else. That's kind of like resisting or resistive logic in a way. It's not really presenting evidence of a proposition. It's trying to get away from another proposition in a way. So the nature of the logic is totally different. At that point, you'll just accept anything, aliens or whatever, even if it's actually sort of kicking the can down the road or illogical in and of itself. I mean, are we accepting aliens because we actually saw them? Because we actually have evidence of them, or just as an alternative, any alternative away from, the otherwise logical Christian scriptures or whatever? Are we just resisting, other logic that we don't want to accept, or are we actually presenting something here?
I think it was like, in my opinion, sorry for if I interrupt, like he was pretty honest. I mean, he knows his limit, and he admits it. He just doesn't. He just doesn't know. Like
but he was
doesn't.
also honestly illogical. And that the conversation was centered around trying to help him back to the realm of logic, back to the realm of natural law, which he was rejecting. And you can be an honest idiot, but that doesn't mean that we're going to get anywhere in a conversation. And I'm not calling him an idiot,
Right.
but for anyway, you're making those sorts of axiomatic errors. It's just not a helpful aspect to the conversation.
He seemed honest until he realized the implications of where the logic led.
My question is like, is it okay not to know?
But
is that valid? Is it valid not to know?
If you don't know, you say I don't know something. You cannot say everything existed always. That means that you know that something existed always.
There is a point. There's a point in that, because if you say, for example, right? I mean, objectively speaking, over the concept of existence, we can assume that existence exists. Now, existence, if the concept of creating existence contradicts itself, man. That's what I don't understand. Can somebody explain me that?
I'll explain it to you. Okay.
How do you create existence?
Hold on. Your position is incoherent. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
You assume that existence means to be. What existence actually means is to come out of. So
No
nothing
way.
can exist. Hold on, friend.
All right. Okay.
You asked a question. I'm going to answer the question. If you
Okay,
then want to ask questions to clarify, then you can ask. Okay. What existence means, the word itself.
But it's not what I meant.
Not modern.
Sorry.
Let him finish.
All right.
It's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. I said existence. Does existence exist?
Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
I mean,
Hey, you're gonna have to let him finish there, my man.
Holmes.
But
you
boy,
okay now?
oh boy.
Just calm down. Let him finish.
All right. So what existence means, existere, to come out of. In order to come out of, there must be something to come out of, a precedent, right? That is grounded being. So everything that exists must come from being. Okay, that's the philosophical argument. And yes, it uses higher level definitions for the word existence and being. That's true, not our colloquial definitions. So yes, in order for things to exist, they must have come out of something. All right, go ahead.
That's a contradiction in itself.
No, that's logic.
How do you? So, what type of logic is that?
How
The law of causality.
How can something exist without something to make in existence?
How do you make existence?
Yeah, how something can exist if you don't make to exist?
Exist. Period.
What exists?
You cannot create or make existence because existence exists.
Okay, no. Tell me what exists.
Wow. Existence.
Wow. Existence. What is existence?
Existence is existence. I mean, like it's an axiom. You cannot break that apart.
Dude, this existence, okay, is designed. So that means that in order to have this existence, you had to have something prior to.
No, because you're breaking an axiom. You're breaking an axiom.
No, we're not, dude. Listen, did I not parse for you the difference between being and existence?
I'm talking. I'm sorry. The difference between what?
Okay, being, essential pure being versus existence. They're two separate things.
Right. Correct. Yeah, I agree.
Right. So existence comes from being, not the other way around. So existence is a subset of being that comes out of being. So existence is simply existence and requires nothing is a false assertion. It requires being in the first instance. Otherwise, the word existence has no meaning.
Exactly.
Because to come out of something, okay, hold on. In order to come out of something, the precedent that you came out of must first be.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand perfectly what you're saying. Now, now we're talking about two axioms. Now we're talking about existence. I understand that existence cannot exist alone because you need an observer. You need consciousness, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So now you've just proven eternal consciousness.
Why? What do you
realize it or not?
Existence itself is dependent upon it, bro.
These are the two basic concepts that we're talking about. So consciousness. Well, I'm actually trying to explain something, and I should be asking questions.
No, I got you, bro. I understand you fully. Okay, check this out. It's very simple. Existence requires precedent conscious beings. Period.
Right.
Okay, so we agree. We then agree
Yeah.
that this existence required a conscious being as the precedent cause. Therefore, if that's true, you've proved the precedent cause of what we experience as existence is a conscious being. So good on you. You just proved a creator for this existence.
I'm talking about consciousness, not a creator. I'm talking about consciousness, right? We're not talking about a creator.
Who gave you consciousness? Who gave you consciousness?
Do you know who gave me consciousness?
No, I'm asking.
Yes, I do. A precedent being that's entropically greater, that possesses all the qualities which you need, right? Because that's logical entropy.
Which is material? Which is material? Which
non-material.
It needs to be
non-material.
Consciousness is not material.
Okay. So consciousness was created?
Your consciousness was created.
Right.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
My consciousness was created.
That's correct.
Be honest. No, I mean, like, seriously. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, it's okay. I don't know a lot of things. Are you telling me that my consciousness was created?
No, I know one thing. Entropy didn't make it for sure.
I'm just saying. Is it okay to accept that things are just the way they are? Why does it need to be a factory? Why do you need a factory? Why do you need...
You're being super illogical. To just ignore the inevitable design is ignorance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry for being ignorant then.
Well, it's okay, but I'm just saying,
I'm sorry.
like, if you can't pretend to acknowledge the design. The point is that the consciousness exists outside of the immaterial, thus necessitated prior to.
Oh, it's sad, but
to have the material existence requires the.
You got to put up with a lot more.
Dude, someone's got to chill.
Hot Mike and God Rockin'.
Hot Mike.
Yeah, so you understand what he's trying to explain to you, that consciousness exists outside of the material existence?
Yes,
I should have used a different verb. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a very simple logical axiom, man.
Yes, I agree with that. I don't contradict that. Now, where does like the creation of consciousness takes place, and like, what about that?
Information is an informer, and the code that we live under is a coder. There's no random. It's an accident of things that happen here.
You're talking about a coder? What do you mean?
Man, you need to think in two things: how this world was made, and the narrative. It was made from nothing, you know.
No, please don't tell me that. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
That was his point. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, you asked.
Doesn't make sense.
You asked.
Now what has sense? He explained to you what is. He explained to you what is that you need for existence being. Is that not enough sense?
All right, but look, we got to give him a benefit. Hold on, friend. We got to help you out, okay? We got to help everybody out that's confusing you, because you're asking questions, and then rather than people answering your questions, they're asking you a different question from before. So someone needs to answer his question. Yes, you asked.
Okay. All right.
What does it mean, a coder? What does a coder mean, right? So someone needs to answer that question, wouldn't you think?
Yes.
Well, DNA in particular appears to be a code that we have deciphered and can, write similarly to this code that appears to have come from an intelligent, some sort of creator. So the code of DNA appears to be a code that came from a coder. It appears to have a logical sequence that is pretty interpretable, pretty reproducible, and fairly knowable, like some sort of code or information from some sort of sender, coder, creator, basically.
Informer.
Yeah.
Yes, and we typically refer to coders. Listen, just 1 second, real quick. We typically refer to coders, like let's say they code a game or they code a software, right? They might be called the creator of the software.
Right.
And what does that mean? Like, what do you mean with that?
That we need
You're
creators.
asking what sort of inference we can draw from it, what sort of actions we're supposed to do now that we know it, or what can we go on, to do after we know this stuff?
No, he's asking what does that mean? Like, what's the value of that? You don't understand what he's saying? So if you had someone that codes a video game or software, they would be the creator of said video game or software, right? You agree?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so there is an intrinsic order and design within creation that requires a coder, i.e. a creator.
It makes someone infer that there's logically a creator if we see this informed code that's very reproducible, very easy to interpret, very easy to understand, at least on some level, and somewhat easy to reproduce, at least on some genetic level anyway. That makes us very comfortable inferring there's some sort of coder or creator that does exist.
And do you have another option?
Yeah, like because I think that like the conflict, like I think that there's like a potential for conflict because like some people think like the ultimate truth is a creator, and other people think that the ultimate truth are just axioms, and axioms coexist with each other. No axiom creates another axiom. They're interconnected.
That's non sequitur. An axiom is a byproduct of creation. So that's a non sequitur.
Isn't that the same as saying that we just make the truth with our own axioms? Aren't you just basically saying we make the truth and make our own axioms then?
It's called what is it called? Oh, it's called the precursor fallacy. You're putting the cart before the horse. Axioms come from minds, which only again proves the preordinate mind. So again, you've proven the necessity of a mind. We've proven the necessity of a creator. So we can put those two together. We have a mind-based creator. It seems pretty self-evident.
Yeah, it reduces back to a mental, knowledgeable creator to make these axioms that the world works by in the first place. Unless you're saying what? These axioms just come from something else other than a mind? Where do they?
Yes, and by the way, these non-mental axioms have the power to create physical reality without any causal necessity or will to do so. That's incoherent on its face. It's not rational in any way, shape, or form. Since it's irrational, and the other position that we just mentioned is rational and experiential, that one should be the one that one would prefer to say is the better of the two options.
So like there's a very interesting perspective. So there's this concept, okay, that there are four basic axioms, and they're the following. Four basic ones, okay? And they coexist with each other, they don't contradict each other, they depend on each other, and they're the following. So you have existence, that you can call it matter if you want, existence exists, and then you have existence. You need an observer. You have consciousness, okay? And then you have, and they coexist with each other, okay? They coexist with each other. And then you have causality, and then you have identity, because identity is another axiom. I mean, like, for example, A is A. Existence exists. Existence is exist and exist. Consciousness, it's another axiom, the observer. You have the identity and you have causality. I'm trying to understand this model, which I find interesting. I don't know what you guys just.
Well, you just kind of skated right past what AI just told you, which is that axioms come from a mind. It's a construct, like I told you, it's a byproduct of creation. So again, this comes full circle back to the need for conscious being.
Can existence, can consciousness exist without matter?
It exists outside of matter. So why would one ever say it couldn't exist without matter?
Consciousness implies freely entered into sensation and activity. I am conscious if I choose to acknowledge, the phone call from the phone ringing at the other end of the room, or if I choose to ignore it consciously. That's undermined by you saying that matter is necessary for consciousness, because that makes consciousness this necessary thing that simply happens. There's no freedom. There's no freely entered into conscious volitional process to show that you're dealing with a conscious feeling sensing agent. You just have a machine. You no longer have a conscious entity. So it's contradictory to say something like matter is necessary for consciousness unless there is some freedom between the two, where you can freely choose to acknowledge and be conscious of something, or freely choose to ignore it and, act like you're not conscious of it and do something else. So you have a bit of a contradictory premise there. If you're saying that matter, which we think of as this necessary machine, is necessary for a freely volitional consciousness of any sort.
Car. Nope.
I mean, I'm saying that they coexist. I don't know, like, I have, I don't know. Like, I'm saying that they coexist.
Does
no one creates the other. No one creates the other. That's my point.
Okay, let's really boil it down and make it simple. Okay, simple and concise. Let's keep. Okay, so does consciousness exist outside of matter?
Outside of matter. They're two separate things. They're two different things.
So
they're not necessarily linked. That implies that one can exist without the other.
Yeah, so they depend on. I mean, my standpoint is that they. Can you ask the question one more time so I can understand the question better?
It's a yes or no, really simple question. It's
okay.
Does consciousness exist outside of matter?
By outside, what do you mean? Can I ask you what do you mean exactly by outside?
Not integrated with, outside, on its own, independent of.
Okay, independent. I don't know. I think that they coexist.
Okay, so they exist separately?
Coexist. They depend on one another.
But they...
One cannot...
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So they are separate, though.
You can say that they're separate. I mean, they are different, but they coexist with one another.
Well, they're fundamentally opposite in a way, right? Like one is matter, one is not.
They're different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay, so physical existence, the material world, if you say that nothing exists outside of it, you can't simultaneously say consciousness exists outside of it, and then vaguely claiming that matter is dependent upon.
I say that they coexist. Sorry, I say that they coexist.
Okay, I hear you, man. Right, but so what
you are in your body and you have a consciousness. Are they separate?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad we got to. I'm glad.
So they're separate. Okay.
But well, you have your material body has a brain that is physical and material, right? And it interprets in a physical way, and we have a physical body. We utilize our physical body in tangent with consciousness. It is not limited to our physical body, because consciousness itself cannot be. It's even if it stays within it, it isn't, and isn't intrinsically dependent upon it. For example, if your body dies, you think that the consciousness just ceases to exist?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have an answer for that.
Well, of
Because
course,
I haven't
point
died
that
yet.
I wanted to raise now.
I haven't died. I am alive. Okay, I haven't died. I cannot. How can I answer that question?
Well, I'm asking you if. Good.
Sorry, bud. Just quick. At that split second, the moment that you pass away, everything physical is identical the moment prior when you were alive, and the moment after, all the physicality is still there, but the consciousness is now absent.
Is that a statement or a question?
Dude, here's the thing, right?
That was the separation of the physicality and the metaphysical. So what Whitsitt was saying is that when you pass away, then there's this, some things left, but the physical still remains. So it cannot be attached. They cannot be mutually dependent. Consciousness cannot come from the physical because the physical still remains. So why is the consciousness left?
I think. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot answer
Your
that.
body stays there physically, but since the consciousness leaves the body, but the body is there physically, they have separated. Correct?
But yeah, like this is the problem is this. We don't like thinking of the body dying and the consciousness disappearing, but we don't really know what happens with consciousness, and that is a fact.
Well, I'm starting to understand what logical foundation do you have that consciousness would just cease to exist once something dies, but the matter doesn't cease to exist.
That's a good question. I don't reach that far to answer that question. Like, what is, like, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, the only logical avenue is that the consciousness and the material body separate, and the consciousness continues to exist, as does the material body.
What? So you're saying that consciousness continues, but the body doesn't? I'm sorry.
Well, the body does. When you die, you don't disappear.
Okay.
Okay, so they just
what's
separate.
The point? So
So
what is the point that we're trying to make?
That consciousness continues to exist outside of the confinement of matter.
This is why I said Elon Musk is probably salivating over this conversation right now.
It's a very good point. It's a really good point, and I don't know how to answer it. But at the same time, I don't know.
No, it's simple.
Just one question. How? Okay, so does that debunk the axiom of existence and in consciousness, or like what conclusion do we reach with?
It's the only way that those axioms can exist.
Yeah, this is very simple.
What if?
It's like saying a vehicle drives on gasoline. Then I drain all the gasoline from the tank and the vehicle continues to drive. Is it logical to then assert that only gasoline can drive the vehicle? Or if you remove the gasoline and you see that the vehicle stops, then you can see that there's a relationship between those two things. With the human body, there is none, because the physicality is exactly the same prior to death and after death, but yet the person is no longer. So there's definitely a detachment, that it's not just the physicality causing the consciousness. And what you're now going back to is consciousness a byproduct of physicality? So if I put enough atoms together, does consciousness develop? You're asserting yes. We're saying no, it's separate of the matter.
But the fact that my body dies, and my body dies, my consciousness goes away, for example. So, but in another perspective, like life goes on, and consciousness, there's still consciousness. I'm trying to understand this.
Exactly.
Okay, so when the body dies,
there's still existence, there's still bodies, and there's still consciousness in existence.
When the body dies, doesn't the body
I am limited. I am limited.
How many pounds of weight does the body lose when they die? Does anybody know? It's like so many pounds, it's just gone all of a sudden. So does that mean that the spiritual existence somehow has some sort of matter to it, or?
No, I remember hearing something about 7 grams.
21 grams. It's 21 grams.
Okay, and yeah, but that doesn't mean it has matter, because what is weight? And everything has to do with charge.
I'm just trying to get my mind around.
Yeah. So everything has to do with charge, and so when the consciousness leaves, or that energy leaves, then your quote unquote weight changes.
Not only that, some things happen when you die, by the way.
Or
the claim, you're right, Rookie. But
or your
the claim,
electrostatic potential changes, and your electrostatic potential, due to the separation of that non-physical intelligence inside you, could change you to be a slightly different resonance, thereby registering a slightly different weight on the scale.
There's definitely physically possible, yes.
Yeah, Rookie,
what I meant was, like, when your lungs collapse, when you die, your lungs collapse, that all the air comes out, and then it changes the density of your body a little bit. So it could change the weight of it, right? Slightly. That's all I'm saying. Is it could be something like that, not actually something to do with.
I have no idea. I
whatever
don't even know the legitimacy. Gospel, you know the legitimacy of that claim?
Yeah, well, I happen to work in the death industry, so I've done a little bit of reading, but yeah, I mean, air inside of you only changes your buoyancy in water. I'm not aware of how it would be more plausible that you would weigh more if you're going to talk about air, because sucking in air, it doesn't make logical sense to me that sucking in air on ground would increase your weight or increase your density. It only stands to reason that sucking in air would decrease your weight and or density, or average density. So no, I don't think that's. I thought you were going with the bowel evacuation that can take place.
Well, that
most
too, but
of
I
the
was
time.
just figuring that there's also other
This
gases
claim,
that are in your body that would escape too. You know what I mean?
I
Let
think
me
the
just put
body
it this
weighs
way.
a gram less, and I think people talk about that being quote unquote the weight
I
of the
shouldn't have went there.
soul.
I'm sorry.
So if that's what you're talking
wasn't
about,
done
there's like a
saying
different
what I was saying, Meadowlark, for the love. I think it's very
I shouldn't have
plausible
went
to
there.
suggest
I
that there's an
apologize
electric explanation. I think that's a very plausible. Maybe maybe it's provable, maybe it isn't. I bet there's probably experimentation that could demonstrate this, but it's
Someone told
really
me.
kind of beside the point anyway.
Well, I thought that we were talking about consciousness or some sort of non-physical dimension to some of this other stuff. The bowels and the air and stuff like that would be on the physical side. I thought that he was talking about the 0.5 gram difference that we see upon death that could lead to some sort of non-physical soul consciousness, whatever the hell you want to call it, leaving the body. So based off of the drift of the conversation, I thought we were talking about the physical versus the non-physical components of consciousness, matter, or whatever the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, that is what I was getting at.
Yeah, but consciousness can. Okay, this is the thing, bro. Consciousness can have an effect in the physical world without itself being matter.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the government sure has looked into that. Look up Operation Mannequin.
Yep. Oh, that's a new one.
Look up Operation Stargate. Those are the two associated with distant viewing, psychic powers, all that good stuff.
Some
And
sort
like
of
a while back.
non-physical thing leaving the body and having conscious experiences of viewing, sensing, even experiencing and moving around without the physical body left behind, while the conscious viewer, non-physical, I guess you could say soul, spirit, consciousness, whatever, travels outside of the physical body.
So this would be interesting, but I would never want to promote this because I don't necessarily promote doing this. But when people astral project, I happen to know that's not fake. So it would be interesting to see if there was any slight fluctuation in weight when that happened, and then to compare it. I'm looking at these different studies, and it says like the patients, would have an immediate loss of weight at the moment of death. But then their weight dropped again a few minutes later in a couple of the patients. So I don't know, man. It's
Operation Stargate.
Yeah, that Duncan McDougall, the physicist who did those experiments, I've just posted it in the live stream. He also found that certain individuals lost no mass at all. And then he was really confused. And then later on, I think our understanding of an NPC, these people who are just soulless, brainless, have no logic or rationality, perhaps when they depart, they don't leave any physical.
Well, now we're getting crazy, right? We got to be careful there because we don't want to just. I mean, if we test a lot and we don't get the same result all the time, we need to try to figure out maybe what, I don't know. That I like your speculation, but I'm just saying you can see how it looks.
Yeah, he also did animals. He did dogs and cats, and none of them lost any grammage.
Okay,
but
now we're talking.
But with human bodies,
Please don't tell me how he came to that
21 grams.
conclusion.
So he had this highly sensitive measuring table, and in the last couple of hours or so of someone's life, they would get placed on this table, and then as they departed, they could, without needing to move the body or create any other variables, they could just discern the difference in the mass on this highly sensitive table. And then later on, he started to encounter people who lost no mass and humans that did lose mass. And then it almost drove him crazy because he couldn't figure out why.
Okay, how are they measuring mass?
Just weight. Sorry, I shouldn't have used mass. Weight.
Okay. See, because that's when we're like, even if you talk about modern methodology to quote unquote measure mass, it's like mass spectrometry, right? Which is it literally is just measuring charge. So, what's the difference in charge and mass and weight? And that's why I'm kind of saying that there is definitely a scientific argument that would happen. And so if it happens immediately, that's very interesting. And if there are other physical things that can result in it that maybe happen later, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But the fact that it seems to be around the same amount, is that correct? It seems to be around that same amount.
Yeah, it was repeatable at the 21 grams or 20.9. But roughly speaking, they rounded it up to 20. But I've just been thinking about this density relationship that we exist in. And I've often thought, I wonder if the soul, if it's had a good life, is less dense and goes up. And if it's had a bad life, it's like more dense and wants to go down and can penetrate the ground, go down to hell. That if there's a density relationship on the soul, then just what you said, as we described the weight changing, and you said, but there's an electrostatic potential. It just suddenly made my brain think about that thing that Zachary Zabala demonstrated, where you change the polarity and you get an upward or a downward movement, that potentially it is soul related and where potentially the soul could end up.
Yeah, I think this is potentially some serious gravy. I think that the soul it goes back to the creator, and we have like a resting area. I don't know. So I would like to know though see what would be really interesting, and just a humane way of doing this though. It's like someone you know is going to die, but like different. So knowing where they are spiritually, for example, stuff like that, what they think spiritually, etc., and then measuring the difference, and then you want to see, you would want to do men and women separately, but you would want to see and I guess they did both, and they're supposedly around the same number. So the real meat here would be the actual numbers, like if they're all like really close to 21, that'd be crazy. If it's like an average of all the way down to 17 and up to 24, then we're talking
Project Stargate did 25,449 trials. Guys, government, they have a big budget. Sometimes you can just read a lot of stuff they've already done.
Okay, and so they talk about the weight?
They don't talk about the weight, no. Not
are we talking about the weight?
I've found yet.
Sorry for interrupting, guys. Why are we talking about the weight?
We're talking about some sort of physical indicator that implies it's some sort of non-physical thing like consciousness or whatever exists, like the weight before and after death.
Okay, we're saying that consciousness, spirit, is separate from existence, matter, meaning that they are two different things, matter and spirit. Why are we assuming that spirit have to have weight? I don't understand.
So we're just looking at the phenomena that when people die, they instantly seem to weigh less.
And why would that matter? Like, what does that mean?
Well, maybe you haven't been listening, but there is a physically demonstrable explanation for that we are speculating about, which is charge can alter weight. And if you are to lose the spark, if you will, that is your consciousness, it could physically alter what we call weight.
Yeah.
Basically, we're saying if this thing exists, it should have weight. Therefore, if consciousness is what makes you alive, you're going to weigh differently upon death. That's the general thesis guess that we're talking about right now, the speculation. Do you have some other indicator that we could use to say this exists or not other than weight?
Yeah, like to me, for example, consciousness it interacts with it somehow, but it doesn't necessarily have to have any kind of weight at all. Because if it wouldn't be a pure concept, like it wouldn't be conscious. Why can consciousness be consciousness? Why do we have to put matter into it?
I guess we're just trying to figure out some way to figure out that it exists. If not weight, is there a way that we could, discover to figure out whether this exists or not beyond philosophy, an abstraction or anything like that? Can we weigh something, see something, discover something? Is there anything like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It kind of contradicts itself. When we're talking about spirit, we're talking about spirit. What is spirit?
The thing that moves your body upon death, I guess. I don't know.
It's awareness. It's otherwise we could just say that spirit is matter.
But the thing is, people have conscious awareness even when they're vegetables in a hospital or something. They say, I could feel the person, touching my hand when I was in a coma or something like that, or I was hovering above my body conscious without this physical matter attached to it. So it appears to be this conscious thing that is apart from the material thing, if anything.
If you want to believe me or not, but I once hovered over my body, and the only way I can describe this feeling is as when you're a little child, you had two magnets with the same pole, and you tried to put these two magnets together, and you had this weird feeling between them because, they don't attract each other, they just don't want to come together. Like, everyone knows that weird feeling when we play around with magnets. And that's how I felt like when I was hovering above my body and seeing the side of my face lying in my bed. And that's how actually Yahusha showed me that once you leave this fleshly suit, you feel the exact same way as if you're still in that suit. And trust me, I mean, I won't lie, and I know that I'm not lying. This is, this is why I'm so serious about it, guys. Like, if you leave this body, you will feel the exact same way, and it is very important to know where you're going after that. Very important.
It does look like we have a non-physical component that appears to survive upon death with NDEs and stuff like that. I think we call it consciousness, spirit, or whatever. But I think of consciousness as something that, you can be awake and be conscious and asleep and be unconscious. I think of consciousness as an activity like running. It's an activity that you can enter into freely or choose not to enter into to be conscious. You can ignore things. You could assimilate data, ignore data. That is the essence of conscious, a freely entered into activity that is not necessary. It's not this machine that is dictated by matter. I think there is a free component that is beyond whatever we call matter, that is free to operate consciously, whatever the hell that is, spirit or whatever.
The most craziest thing was actually because when I was in this state of hovering above me and being outside of my body, I mean, that was the first time actually experiencing this. The weirdest thing was when I looked around my room, there was one distinctive thing that I can always remember perfectly. The sun was shining through the roof, through the whole house. It was shining through the walls of my room. And I still know the exact position where it was, and it was directly shining at me, and I thought, okay, because I remembered this right after I came back into my body. I mean, there's more to the story. I'm not gonna waste time and go in all the details. I thought, okay, if this was not a dream and was really me being, there, but in a state of being outside of this fleshly suit, the only proof would be that the sun is at the exact same position as it was, 10 seconds ago when I was still hovering above me. So I went outside directly. I have a door right here next to me that goes directly outside to the terrace, and I looked outside and it was exact same position as when it was shining through the wall. So I knew that the experience that I had was not something that I, dreamed of or made up in my mind. It was literally, up to this date, such a crazy experience. And that was also at the time where I personally did not know God. So that's why also, the first seconds or the first 10 seconds or 20 seconds, I thought, oh man, I'm dead now, I was like, actually it feels pretty nice, why not? There was nothing, it was peaceful. For the first 10 seconds, it was actually peaceful. There was nothing that I was scared about. But then suddenly after these 10 seconds of thinking that I'm dead, I suddenly realized, wait, I'm way too young to die. I don't want to die. There's way too much that I need to do now, still and stuff. And, I was not at peace with the Most High and so forth. And I tried to get back into my body, which, I mean, worked, because otherwise I wouldn't be talking right now. It's a scary thing, really, if you're going to die without peace, without knowing where you go. And I don't wish that upon to any of my worst enemies, and the Lord is my witness to all of what I'm saying right now. So, I'm just saying,
makes sense to me.
You can believe me or not, but I know this is 100% true. What happened to me?
Well, your experience matches the experience of occultists who astral project, near-death experience people who, come in and out of their body, remote viewers. I mean, at the very least, to account for these events accurately, we need some sort of category of something spiritual, non-physical, that is accompanied with the physical body that can, attach and or separate from each other upon these experiences.
As far as I know, there are already experiments which have been done where people who were outside of their body, there was someone in the room changing objects within the room, and after they were back inside their body, they could tell exactly what things have changed without them actually be able to see it with their physical body. So yeah, there is actually proof of this. And if
So
people
when I hear
would,
consciousness or whatever we were talking about earlier, I think of the spirit or the soul or something that
Mhm.
is having conscious experiences, aka the body could be unconscious of something that's going on consciously in the spiritual dimension and vice versa. You have, I guess, at least two things that can have different levels of experience. I could, prick you with a pin and, your body may not feel it while your spirit is hovering in the floaty place conscious of something else. So I think
Mhm.
of something having conscious experiences and the spirit either being conscious and or the body being conscious of something in that regard.
Mhm. Yeah, I just know 100% that when I die and leave this flesh, I will exactly feel like I would still have a flesh suit on. Like my whole character, the whole being that I am right now, is still there, with the body or without it, doesn't matter. And that's that's the thing that I wish people would think about. But I mean, I can't make people force them to believe what I'm saying, But the Lord is my witness. I'm not lying at all.
Well, thank goodness you're still here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
I'd like to ask the other person who was talking about consciousness, what would you define as consciousness? I would define consciousness as an activity like running that you can freely enter into or choose to ignore and not enter into. An activity, I guess, of a mind or a sentient being of some sort, I guess. What would you call consciousness? What's his name?
Lionel.
Lionel.
Lionel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Do you have a definition for consciousness beyond that?
A definition?
What is it? What do we expect to find? What do we expect it to do? What is it? Is it a substance? Does it have a shape? Is it located here? Is it located there? What is it?
No, I don't.
It's electric.
Electric.
Wiki.
But I do know, for example, I don't know if this contributes to your question. But anyways, no, I don't have much to say about that. No. I mean, it's what allows you to. It's individual. It's limited because everybody's an individual. It's what enables you to perceive existence. It's life. That's what makes life. So I believe that consciousness depends in consciousness without matter. It was just I don't know. I just don't understand the concept of just consciousness believing without matter. So for example, even in the testimony of the previous person who experienced some sort of like secondary body, if we could say, or the body of consciousness. I can't really conceptualize how consciousness can have, and I don't mean to contradict, but I don't understand how consciousness can actually have shape, form, color, or any kind of weight.
Okay.
I agree
So have
with
you
you
ever seen a
because
magnetic field? Like, do you think a magnetic field is matter?
A magnet of what? A magnet?
Like a magnet, yeah, like a magnetic field. Like not the magnet itself, but you can take a picture of the field of magnetism.
Yeah.
You ever seen? Okay. So is
no. I mean, yeah, it's like it's a difficult one because I mean, we are human. I mean, it's very difficult to be like to not put. How can it not have a shape? How can it not have a color? You wanna give to it. How can it just? What is it? It's awareness. I don't know. I mean, even when I say awareness, I am putting some sort of something into it.
Well, when you say consciousness having a shape or not having a shape, it's the same to me based off of the definition I go with as saying running has a color, running has a shape. Running is something else that's something an activity that something else does. Consciousness, quote unquote, is an abstraction to cover a range of activities entered into or not entered into by another being, a spirit or a body. The way that I cover that is by thinking of it in a different way. I think of everything being dancing particles, more or less. This dance of particles is so good and so well choreographed. My particles can dance right through your particles if I'm at the right frequency. It's the same with the spirit, the body, dimensions, and stuff like that. That way, you could have several things existing on top of each other, but never really interacting with each other in a sort of dimensional dance. So your spirit appears to be able to interact with different things because of the way it's vibrating frequency wise or whatever with its particles, and or the body is existing on a different plane where it can touch other things that it's in sync with, while the spirit may or may not be connected to that. That's how I reconcile it. This dance of particles that dance in and out of each other and may be in sync enough to contact each other, but may not be in sync, and you can pass right through each other without even knowing the spirit and or the body is there. That's the way that I reconcile it anyway.
Do you see the
So it's
picture
all
in
about being in sync.
you see the picture in voice text there, bro? So you see the box is the magnet, and we have LED lights around it effectively, and then we see the field coming from the magnet, right? You see the lines coming from the box. So the other guy earlier, what's up, man? I'm trying to. You see the lines coming from the box?
Let me take a look at it. 1 second. Yeah.
Right. So those lines come from the box. That's the magnetic field. Okay.
This is a magnetic field. This is a magnet, and that is the magnetic field.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you were to reach out and grab those lines coming from the box, think you could grab matter of some kind?
Let's see if I one more time. It's a one. Ask the question one more. Ask me a question one more time, please.
Could you go grab one of those lines? Could you grab it? Could you touch it? Like it's yeah.
This is a magnet. We're not talking about consciousness, are we? What is this? A magnet?
Okay. Yeah, man.
Giving an analogy.
Yeah, like the magnet, you can physically touch the magnet, that box right there, but can you touch the lines coming from the box?
Can I touch it? I don't know.
No. And if you
I don't
turn the
know.
light, okay, now if you just turn on normal lights, you won't even
Right.
see this anymore, right? You'll just see the box. So you got two flat pieces of glass effectively with LED lights, and it helps you see the magnetic field. If you take away those two sheets of glass and the lights, you just have normal light in your room on, you'll just see the box sitting there, just the magnet, right?
We're talking about a physical object here, right?
That's right.
What is the what is the can you tell me what the point is? I don't.
Yeah, so,
like what do you mean?
That magnetic field is not matter, is it?
Well, it has to be.
The field itself has to be matter.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the energy of the magnet?
Yeah, the field, not the magnet itself, but the field that's produced. The field encompassing the magnet.
Okay. If we're trying to make if we're trying to still differentiate between awareness and matter, and let me tell you,
Just
this
if
is 100.
if you'll follow me, I can actually help you out here. You're gonna have to calm down.
I understand. I dig it, but I'm still.
Well, here's how
I
you
cannot...
make a magnet. Let me explain it to you. So before this was made a magnet, it wasn't a magnet. Okay, and so if you had to put it under these lights, you would have saw nothing there, right? Now guess what you have to do? You have to add or introduce electric current. And then it becomes a coherent magnet. Okay? Then you can see this field. Same thing with our body. The consciousness, the electric current, had to be added. Okay? You get it? It can sustain its field within our body or magnet, but it exists without it, outside of it. The body does nothing more than harness it, like the magnet. And if I reach out and try to grab the magnetic field lines right there, I cannot grab it. It is not matter. In fact, I can't even see it with the naked eye.
If it's matter, it's not matter that you can grab like the physical magnet in the center. So how do we talk about this matter that exists that we appear to not be able to grab or interact with? That would be the same thing with consciousness, spirit, or whatever we call it. There appears to be this stuff that exists, but may not be in a physical form we can grab, touch, or interact with, directly.
Yeah, like you can look at the magnet like our brain. We had to add the electric current, that consciousness that came from outside of us was put into us, right? And then we can harness it. But, like we introduced it to the magnet. Like it existed outside of the magnet. The magnet's just able to keep it going perpetual, to harness it.
And we have to have some sort of,
maybe consciousness. Yeah, I mean, you're saying it has to be put it into the body. Now the body is created, right? Like the body is created with the combination of two cells, conceived. Thank you. So and I'm saying that awareness is just awareness. It's nothing. It's not matter. So who knows? Maybe awareness it doesn't belong to it. It's not something that you can locate it. Like it's limited. I'm really I really cannot really talk about as you can see, I don't know. But I suppose that, okay, how is the consciousness put it into the body? How is it
I don't know.
Well, just like with the magnet, we have to
reality.
Just like the magnet, right? We have to. It's just incoherent metal until we come over there as an intelligent being and introduce an electric current to it to turn it into a magnet. That same thing, that requirement of input, exists with our bodies.
According to QE, he says that physical is defined as having one of the following things: chemical formula, structure, charge, matter, momentum, spin, or those electrical things. I just blew a fuse on what MeV, because I can't remember what that stands for.
Millivolt. Basically millivolt, I think. Millivolts.
Okay. And then kilocals and kilojoules. Yeah. So anyway, different types of energy, different types of matter. If it has any of those things, therefore it is physical. Therefore, as far as I understand, any form of a magnetic field will classify as physical.
Yeah, I mean, Huey and I have talked about this a lot, like the required differentiation between physical and material, because they are not synonymous. As you can see within that definition there, matter is just one type of thing that can be classified as physical. So
I thought the word physical kept on getting used, where you're just only using the word material, and I just was spacing.
Yeah, I mean, if I was saying physical, I mean, see, it just requires definition. Like, I may accidentally interchange them at times, but see, with QE's definition right here, physical means any interaction within the physical world. So, I mean, that doesn't actually mean that the causal agent is physical. But for intents and purposes, yeah, to be more specific, I try to normally say material, but I may not have said that. Okay. So, I mean, and also one could say, well, that's not actually physical just because it has because there's some type of effect in the physical world, right? Because I feel like you can talk to the creator, and the creator's not, limited to the physical world. He just can interact with it. You know what I'm saying? But that's again, they need to find physical world, and we typically define that as the material world. So I don't know. It's kind of tricky, but even if I just for convenience sake with QE, I was like, well, we definitely can agree that there is a differentiation between matter and physical, like material and physical, like
or matter and energy.
Sure, yeah.
And that's why we have these different categories, because the matter doesn't appear to be sufficient to generate these fields per se. I mean, the form of the matter is also necessary. And the thing that forms things into certain physical forms, with or without the physical stuff being present, is what we would deem energy or something supernatural to help order the matter. Because you have the same car, whether it's in its whole form and or whether you put it in a junkyard or in a blender. But if the car is, totaled and put into like a cube or in a blender, it is no longer in a form that allows the car to perform those same functions that it did before. The same matter is there, but the form is no longer sufficient. So to deal with some sort of non-physical dimension that somehow orders the matter, whether there's a physical hand to order it, cause these fields, or whatever, we tend to have a higher category of something supernatural, energetic, and or non-physical to organize this stuff into a necessary form.
Yeah, like just because something is perceived with the eyes does not mean, or however it is observed, does not mean that it is a substantive matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, it depends on what you're talking about, like, because we see things based on matter, basically, within the confinement of matter, like even light. But it's like, then you get into, well, okay, so is light matter, or does our material world have a certain way of perceiving the phenomena that is light, that has an effect in the material world?
Well, it leads to a sort of infinite regression, Mr. Whitsitt, if we're talking about physical forming everything. Like if my hand was formed by another physical hand, formed by another physical hand, formed by another physical hand, where does it end? What formed all of those hands? Something non-physical has to stop it and either be a hand that always existed, a non-physical hand that is capable of making physical hands, or something that stops that infinite regression of physicality. Something supernatural then would need to be there to govern the natural hand that I have right now. Otherwise, it would never end philosophically with this infinite regression of what made this physical, what made this physical. It has to bottom out somewhere with something that breaks the laws and or is supernatural.
Yeah, of course. And so, like, the truth is, it's metaphysical. It's like you can watch people sleep and you can measure their brain activity, the electric impulses and exchanges in their brain. But that's just a physical effect of something that's metaphysical, which is the consciousness, right? So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, humans are they think they're smarter than they are, And so everything we can see in the physical world, we're like, oh, but we don't understand.
Hey, Austin, question for you. Would you consider ether physical or metaphysical or a boundary line, or none of the above?
That's very interesting, man. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. Some people look at the ether being an entire spectrum, and the matter itself is just a spectrum within the ether. So then to differentiate would be kind of difficult, and there's some less different different spectrums, which I kind of think is maybe the case. I have no idea. Outside of that, I would say it's just like what I'm explaining. I would call it metaphysical in the sense that it's in no way limited to matter, but now they use the word physical to encompass much more than just matter. So we have to define terms. I personally disagree with the current agreed on definition of the terms, but whatever.
I think of it as infinite potential, but what were you saying?
Oh, I was just going to have a follow-up to that, and your example of somebody, say, like having a dream, right? And that's in a metaphysical state, right? That would be consciousness, but there is a manifestation of the physical within the brain wave activity, right? So do you feel that there is some sort of bridge between the physical and metaphysical? If so, is that bridge even explainable, or is it something that's without comprehension?
I personally think the bridge is a spectrum of vibration, and so it's like just like if you had a chart, like a spectrum going all the way up, like the material world would just be down at the bottom in a certain vibration. So yeah, I would say the bridge is kind of intrinsic in a way. That's me speculating though, because I can't turn ether into matter or anything. I'm just speculating that I don't think there's some definitive line. I think that you can go back and forth through the two, and that's what all evidence shows. Whether that be supernatural experiences, all these different things. Obviously, the metaphysical can interact with the material world. So I would say, yeah, it's kind of maybe intrinsically built in and based on vibration.
Well,
I think matter is just a certain vibration.
Well, I think of ether as this infinite potential. It can become physical or it could just stay as non-physical-ish ether. This ether, the substance of space that we swim through like fishies whenever we move or raise our arm or whatever, around, swimming in and around solid matter, has the potential to become infinite and locked into a physical form under the right conditions and vibration. It's like putting salt on a Chladni plate. I guess the salt would roughly be the ether. At first, it's everywhere and you don't really have a form, but you put out a vibration on this Chladni sound plate, and all of a sudden it takes form. If that sound is powerful enough, that salt is going to get pushed tighter and tighter and tighter together. And as it's pushed inward, it's going to push back on the ether and start to make a form in and out like an accordion. This vibration pushing the salt together, and this counter vibration like the salt pushing back out against space. And eventually, it will be locked into form with a powerful enough vibration or voice, like the voice of God or something. And it'll keep this form probably for a couple years before it starts to dissipate and go back into the ether. That's what I think of anyway. This infinite potential where it could become physical under the right vibratory conditions, or just kind of stay around there in the floaty place.
So it can be spoken into existence, right?
With a powerful enough voice, yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it just seems to be really the only. Well, it's like many steps forward with viability, and there doesn't really seem to be any competing postulations.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody wrote that down somewhere in a book.
Yeah, and it's almost like that very principle has been known across the entire world for many, many years, that everything is vibration. So I think that they would be baffled that we don't know stuff like that. Because then everything starts to make sense, and when you have these like joyous emotions, or you're showing love, or you're dancing or singing, and these vibrations in your body begin to rise, you begin to physically feel different. You can physically feel different, right? It's like everything comes down to vibration. Like, I can feel your vibe is not just some like new age hippie saying. It's a very, 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 very real thing. I can feel people's vibes. I can tell when people are lying. I look at the eyes as confirmation. You can feel it. So, I think these are pretty big truths that maybe we should acknowledge or try to. I mean, what are you doing when you demonstrate star in a jar? Like, I guess you could say you have a bubble, right? But like how, like the implosion to the new like physical phenomena is caused by sound.
It's like speaking light into existence.
Yes. So a certain vibration made it happen. So like there's probably this incredibly huge spectrum of vibration, and it's very intricate. And I would guess as you continue to go up, like the differences are potentially exponential, meaning that if you get higher and higher above this material vibration, the more you go up, the more it changes. Per amount up, if that makes sense. So that's kind of deep, but that makes sense to me. And if you just think about how big the spectrum could be, Now you apply it to everything. It's like, oh, well, what is infrared? What is a ferrocell? What are we doing when we manipulate and we can see with night goggles? What are we doing? We're isolating a different spectrum of the vibration. That's what it is. That our eyes can only see a certain vibration.
Public service announcement. Sorry for this interruption. Just a public service announcement. If you are not already aware, because maybe you live under a rock, maybe you don't, I won't insult you. Public service announcement. If you are in a server, and if you are not 100% aware of all of the content within of that Discord server, then you are at risk of losing your Discord account. Yes, that's a drastically well, it's not an overstatement. It's a reality. The fact of the matter is, to what extent are you willing to trust the server that you're in? How has that server exemplified itself as providing some assurance that they are cohering with the terms of service and community guidelines that Discord has set forth, so on and so on. In simple terms, limit the servers that you're in to the ones that you know you can trust. If that is 0, so be it. If that is 1, so be it. Whatever the case, recognize that the more servers you're in, the greater risk you're putting your account at. It should be straightforward and simple for everybody to realize that. It isn't, apparently. So I just wanted to make this little announcement because yet another handful of servers have been disappeared, and maybe some accounts along with it. But this is what you need to do if you have any personal care or value in your Discord account.
Yeah, can I comment on that, please, a little bit? I just got a warning.
You and a bunch of other people.
Okay, but I tried finding the server so I could delete my presence there. I can't find it.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
They deleted it.
So I don't need to worry about doing that then now.
Correct. You're one of the lucky ones. People that hold moderator.
I never participated on that server. I
know. Or I don't know, but I understand. Let me point out, there's a hierarchy. Sorry, Godrock. There's a hierarchy that Discord utilizes. Admins get the worst treatment. Moderators get the second worst. In regards to permissions in a server, the greater the permissions you have, the higher accountability Discord imposes on you, regardless of your activity in that server, based on your status in that server. So keep that in mind as well. It is relevant to how they make their decisions.
And back up your information because their nebulous terms of service are made to take down at a whim any site that is deemed inappropriate wrongthink. So as always, back it up and back up the backup just in case these servers get a little fashy.
They should just change their terms of service to, well, we're pretty gay now.
Oh, what's it?
But for real, I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's the only reason people would even ever came here.
They came there for free speech, but as always, tyranny always follows freedom, wanting its sweet fruits for itself.
If anyone wants to learn euphemism methods and skills, just hang out a while. I'll teach you everything I know. I'm not going to say I'm a master of euphemisms, but I've got some skills. I've got some Napoleon Dynamite level euphemism skills. I'll tell you what. Yeah.
Bold
like
claims.
some Liger level euphemism skills.
El Grande.
Yeah.
You've been waiting a long time for that, huh?
No, I just made that up on the spot, bro. But no, I like Napoleon. That's a weird movie. Nacho Libre and Napoleon Dynamite, those movies. I'll tell you what.
Jumped in with the little voice though.
Huh? Which?
Who jumped in with the voice?
With the voice or the boys?
The voice.
VOICE, the voice.
Oh, what? Test all things?
I don't know. Anyway,
the voice
do you
of
remember?
truth.
You guys remember the scene where he grabs a steak and throws it at Napoleon on the bike?
I think I remember that.
So his older brother is like sitting there hanging out with the one dude. He's eating a steak, and he grabs it. He's like, "Yeah, I used to play football." Blah blah blah. And he grabs a steak off his plate and just chucks it, and it hits Napoleon Dynamite in the face while he's riding on the bike with Pedro riding on the back of the bike.
Yeah, the steak. Yeah, I thought you said stick.
No, yeah, the steak.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know. The movie's
It's just
so
like
ridiculous.
But his face after he gets hit with the steak is pretty hilarious. So I don't know. I've just kind of stopped watching everything because I have to admit that they cast these spells that make you like be entertained with the garbage.
Wait, what's the spell in that?
Well, just in general, like just entertainment where it's like you just get enveloped in it and then you don't realize like, oh wow, this didn't do anything productive for me of value.
Oh yeah, it's complete silliness. Yeah, I'm not arguing that it's non-silly.
I want to. I think I already have a good name for a stream. I don't guess anyone's gonna like steal my idea, So I'm gonna do a stream called Heavy Conscience and try to talk about the whole weight thing when you die type idea. You know what I'm saying? Heavy Conscious. Hey, so you've read a decent amount of those. You said Operation Mannequin and Stargate, which I've heard of Stargate.
Yeah. I thought there was another one. You're talking about, Mannequin's an important one. I was posting links and information for Stargate earlier. Kempster and LaCroix aren't really related to people, but interesting concepts because it involves invisibility. Rainbow is another one that is like in the realm of invisibility and time travel. Did I say Gusto? Or did I just say Rainbow?
Oh yeah, I didn't hear Gusto.
Anyway, Rainbow and Gusto are both also that. But yeah, as far as people go, Mannequin's really important. Yeah, obviously, the old-fashioned MK Ultra, but MK Ultra is when you keep on looking into the government projects, read the declassified documents. What you start to realize is, like, the Manhattan Project is the Manhattan Project. They may have had iterations, but in general, it's pretty much the Manhattan Project. MK Ultra has so many iterations. It stands to reason that I don't know what it stands to reason. You can read these documents. I just saw one in a Stargate document where they referenced the 119th iteration of MK Ultra. But it is my personal opinion that MAPS is MK Ultra. MAPS, the organization that is associated with Joe Rogan, multidisciplinary
propaganda.
Well, MAPS. I'm gonna hold on. Multidisciplinary.
Assertive propaganda.
No. It's about drugs.
Psychedelic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Thank you. So it is my personal opinion, based on everything that I've seen and read on this, founded in 1986, by the way, that Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies is MK Ultra, and if it isn't, it still is de facto, as in it still operates under the exact same tenets and pragmatically, it's still MK Ultra, even if it isn't if it has departed government funding, they're still accomplishing the exact same goals that MK Ultra set out to do. So one way or
that's how you
another,
would. That's how you would do it, right? Like
So I want to give
1986. That's many years after. That's like 3 decades later. Like you would integrate it into some private, or seemingly private, or even like, not non-profit, whatever organization to further the study and implement it. And then of course Joe Rogan fits in perfectly with, freaking 15 to 20 years after. Well, I guess he would be 20, like, so a decent amount of time after, like 25 to 30, because he's been on the air for over 10, like the world's biggest podcast for over 10. So, yeah, I mean, that seems hyperlogical, honestly. It's kind of like how when they started Mockingbird and then compare it to now. Like, compare Mockingbird now to when it started, like, it's all over the place now.
Well, with my MK Ultra, and all of this stuff that's pushed, in these, trauma-based cultures, it's like it's some sort of way to basically break the mind. And as we know, a divided house cannot stand. So, what happens? Some demon from hell is going to have to take over and possess you to take all of these shattered pieces of the mind and integrate them into some sort of whole, or you're going to need another personality. That's why I think people like, Rogan and others push altered states of consciousness that, help us dissociate or fracture the mind, opening us up ultimately toward demonic possession of some sort.
Perfect
All of this
segue.
mysticism is, of a piece.
Perfect segue to who I know you know of her. I believe it was Kathy O'Brien that said, because that's what it is basically, like, disassociate. You just disassociate from the real you in this weird way when you're under trauma. And I believe it was her who said that she was used to start many basically new age propaganda companies to push and normalize the new world order.
You check
so
out
that's how they do it.
Checks in, when you're, being raped to death or, abused or, sodomized by, Ronald Reagan Sr., like she said she was, or whatever, you just check out mentally and something else takes over for your body.
Right. And so that's kind of, it all ties in where they would use people like that to go start a seemingly private company that's a front company for the CIA to push this onto other people and to try to cast, like, basically mass hypnosis, if you will, like spells on the masses, quote unquote.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say I'm not really a big fan of Joe Rogan, but I think you're misrepresenting him. I've heard him say this many times, and I actually entirely agree with him. So when he speaks about mushrooms, take for instance, he says that he thinks it would be better if every major household name politician took mushrooms before they were allowed to become a major household name politician. And the reason why, and I agree with him on this, is that not just mushrooms, but LSD and maybe a few other psychedelic drugs that fall into this category, they temporarily partially suspend your ego, which is kind of a funny thing because I think Joe Rogan maybe has a little bit of an overactive ego, so maybe he needs to check that himself or something, but, otherwise he'd probably be a flat earther. But the thing is like, having your ego temporarily suspended is actually kind of a good thing for some people. Like, because I'm just saying, like, you kind of take a longer, harder look at some of the details of your life and maybe rethink some things that maybe you didn't think all the way through. So I'm just saying, like, that's kind of what he says, not this demonic possession thing. And I kind of agree with him on that.
What do you think would be more palatable? Hold on. Which would be more palatable? Taking a bite of actual poop, or taking a piece of poop and shoving it inside of a big piece of cotton candy and then putting that in your mouth? So just because
that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What you just said has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Okay, it's basically new age poop with candy on top of it. That's how it relates. It's new age poop.
The point I'm trying to make is just because he conveys a general truthism doesn't mean that the base premise is valid.
I mean,
yeah, but you haven't validated your base premise yet, though.
Well, but the thing is, when you say ego, what do you mean? A fully integrated consciousness that hasn't been destroyed or fractured by trauma or drug use? If you're talking about an ego in that way, I'm going to keep my ego because I need to be in control of my faculties as opposed to some other entity. So if we're talking about breaking the ego, aka the fully integrated consciousness that I'm capable of controlling and directing myself without a demon from hell, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
And to that point, Lemon, I would point out that no, Lemon, that is not at all what I'm talking about. When I say reducing your ego, I am not referring to what you just described. I want to be clear on that.
So the issue here is about methodology. So I agree with the premise that we should know what the people's true colors, as the expression goes. That point and that premise is a fine idea. We ought to know people's true colors before we're accepting them, that sort of thing. That's fantastic. The issue is the methodology that's being promoted in order to do so. And I could come up with other analogies. That I was just picking a really crass one with the poop and the cotton candy. I'm calling the methodology of astral projection and psychotropics and MK Ultra associated methods the poop analogically, and the cotton candy represents the good concept of showing people's true colors. So it's blending those two that I have a problem with.
Yeah, I don't think the words true colors is a good way to apply to this. Like telling someone the earth is flat and measuring their reaction, that's a good way to find someone's true colors. But what I'm talking about, psychedelic drugs, it's not, I mean, true colors, it's close. Like, I don't blame you for saying that, but that's not the term I would use for this. Like, again, it's just simply exploring your own mind and reducing your ego in a way where you can take a look at yourself from a third person perspective that some people don't really have the ability to do otherwise. And I'm just saying, like, people react differently to these things. So all I'm saying is don't push things onto people. I wouldn't push any of this stuff onto people, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to take away their right to do these things.
Ron, can you define ego in the Eastern sense?
Do you think LSD is going to do that, though? Come on.
Well, it's not a thing. I mean,
I don't think we should promote
fact that we really research these things.
Methodologies, but that's just my personal opinion.
Keep in mind, everybody, freedom leads to prosperity. Just remember that.
Can I be heard?
Interesting theory.
Hang on, we were born to
yes,
be.
Hank, we can hear you. We can hear you, Hank. Yes.
Okay, Orion, can you please define what you mean by ego? No, it's okay, bro. We're all trying to get in a word. I just want to know what he meant by ego, so that we can clarify, because I kind of feel like we're talking past each other. What is the Eastern definition of ego, please, and thank you.
Well, here, I'll just give you an example. Like, I think it would be much easier for someone to be critical of themselves and the choices they make throughout their lives, every aspect of their life, to be critical of themselves in every aspect of their life in a way that they are not able to be critical of themselves when they're not on these psychedelic drugs.
But we need to define what an ego is. And I gave a definition of an ego as a fully integrated consciousness that isn't in broken pieces, that has to be integrated by another more powerful entity, aka a demon from hell, as an ego. Do you have a definition that, I don't know, is different than that?
Or rather proof for the preconceived notion that people are inherently lacking the ability to be integral as a person, or rather, besides using the word integral, having integrity? So the notion that people are inherently incapable of having integrity, do you have any proof for this?
No, and I'm not going to claim to. I mean, it's purely subjective. I mean, it's all in your head. It's all in their heads. It's all in my head. It's all in anybody's head. So it's not like this is, it's not like you can pour me a cup of ego or pour me a cup of thought or anything like that. I mean, or pour me a cup of critical thinking of yourself. It's not like you can do that. So no, I'm not going to claim any of these things. But I mean, all I can say is, people react differently to different substances,
So are you talking about getting rid of this?
Wait, hold on. I should point out something else. So when you guys are talking about demons or whatever, all I can say is these things are not for everyone. And what one thing that might make someone more, uppity and just more in tune with nature or whatever, and in a relaxed state of mind, and be friendly and laughing about, that same substance that does that to that individual might turn someone else into a Satan worshiper for 6 hours until they sober up. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's necessarily a black and white thing that applies to everyone equally. I'm just saying everybody reacts differently to these things, and you should keep that in mind.
Well, based off of the definition that you, well, the thing that I guess you're generally saying is getting rid of this false self, this douchey, false self that is not willing to look into different things and open one's mind. But I guess my counter question to that is, what exactly is being broken with the ego? Is the mind shattering into so many pieces, even with some of these practices, that we're becoming insane, crazy, or demonized? So some people may be able to go on these trips and be perfectly fine. Some people go down that route and never recover. And so that's why I'm asking, what exactly is being shattered when we shatter the ego with these practices?
I don't know what the answer to that question would be. All I can say is, let the chips fall where they may.
Spaghetti on the wall.
I just want to point out that, if you don't mind, let me just real fast. I just want to point out that, I've heard in the past that, the fluoride in the water calcifies the pineal gland. And then you start telling people, like, hey, your pineal gland has been calcified. Here's how to uncleanse it if you were to be curious and want to do such a thing. And they're like, the third eye, the Kundalini, that's Satan's. Like, wait a minute, didn't God create the pineal gland? And if God created it, wouldn't he want it to be in its natural state, not turned into a fucking rock? Sorry for my language. But yeah, just because the U.S. government is doing all these studies on, psychedelics and stuff, I mean, does that mean that we shouldn't eat mushrooms because the government once looked at a mushroom and said, wow, if these guys do this, they might become so open-minded, they might defy, the authority that doesn't really exist, and that would be a huge problem. So maybe we should regulate all these natural growing herbs and stuff so that people don't think for themselves and question authority and open their mind up, to new ways of thinking outside the box that we put them in for 13 years in public school.
I think you're right about that, Larry. But I guess when you open up your third eye, what are you opening it up to? That's a good question. When you open up your house and leave it unlocked in a dangerous neighborhood like this world full of demons from hell, what exactly are you opening your third mind to? And I think at that point, some level of integrated consciousness, I guess in the Western sense, the positive parts of the ego may be necessary to guard us from opening up ourselves to any and everything which may come into the house and take over potentially. But I have heard of the ego as this negative thing, this false idea of self as opposed to the true self. But I guess the question yet again is, what is the true self without an integrated consciousness of some sort?
Yeah, and this
Lemon, I gotta point out, you don't have physical evidence for the demons either, although I'm not going to claim they don't exist. In fact, I would guess that they do exist, but just like how you had me point out that I can't pour a cup of ego or answer your question, I just want to point out you have no evidence to back yours either.
The question is reversible, though. You don't have any evidence of this ego either. These are concepts to try to get at some sort of truth, whether we can see the physical evidence or not. And we have the testimony of people saying some demon from hell terrorized me. I was delivered from demons. I could see these demons on a cultic practice or in some sort of altered state of some sort. So all we have is the testimony of people, and whether we accept or reject it at that point.
Yeah, and similar stories with Bigfoot. There's lots of people here in Oregon, but as long as we don't have a flesh and blood Bigfoot to poke at our fingers at, he objectively doesn't exist. And I wasn't trying to be rude when I said that. I was just trying to, clarify that.
Because they've been trying to do this since the 60s. Basically shatter people's minds with drugs and make them much more docile and easier to control with a much less integrated consciousness, it appears. Some people have been okay. Some people have gone insane. Some people are just fine. So it looks like this the same old stuff from even back in the 60s, just repackaged with Joe Rogan and new proponents of it. It's the same old stuff.
Well, hold on. I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that he's being directed by someone else to do that, or doing that on his own?
MAPS. MAPS. There are documentaries that expose all of the connections between MAPS and the Bohemian Grove and Joe Rogan's association, that he's basically on their payroll. What was his name? Matthew North? Is that the kid's name that was suicided, that exposed all of this stuff? Is that his name?
I'll look into it. This is a new one for me, Matthew North. I'll look into it.
He was a young kid. He was like 19, 20 years old. He did hours and hours and hours of documentaries and exposés on this whole thing. He showed up, the whole arms cut off, whatever. Not really, but he did get suicided. Well, how do you know that for sure? Look into it and make up your own determination as to what you think happened, in regards to causing his death. But his, there you go. Matthew. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Can
cool.
I,
So someone mentioned drugs. Yeah, you go ahead, bro. You actually been waiting longer than me.
No, you're in the conversation. Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So yeah, someone said the government using drugs. Like when I think of drugs, I'm thinking about like all the dirty witchcraft things that the pharmaceutical companies may or may not have done. I don't really think about the peyote, right? I'm not really thinking about, stuff that grows natural. So, you guys all know, right? My philosophy when it comes to drugs is number one, know your dose, understand what you're doing. Don't take any ignorant drugs, right? That would be bad. Number two, right after you've done the research, don't take anything pills, powder, right? If it's man-made, it's not okay. You probably should stay away from it. I can't think of, any time that I would want to do like man-made drugs. And I suffer from chronic headaches. Like once a month, I get like the worst migraine, and I have no idea why. And maybe it's because of accidents that I've been in. But I think that when it comes to like natural herbs and stuff, they were created by somebody who knew what they were doing. And all the natural fungus, I think we're way too ignorant when it comes to fungus and mushrooms and all this stuff. We look at it like it's all bad, but only some of them are poisonous, right? So why don't we treat fungus like we treat berries? Only some of them are poisonous, right? So when it comes to the little blackberries that grow wild all over the place, I know that I can eat them. But when it comes to the red berries that grow on the trees, I know to leave those alone, right? Because I've been educated since I was 5. Or that's about back where my memory goes. Probably before that, right? My parents said, "Don't eat the red berries. The black ones are okay." So ever since I was a child, right, my parents knew better, right? So I think it all comes down to like education. If the government is allowed to explore all these things, I think people should be allowed to explore all these things. Now, am I advocating for crystal meth? No. But do I think that it should be treated like a criminal act if someone smokes meth? No, that sounds like a health problem. That
I
sounds
think
like
there's a
they're
slight line
self-medicating.
between using it for medicinal purposes, Mr. Larry, and using it for, frankly, spiritual practices. Basically, opening up the mind, and I would even say the soul, proof or no proof, to other entities that come in and take over the house. So at that point, we're
What is
talking about
sugar,
a
bro?
spiritual practice as opposed to a medicinal one.
What is sugar? Do you think sugar like takes over your mind and has mind control elements? Like, oh, I got to have more sugar, right? But
Not
nobody
like
questions
peyote.
drinking a 7-Up.
I don't see anything on sugar. I don't see any other entities on sugar. It's not to that state. But people are using these also with a spiritual dimension. And at that point, we're talking about a whole different ball game.
From my own personal experience, I'd say sugar does do that to you. Just by my own personal experience, like dropping sugar out of my diet, I feel like, to put it in IQ points, which is not a good way to put it, I'd say I'm at least 20 IQ points smarter than I was, before I dropped sugar about 7 years ago or something like that. I feel like in my early 20s and when I was a teenager, I was much more stupid just because I had a lot more carbs and sugar in my diet. And the moment that I actually went on the full ketogenic diet for medical reasons, the first time, my hands were literally shaking like a heroin addict as I had the sugar leave my bloodstream and stay out of my bloodstream for the first 48 hours. I was shaking like a heroin addict. That's what sugar does to you.
So I'm
Because I
talking
would
about
say,
like highly processed. I'm
I
sorry,
would
buddy.
say
Go ahead.
God did put these things here for us, Larry, for medicinal purposes, yes. But when we use them for ceremonial, spiritual practices, at that point, that's when we're getting into very dangerous territory when anything can enter your house and potentially take over.
Well, don't you pray before you eat your food and drink your soda every night? Isn't that ceremonial, man-made drugs? Because sugar is a drug, whether you want to believe it or not. It's a very powerful drug. In fact, your pancreas can only process, what is it, 7 or 8 grams of sugar? You know, the refined sugar that we all know, the white stuff, right? So people are drinking like 35 grams in a cup or 12 ounces or whatever, right? So isn't that like, you know, a spiritual thing where everybody gets together and they pray and they get all messed up on carbs and sugar and stuff?
Well, perhaps my faith isn't big enough because if I'm eating poison or doing a poisonous practice, I'm just not going to do it, prayer or not. Not unless I absolutely have to. I'm going to stay away from certain things that are going to be, poisonous, and possibly opening up your house spiritually to some of these, mind altering, consciousness altering, ego shattering or whatever drugs may be a bit of an issue.
You know what they
And
used
by
to
the
do
way,
with people who
there's a
drink
term
coffee
for
back
that,
in the
Larry.
day? Go ahead.
There's a term for that. It's called grain brain, just so you know.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
So back in the day, if they caught you with coffee, they would sew you in an animal skin and they would toss you into the ocean. Back when coffee was illegal, and I challenge you guys to look at what they used to do to people who got caught with coffee. Now the #1 most popular drink all over the world, right? What they used to do to people who got some beans and roasted them and ground them up and boiled it and filtered it and drank it. That's the kind of stuff, and it was horrible. Like the stuff that they did to these people, like for drinking coffee. So I'm all for people not using what as birth control, but I kind of don't want the state to get involved either, right? But who's going to advocate for the living soul, right? So somebody has to step in, and because we have created a vacuum because of our immorality. So by and large, this vacuum, what does nature do to vacuums? It destroys it. So who's come in to fill the vacuum because we lost our morals? The state, right? So it's the same thing with, you should be able to be free and put whatever you want to in your body. Like that dude that was drinking water that he had radioactive element. You guys have all seen the stuff. Do you think he should be put in jail for that? Should he be put in a dungeon, torture cuffs and everything, right? Because he drank some well-known poison, radioactive material, right? What do you guys think?
I don't know. The line is kind of hard to deal with. Some of these laws are just, draconian, because it doesn't look like, at least initially, that somebody is harmed. But, I heard, a counter to some of this libertarian, ethos that says, let people do with their bodies what they want. Okay. But you still start erecting laws, decency laws, to say that even though you're not hurting anybody, you can't go through the town naked. You start erecting decency laws to say, hey, these are the guidelines of behavior we're going to, enforce. Even though you're not hurting anybody, by the same metric, this is indecent. You're not going to be allowed to do this. And so you're still going to have some level of law, whether it's proper enforcement, improper enforcement, fair or unfair. Somebody is going to, come up against some sort of law of decency or something that says, hey, you're using this substance. It's making you whacked out on drugs and possibly, hurt or kill people. No. So eventually it's going to happen one way or another with either with gentle decency laws saying, hey, don't do this, or harder enforcement all the way up to something capital and a death penalty.
Well, you say libertarian, but I think the whole idea of freedom of choice and free agency is a lot older than this libertarian idea. I think it comes from the Bible. So, while I wouldn't want to tell somebody what to do, I would hope that they wouldn't try to tell me what to do unless I created a victim, right? Then that's different, right? If I create a victim, then hey, you got me, right? Whatever I need to do to make this right and to set the balance at zero, I'm going to do that, right? But if I haven't caused a balance, no harm, injury, or loss, I don't want nobody telling me what I can or can't do. I don't know why, but I would like to keep my free agency, and I don't want to just freely, willy-nilly give it away because someone has, a monopoly on force. So, yeah, I think this is way older than the whole libertarian thing.
Because I think made by Jim Bob said on one of his YouTube streams, he was talking about his criticism of this libertarian ethos that says, hey, as long as you're not harming anybody, it should be permissible. But there are things that are permissible that don't harm people, like, streaking through the town, that people are like, we really shouldn't do this. We're going to set up a guideline, aka a law, to help even curtail that, even though nobody's being harmed, at least physically or immediately. So I think in a way, even with that ethos of saying, hey, I'm not harming anybody, leave me alone, we're still going to come up against other people saying, hey, this is or isn't decent. Are we going to be able to get together on this or not with some sort of general guideline in a society anyway? But I thought that was interesting as a criticism.
Yeah, but we all know there's different rules between public and private. You can't do in your bathroom what you do in the street. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, this example of nudists in the town square or something, right? Like, sure, in our culture, we're so used to covering up, that would be considered indecent to a lot of people, but it's not like Hank said, it's not harming anybody. There's plenty of places around the world where nobody thinks it's awkward at all. Nobody thinks twice about it. People are naked all the time in some cultures, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. So yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know if it comes from our religion or whatever, like if it's basically comes from Christianity, or if it comes somehow it's gotten into culture where you have to cover up in our culture. Like, but yeah, no, I'm with that whole idea of liberty. Like, if somebody wants to be nude, there really probably shouldn't be anything against it. If a private company says, "Hey, if you want to wear, I'll only serve you if you're, no shirt, no shoes, no service." If they want to say that's fine, that's their policy. So that stuff just kind of works itself out.
I mean, I don't think anybody's harmed per se. I think the only thing is, well, even with nudity and stuff like that, nobody appears to be harmed. And some of it, I guess, is from Christianity, where we covered over our sin with, clothes and stuff like that, possibly, or something to that effect. I guess getting rid of that law might make people forget about that stuff and, possibly throw out, some of that tradition. But I don't know.
Yeah, and keep in mind also, like, most people are going to still wear clothes anyway. You either want to be protected from the sun or protected from the cold wind and rain, right? Like, snow. Most environments aren't great nudist environments.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the video, but Jim Bob was very insightful about that. I'm like, I never really thought about it that way. That, decency laws would still be enacted saying, okay, we're not going to throw you in jail necessarily, but don't do this. Otherwise it leads to disruption or disorder, or it just makes people, go crazy, eventually, or the immediate effect isn't felt, but eventually there's going to be some sort of negative impact. And so we're just going to keep from going there by putting these laws in place. One way or another, libertarian or not, you're going to get that similar cycle.
Just remember, for the most part, at least, there's no reason to be afraid of freedom. It's like how there's no reason to be afraid of the truth. The earth is flat.
Is it okay to be naked and afraid, though? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to point out that it has to do with common law, right? So in common law here in Texas, it's normal to see a man have a gun. But in the UK, it's different, right? So different people have their own different set of morals and laws. So I just want to point that out. Different cultures are really important.
Has anyone tried to talk to Big? No rolls.
Where's my globe proof at?
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
I can almost hear you. You're roboting pretty hard.
Oh, okay. Maybe that'll improve. Yeah, so if you guys can hear me, I just wanted to backtrack just a little bit in the conversation, back to when Lemon was talking about opening up the door, right, for maybe spiritual entities or demons or whatever you would like to call adversarial spirits, and just kind of give an example of where this idea and possible truth may be hidden or given to us in plain sight in the movies in the form of vampires, immortal beings, beings that cannot die, right? That cannot enter your home unless you allow them to, even if your door is open, right? So they must ask. So having discernment as to who you're allowing in your house would be crucial. And I would say that the idea of vampires and this known law within the vampire world that you can't enter someone else's house without being asked to do so or allowed to do so, I think is a kind of a truth hidden in plain sight in the movie.
Those were good points, Napalm, and you have a rare bad mic. Just letting you know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in my vehicle.
You're like my bad mic brethren. I'm in my vehicle too, so both have bad mics. Thank you.
So I'm coming through in Dave quality today, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's pretty much the size of it.
You are correct, sir.
Then I'll do my Dave duty and say, anybody in here believe that they're on a spinning ball?
Well, that's what I thought. And then I tried to prove it to myself, and now, well, here I am.
Yeah, we all got pretty much the same story, don't we? Best way to become a flat earther is try to prove the globe.
I really did
That's why
try.
we tell people to go measure the water.
Gave the globe a fair shake, and it all ended here.
We still got Biggie in here if somebody wants to try to unmute him. Could be Biggie Smalls back from the dead.
VC check-in 1. If you go check in, you verified so we can get you back down here. Either way. In fact, a lot of people fail. And for the ones that do, there's a bit of bias involved. Specifically anchor bias, confirmation bias. These sort of things. We all have it, right? Some of us have it more than others. Obviously, when it comes to the flat Earth, only 2 people in the history of the server that I know of thought the Earth was flat. One was an American from Canada. So they're the only ones with anchor bias. The rest of us, we don't have anchor bias when it comes to the flat Earth. Well, we may have sunk cost bias now.
All we have is this time to observe and learn from what we see and feel. Obviously.
Experience.
Yeah, obviously they don't want that, even if, because actually God made it so, We're supposed to be observers, to govern and learn. And they cannot allow us to do that. How would we fall?
Yeah, that's why you got to have a license, right? You got to have a license so you can do something that would otherwise be illegal. So the license pretty much gives you the permission to commit a crime.
Illegal to exist.
Yeah, I feel you on
that one. Are you kidding me? This whole governing system is filled with retards. Even if you're smart enough to make your way through it, you will encounter such idiotic people in high positions, which I don't know how to say. It's really not their place to be there, literally.
Yeah, they're legal idiots, compartmentalized legal idiots who are running the show. and they commit fraud and all these other crimes all day long. In fact, I would tell you guys this: if you actually learned their code and not coerce them, how do you say, trick them into crossing the line and breaking the code, right? At that point, you become a protected class. It's called victim, right? So if they arrest the victim that they just committed a crime in front of, that's a conspiracy. And according to our own code, right, a conspiracy to violate someone's rights, because that's when two people. I'm not arresting him. He's the judge, right? I can't arrest him. Oh, okay. Then you go through the line of chain of command. Each step up, up and up and up and up, and nobody wants to arrest the guy before him because he didn't arrest the judge, because he didn't arrest the bailiff, because he didn't arrest the deputy, because he didn't arrest the sheriff. Well, then if you get arrested, that's going to look fucking real weird. That's my opinion.
Yeah. It's funny, I saw some news in my country recently. A policewoman, she had a high position, she was a chief something officer, and some other big policeman had something with her, and she was like onto this guy to do his job, and he gave him some orders. She was the superior, and this one was like ignoring her. And then this woman got really pissed off, and she started beating in the police institution. The other colleagues of that guy, they called the police. But they were all policemen in the police institution, and they're calling the police to stop them fighting. It was hilarious, you know. And when I see them that they show us such things on TV, it literally means that these people there are just making a show. That's all their job that they have to do. They are making a show for the TV media to entertain the people, you know.
Yeah, the world's a stage.
Yeah.
You know?
And in a police institution, I would not have zero tolerance for any kind of misconduct. It's the pride of the country wearing that uniform. You know, so you put to shame the whole nation by doing those things. So the punishments for these people should have been 10 times more severe than civilian, ordinary people. Any misconduct. Because these people are the so-called highly trained, yeah, highly educated.
It's not like you're going to win in court, right? When you catch the judge committing a crime, right? But the fact that you're fighting back, right? Because I think, we've been told to be humble and meek and bow down to authority, but It's a lot harder to pick on someone who fights back. So I've never been a bully, I don't think. I really don't think I have. But if I were a bully, right, and I were to like start stealing from people, like in the streets, I probably would pick the people coming out of the gym.
Well, I'm not. I can't do robbery, rob people. You know, like with violence and stealing stuff like that. No, I did steal. You know, but yeah, I was. Nobody saw me. You know. But that's a whole different level. Robbery, stealing with violence and stuff. Oh, you know, we are lucky because our crimes are very small and very easy to deal with and to pay. But those in the high positions, uh, they will be hunted like wild beasts. You know. I really see this digital investigation coming. It's slowly emerging, and everyone, you know, finds you got like a decade or 2 decades ago. They pop up now again, you know, they surface. And it's the internet that's doing all this stuff. It brings back all these unsolved cases where these big companies, you know, they stole and robbed in papers, you know, legally. They thought, oh, I'm making big money, I'm getting rich, I'm backed up with the papers and nobody knows what I do. That's very foolish.
Then before I took that phone call, we could barely get a word in edgewise. And I come back from the phone call, and where did everybody go?
Oh, it was just me here.
I'm still here with a bad mic, and I'm out in the country. If I can't hear me.
I can hear you.
10-3. 10-3, good buddy.
We got electric here. We want to try to talk to him. Like electric.
Somebody say my name?
Yeah, hello.
What shape is
Hi,
the earth?
how's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
Hanging out. Enjoying this beautiful day.
So what's the shape of the Earth? Electric?
Well, maybe it's like an egg.
Egg-shaped Earth, huh?
Maybe like a stationary plane inside of an egg.
What if I told you that the Earth fills the container that you put it in?
Say what?
I know that sounds crazy, right? But when I said Earth, you automatically went to a specific model of the Earth. But I was talking about the dirt that gets in between your toes when you go outside and at the beach, right? That stuff, sand, dirt, clay, that's what Earth really is, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
The stuff that earthworms live in.
Yeah, that's the physical stuff.
Right. So if I were to take a jar of dirt, the Earth would fill the container and be the shape of the container that you put it in, right?
Yes.
So this whole idea of the blue egg floating through space, have you ever witnessed that firsthand? Do you have any firsthand knowledge, primary knowledge of that?
Well, I'm not a telescope.
Obviously.
So even if you were a telescope somehow, would the telescope be able to see the spherosity of the Earth? Sphericity? I'm not sure what the word.
Wait, I don't know. Wait, are you saying you think I'm a globe earther? Because I'm not.
Oh,
you're not.
I don't believe in the heliocentric model.
Well, yeah.
Well, carry on then.
I believe that the stationary plane inside of the egg is like a cosmic egg, and the layers that we let's say that we're being born into this world through this egg, like the layers outside of it where we are is like the shells, like the thermosphere, water, and we're all being magnetized towards the center. I can't really explain what I think of this shit. It's not complicated, actually. It's just kind of like a drain. I think it's like a drain in an egg.
Well, those are wild speculation. Where did you get them from?
Research?
Who did you research?
Well, it's more like you just research where these models of our solar system really come from, and then you just have to see what people believed in before that. Like there's geocentric models, heliocentric models, and then if you go
Well,
even
how old is the heliocentric model?
I think Copernicus made it around 600 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me.
So it's not that very old.
Yeah, I said 500 years. That's not that old.
Yeah, it's new, very new.
Yeah, I honestly believe this was made at the same time that they made religion. They made us believe in two religions, science and religion.
478 years ago, I think. Let me just check. Hang on, I've got it written down on the board here. Sorry, hang on a sec. 179 years and counting. Okay? There you go.
Yeah.
Copernicus, that is.
Welcome, Jane.
9. Welcome. Yeah, I've been listening. I was there all the time listening. So
yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Welcome to you too, sir. Carry on. I'm just listening at the moment.
Yeah, and a funny thing about Copernicus, he didn't want the heliocentric model being attributed to his name while he was still alive. You know?
He wasn't ready to release it, you see, because he hadn't finalized anything, proven anything, you know. And he was not ready.
Wait a minute.
No, definitely not.
Are you saying that?
Passed off.
Are you saying he wasn't ready to debate?
Basically,
I think it was only like
was just
no.
Copernicus was just a gay man on drugs.
In those times,
he was on drugs.
In
Can I
those
butt in a
times,
sec?
That was Isaac Newton.
in Copernicus times, the church used to burn alive a lot of people who were coming with heliocentric ideas.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's what we're told.
Hey, I don't know,
right?
I don't know if you guys are interested at all, but we've got Brenda in debate channel who wants to be VC verified.
Why would Brenda be in the debate channel and be VC verified? Right?
Brenda.
Yeah, please bring her in. Bring her in, Brenda.
I'm looking for her. I don't see her.
It's not the Brenda that's
is
with
it
the wrong
our
gender,
Brenda?
Not my Brenda, that's for sure.
Dog bones or clocks, Brenda?
You mean the male Brenda?
I don't see Brenda.
Even CBR's got a crush on Brenda. He told me that. Didn't you?
Yeah, right.
Do you guys believe in what is the name of that? Do you guys
Her
believe in
donut
that?
recipe?
What?
Brenda's donut recipe.
I'm gonna go see what that's all about real quick.
Man, I was there live. I was presented when that phrase.
Oh, something's gone down the wrong hole there, eh? Help! That was me yesterday. I did that yesterday. Took a drink and it went down the wrong hole. Help! Eyes popping out of my head. you know, when you accidentally breathe in your water, you're supposed to drink it, but you breathe it in. Oh, help!
I'm breathing in the ethereal water that's in my marijuana.
Ah, very good.
That's how I hydrate.
We used to put whiskey in there, not water. Yeah, man. Whiskey.
You put whiskey in water?
Whiskey, mate. Try that. Yeah, we had it in a bong. In a bong, right, with a double barrel, 2 barrels, right, 2 bowls. We used to call it the turbo, right? 2 bowls on the go, whiskey at the bottom, and then you take it through, and it's bubbling at the bottom. Then shotgun it, bang, and then you blow yourself up.
You guys might want to start recording this. Brenda, yes, our Brenda is about to come down and chat with us.
I believe Brenda's here. So if we could treat our very special guest
I'm on mute.
With a little bit of respect, see if we can have a meaningful conversation.
Welcome
Please
back, Brenda.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you guys ever heard of
Guten Tag.
Yeah, you guys ever hear of this mountain called Rupus Nigra, I think? No?
Yeah.
Never heard of it?
Yeah.
I have this deja vu.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more information about this mountain.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum. right? Because you know that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's a
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb. What if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right. Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary, because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
They are driven
deflect.
by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Diverge. Driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're
Yeah.
using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a Glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some might
You don't know
be.
your globe proofsy very well,
Guys,
do you?
guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're
Yeah,
able?
I see it. I
I
see
just
it.
posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but he's chasing the globe.
If it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
No, I'm saying how.
That is an answer. He said
he asked
they do
to start them, and you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Yeah. Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
Okay,
no, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. You said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation...
Well, he's lying.
What are you saying is happening causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force. Right?
Oh, it's an effect. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force?
Gravity? Is Coriolis density? Gravity? Magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
No, it should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this energy.
Why would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model.
According
to Earth.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, can you hear me now? People stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says, in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
Well, so it's not.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
that was accurate.
It's an accurate the Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man?
You can
You don't
swear on
have to swear on
Karl
anything.
Marx
This
Capital.
is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
a
a
quick question for the audience.
when you hear it,
Dude,
because Google says it.
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun.
Brenda,
I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached
so
to
not
them.
Foucault's pendulum.
What?
What you started with.
So
not
like
that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
When are you picking
instead.
up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel Prizes.
Oh, you'll do that if
Well, because you refuted
gravity.
Foucault.
When are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major
I'm
conservation
not going.
in physics.
Look. Listen.
Why don't you measure some
I tell you
Earth
what to
curvature and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
Pendulum,
if
what?
you put,
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
Yeah, I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it, and I wouldn't.
So you would not use the proof
No,
that
you are
you
not
cited.
around metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't
Wouldn't they?
Aren't
they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when you
Foucault's
hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that
your
you cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You can't. You don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use Foucault's
in
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
I ask you why the magnets do not deflect.
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
you
asking
did
about.
Ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation. Yeah.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which
physicists.
scientists?
Quantum
You just
physicists.
agreed that.
No, they
you
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No, they
You just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and check the live stream voice text.
No,
it
that
is driven
isn't.
by magnets. Yes, it is.
isn't.
You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
you said
no. That's for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how things
know
work.
It was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda, one moment.
Yeah, it is driven by magnets.
Brenda,
check the live stream voice text.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
right.
the Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you,
just a minute,
when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah,
because
it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay.
Yeah,
Brenda,
you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for, and we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim. This is scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the cloud.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Brenda,
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not
Wright,
what I'm
or
saying.
like who?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be started.
That's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic fields. So the original, the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields.
So did he have
those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then not Q.
It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens.
Hold on,
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not what I said.
Great.
Yes, it is.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So it's been clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. Brenda, can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during eclipses?
I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing. And
has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
no, have they? Nobody's been able. Has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
I thought you knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person?
Right. So it hasn't been...
You know every person in the world that's done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally.
Right.
That these pendulums swing by themselves and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable. No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for gravity?
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it
doesn't
is.
follow the scientific method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
Distance.
Yeah, the distance
so
between
your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance.
Your
and
cause was gravity. You're maybe proving gravity, no distance. Jesus.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance and you vary the strength of gravity.
Did you prove gravity before you claimed it? See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this. You can't just
it's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you isolate gravity from the electromagnetic forces?
The independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
So you're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not care. Fucking exist.
So Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
So, Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. It means that it's not fundamental. That it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever you're
bending of space-time.
Whoa, concepts! You're giving concepts.
For me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's just never ending. Fucking helium.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium? How did this
space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
space-time together. But so who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So
boom.
Right. So
there were
he showed it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it does matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason?
Come on,
space-time.
Might take a moment to Google it. How about that?
I mean,
I do not have Windows open,
dude.
We have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align
people, please.
with the basic model of the globe Earth. You have to try to look past this shit for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations. afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on. It's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it, I'll just go.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations
I'm not asking for an observation, bro. So, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right. So observations are perfectly good for giving
You're still not
contradictory.
Giving me an experiment. Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling?
Observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's
beliefs.
not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with inverse if the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly.
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
A force.
It's a different sense of the word.
There you go. Yeah.
Right, but the problem is what you're
pseudo pharmacist.
What he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
Proof.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what you're doing.
What you've done.
No,
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying
I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance,
you've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis has not been proven until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do things fall?
Is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. Hold on, Brenda. Just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever falling away from each other.
No, that's not perpetual.
Oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually.
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like that?
Some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that in my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right, and the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales,
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity? How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
No,
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know, the laws of natural density explains everything.
Phenomena.
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but no, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books? Right, like the Bible?
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do, yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do. What are you talking
gravity?
about?
Brenda,
yeah,
gravity.
You're trying to say Cavendish
if
is
I
scientific.
could not be interrupted for once. Gravity is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except that
more or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum space-time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Has Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make them answer that. What? Make them answer that.
Go ahead.
Right. So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
It's like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent problem.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
official sources.
Okay. Yes.
So appeals to authority. That's all.
So what
no,
nothing empirical. Brenda,
I appeal to
reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on TV
yes, I have.
And on imagery.
Yes, I have.
Where? When?
You've seen
what
curve.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
The apparent optical horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over.
You can never zoom. You can never zoom the boat back in.
Yeah, you can.
Seriously,
check the live stream voice text right now.
See if a boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
all you have is incredulity.
I'm going to give you a new role.
Radio.
He just said that you can never.
They shoot beams perfectly straight and level.
Said that you can never zoom a boat back in.
Other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the plane.
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
That would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not true.
Okay, but now he's.
Biosphere.
Look up the science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land and back.
I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what the ionosphere is made of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going on.
Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of.
The ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the atmosphere.
What is it?
It's a layer in the
sphere, huh?
It's a sphere.
Do I get to answer your question? Do I get to answer your question? Or are you done yet? Just let me know. Let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
Come on,
folks. If the atmosphere is circular, spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
it would be like a sphere.
Spherical dome. Yeah, over your head.
It would be a shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
The ionosphere. I'm sure. You
he
could
asked
have
me.
said the question.
He asked me a question. So
answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please. So
what do you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boat zoom images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
It's been nice talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into you.
So can I do that? Can I do that now?
Stop talking about it. Just do it.
But just let me know when I can talk. Right?
You just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right? And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of the circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth, so it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
How do you
the radius?
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
It's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
Doesn't mean it. Doesn't mean it. That's not.
It's
a different sense.
that you haven't demonstrated.
That doesn't mean that I got.
It means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's a cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Distance. Brenda, you get blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes,
so
you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
What's not the cause, is it? The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you vary the strength of the force.
It's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
What's that? Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you prove that?
What's the natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
What we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not true.
I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
rate. You have to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate. Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to eliminate.
Pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brenda understands. Hold on.
How about shade?
Everybody be quiet. Just for a second. Yeah.
All right, that's the end of that, Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them. in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove things.
You just used the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial. There's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm surely allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand.
Right,
I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So. Again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
What was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
It's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of. And inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Right. Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
All objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
So, okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have two sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will how to say put how you say when you push.
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated that. You just admit that he never did this.
Is eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used because he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take two sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great. But the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage. And I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already.
No,
Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
Because of the shape of the object.
Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. Why I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you invoking
him?
Go away then, Brenda. We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Okay. Can I do one-on-one with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an
explanation? You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
Paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Paper. Academia.
That's what science is these days.
No, science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience, my friend.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you
the whole
seriously,
does the ISS show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs from space of the Earth.
Of the whole Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole Earth, some are a portion.
You said you don't accept videos.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How can we verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel, and it's on. It's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys. 1 second. 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes? And there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you video from hanging wires.
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude.
Well, why not?
Pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an instance.
Taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of the
yes, there is
traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full revolution. Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Around the Earth. TV. There you go.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Different things.
Brenda.
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something, I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS? The ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records. Right?
Yeah,
there's a building. There's plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see this, these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had a plan.
All of that,
millions.
All of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly in low Earth orbit.
The construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah,
that still doesn't prove.
That's all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
No, there's,
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief. That's what knowledge is.
Justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief, or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not a belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Of course you.
No, I don't. That's self-evident.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it true?
Ear, well, I accept that. So
Yeah, you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a
Yes.
definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up, but I think it's a good definition. So you have
Mine
first-hand
is not
knowledge.
made up. This is the standard epistemological
hold on.
definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically, what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Okay. Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh. Yeah, it's on McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from a 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move.
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, listen, Sasha, you're onto it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes.
No, that's great. That's great. Let's talk about current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you change the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
You have a measurement of the Earth being flat.
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
So all that matters, when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Okay.
Well, man, if I interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine. That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it was.
The question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, say that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go, perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated, right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. Collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't. No.
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target.
It's irrelevant.
How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
But if
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you. that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university along with Boeing to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over, I want to say something.
But before you go on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density would cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time, bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did
the
you
amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed. Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is a ball. The sun is a ball of gas, plasma, right? And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity.
It's the
Yeah, we've been through that. We've been through that.
You didn't isolate your pseudo force from the exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and electrostatics that are present in all intermolecular interactions.
By using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present in everything.
The weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces a gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
they exclude it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it? Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born.
So you think
it's observed? You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these lights above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
That's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Right.
Artists. Yeah, so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They are. They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
What about cameras? Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital? And
what cameras? What the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras.
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera. My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point
I bought it brand new for a birthday.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
But what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
It is.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases
Dust,
made of?
dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
We're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking
you a question. Kind of what
do you know? Do you
know?
No,
I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
Can I just?
And they're created by visual artists.
It's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calda said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking
That's
said
a funny way of saying cartoons.
He isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No, they're making animation. They literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
I'm saying.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They always
seriously?
They label them.
And that doesn't.
So it's not a photo. Brenda, man, honest to God, like it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Yes, and all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying that gas can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so what is a vacuum? Can you define that?
There's regions in space where
I'm
there
not talking
is
about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, that's cool.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust
They have
in a low pressure environment, and they gradually coalesce. They gradually.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does. It does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify that?
Because you keep asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum. What you're claiming.
The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes. Yes.
Cartoons are verification.
Cartoons are okay.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
a compilation.
Bro.
It's made
the Pillars
by
of
artists.
Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
No. It's a
you haven't.
You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their book.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something like the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as irrelevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then, because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in, something you said never happens? Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is. Then we zoomed them back in, and we saw them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just
it
because
did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the Black Swan before, so again, I think he's lying.
No, I understand the Black Swan. It's a fallacious argument.
Black Swan shows that your horizon is not geometric; that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles. Not no more than. No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No,
the horizon does not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, including
which includes Black Swan. If it did that,
which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
Where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Your refraction? Refraction, that's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on media.
You're done with,
media.
bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Over, done, match, game, set. It's over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two
it would make your image going up above your head. You would never even see it.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not
no,
plane.
It's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
The angle is what the light does after it.
Sine of theta.
Surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious chanting. Just saying. Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's the law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and aniso was different, but we don't need to
ISO's the same
over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and aniso, or with an "an" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to
you
air.
Don't get
so there's a problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, would meet compressed viewing angle, and refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of the diffraction limited zone, or compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black swan
just quickly
image.
Interject. Do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in the live stream. You said you wanted to.
I don't see it.
It's right there. He just posted it.
Brenda, can I just ask?
I see it.
Brenda, you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon. Just by
if you can zoom it back in, if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
that phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you don't have a geometric physical horizon that obstructs anything.
The black swan straw mans the model that we're using. It's strawmans it because the proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just
measurements.
How much you need to make that work.
We don't have measurements.
Then it's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief that adults.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect world, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah, but
no.
The difference between us.
You believe
Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference between
you believe
us
in
and
Galileo done
you,
experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. That's TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying.
You know what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
can't even say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The Black Swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
What you told me, I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses. That's all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning the globe model.
You don't have a model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that
mindlessly. You even know what
I've
you're saying.
taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how...
Like, we steel-manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
A horizon is
time,
apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
You said
the horizon is apparent, not geometric.
So therefore, good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said boats go over, but actually they don't. And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So
wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? You know, maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits a fallacy.
Explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So in the Black Swan,
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So, are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just?
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So
no,
tell us exactly
no. I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
How? Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
It depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have?
We would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to debunk what I post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brandon.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told you refraction. I just told you refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but
It's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You're saying, Brenda.
Go to the Green Flashes. Go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone else will get it for you. Okay.
But he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your lunch are. I know
what
from your physical data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant expert.
That's how science works. Because that's how science works.
Appealing to credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black Swan,
invoke some priest? Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there?
Though? They are. They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why not?
Exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working. Exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious.
That's
all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show it.
Yes, it does.
Horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bull crap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable.
And
he's being fallacious.
And it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh, boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the one they're using is... the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right. And at first he said that we can see it because boats go over it. And then he completely adjusted his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical obstruction. It's just totally dishonest.
I wanted to ask a question when you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship and I zoom in, like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in and now I can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse move further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. That means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies their horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
and if it isn't,
you can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. You know, it's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be an easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
So another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than, Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you straw manning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pileup. And once there's a pileup, it grows. Like they keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
I mean, just think about an oil rig supposed to be, what is it? What's the horizon? 1.22 miles being loomed up from 10 miles away. You're seeing it at 1.22 miles, but it's actually 10 miles away behind the curve. But what you're seeing it's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
that is
literally
fucking crazy.
Refraction is chaotic, and that's just perfectly uniform and flat looking for as far as you can see.
See, here it is again. You notice how everything becomes static then once they say this, because they're saying, oh, it's changes in temperature and humidity. Well, air isn't just static where everything's layered exactly the way you need it in order to do this experiment in your mind. Everything's moving all the time. It has to stop for them to quote these things, refraction.
And when they equivocate what they say is happening with the horizon to the distortion that they see in the oil rigs, does that distortion look perfectly uniform? It's chaotic.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
It's
they
the definition
don't understand their own model, because when you tell them the horizon is this distance, no, it's this distance. I'm like, but in your own model it says it's this distance. So when did it change?
It is that distance, but we can't see it there. That's what they tell us.
Yep. You just can't see it.
We can see boats. We see boats go over it, but then we actually don't ever see it at the same time somehow.
And not in the right place either.
It's geometric, but it can just occur anywhere. Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
Sorry, did anybody save that information that AI posted? I would really like to check it out.
I'll try and find it for you.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate that. Is there any way you could put it in my DMs?
Will do if I get it, sir.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, so everything is not static above the surface, especially above water. They can't use this refraction unless everything is still. No motion, no air, no winds, no nothing.
And their model's not even sufficient to overcome what we're seeing. And plus, it's just circular and based on the assumption of the globe in the first place.
1 second. Hank, is it the refraction information you want?
Yeah, that was it.
I've got that, yeah. I'll save it and post it for you. Sorry, go, folks.
Now that Brenda's gone, I got to tell you guys that she totally pummeled you guys. I'm going back to the globe now. Okay.
Oh, shit. That was fucking quick. It only took a fucking hour arguing in circles to convince you, man.
Yeah, I have to admit, Earth's definitely a globe.
I guess if you answer everything like, yeah, like that, then Earth's a globe. Yeah, of course it is. If you answer like that, then it's
all you have to do is have an excuse for everything. It's easy.
And not elaborate at all. Just a single word will do.
The independent variable for Cavendish is the fucking distance. Holy shit. I've heard that one.
great. So they can have a mechanical phenomenon. I like that. Have a little garden party. Maybe have a little pendulum in there too for the kids.
Oh, is Brenda gone now, I take it? Or is she banned? Or she just bailed?
I think she just left. I don't know.
I think we gave her a courtesy muting so she didn't get banned.
Right.
End up in a flat Earth Discord, but you are so subscribed to the globe Earth model. What led you here? You had
Why
to have
waste
been
your time?
somewhat curious. Something had to lead you away from everything you've been subscribed to. Like you had to have been questioning at least one little part of this model that needs excuse after excuse after excuse for its fallacies and inaccuracies.
Mm-hmm. How did we? Yeah, that's how. Like, someone sparked our interest to go look ourselves, and that's what we did. It's as easy as that. Go outside, look at water, look across the water, look at the shore, look at. It's that simple. And there ain't no refraction happening. That's what I can see. I don't see things jumping around on the surface of the ocean that I look at every day, jumping back and forth different locations during different days. No, they're always in the same location. Some days the air is hazy and I can't see them because the density of the humidity. Then on clear days, I can see further. Then I see objects, places even further.
Hank, you still in the room? Because I can't see. Or even, I think he's not here. I can't even find them in, like, when I search for him.
So just to confirm, there were 0 points made against any of our points. 0 concrete points.
Brenda's been arguing the same shit for as long as I know. I've known that. That's like 3-4 years coming up for.
It's like bringing It's like bringing on a parrot. I used to have a neighbor that had a parrot that would repeat everything back. The owner would tell her. So, like, repeat back telephone calls. He'd go, go, hello, hi, Larry.
Hey, Panto, Hank changed his name to Larry. Hank's name is Larry now.
All right. No wonder I couldn't find them.
Yeah, he changed his name to Larry a couple weeks ago.
Larry Hill.
Vote for Larry for Hank. Sorry. Or the other way around.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to tell you, but I was in the middle of a delivery.
Ah, you're all right, bro. I found you now.
That's a wetset. Hey, is the air static at your locale? Your locale?
Yeah, I mean, I'm located on the Earth, so.
Yeah, but the air is not static, though, right? Air is not static.
Well, air tends to move, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Except when someone's claiming refraction.
You
Hey,
just
Sonny.
missed Brent. You just missed Brenda proving the globe again, Wits. You missed it. Sorry.
Hey, Sonny, how do you know there's a container, dude?
How do I know there's a container? Because I'm breathing.
Yeah,
I mean, okay. Have you ever seen this container?
No, but there's air pressure at sea level. At a known rate, we measure this. So you can't measure pressure without a container.
Can you touch this container?
Not that I'm aware of.
The sphere is a container.
I have no idea if you can touch the container.
What's the container?
What's the container made of? It's made of.
What's the container made of?
It's made of something physical enough to contain gases over the entire Earth.
What if it's like helium?
Doesn't matter if it could be a gel. If it could contain gases, then it would satisfy the requirement of a physical barrier.
Okay, it's made of gravity because balls and wooden rods.
What about Sonny? But Sonny, dude.
Okay.
What about the gradient?
The gradient only occurs within a pressure system.
As far as we can tell.
So how's the gradient work?
The gradient works only within a pressure system. You cannot have a gradient without having pressurized gas to begin with.
Okay, so to recap, you're just acknowledging an axiom or an antecedent relationship with gas pressure. And we don't know where the container is, what the container is, what it's made up of. We've never seen the container. We just know, based on an antecedent relationship, that there is a container.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know there's an etheric background? Because we have things that propagate, and something cannot propagate in nothing. So the antecedent relationship of propagation is a medium.
Gotcha.
I've never seen this medium. I don't know exactly what this medium is made of.
But Witsit, have you heard modulations in air waves or sound waves? You've heard those, though, right?
Yeah.
Proof of the medium.
Yeah.
There's no medium, just like you said, right? Airwaves can't go through something without a medium.
You know, it was kind of annoying when I was like, but Sonny, what about the gradient?
I know. I always have.
Well, what's the name of this container, Sonny?
I don't have a name, bro. I didn't name it. I don't know what the name of it is. You'd have to ask somebody above my pay grade.
Can you bottle this container up?
I'd say nah.
You can't give me a bottle of this container?
I doubt it, bro.
You just know that something's containing because, you know, it has to be there.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I appreciate you asking.
So to clarify, you don't have to make any further claims about the container because you're simply acknowledging that it has to be there.
Yeah. That's all that I leave it right at that. I don't have to go any further with that.
And that's sufficient, right? Because your claim is what we can prove and demonstrate. And that's really all you have to claim.
Yeah. And this law or axiom as you call it, or that it is, has never failed to do what it has always done.
Yeah, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but the word grail, it means cup. Low key, we're kind of being contained with water. We kind of are the Holy Grail. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
There would for air to be underwater, there would have to be a bubble of some sort.
Yeah, bro, hydrogen and oxygen atoms are in the air all day.
A bubble, almost like celestial sphere, and we live in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. You know, when you make the star in a jar, it's a bubble that collapses in on itself because of the sound waves.
We have examples of water in containers all around the globe, organic, natural water contained. So, what's the problem
all
with
around
that?
the what?
The globe?
All around the what? Oh, yeah, I said globe. World. Who cares?
Bro, I need 10 push-ups right now.
Oh, shit.
Push-up contest right now.
It's okay. It's part,
everyone get on the ground.
part of the deprogramming.
Hot meme just hit the world. Hot meme just hit the world.
Another piece of etymology though.
Sure.
The word world means whirl, like like a whirl.
No, it doesn't.
Wow, this just looks like a gospel bear meme. I now understand
the new world.
ecstatic interjection.
Do you like
The new
my
world just
meme,
means
guys?
This is the vortex. This is why your compass points north. Because there's a vortex with a lot of magnetism around it.
No, because you can't bottle up magnetism, so it doesn't exist.
Excuse me? Oh, you're like kind of trolling? Okay.
Does anyone like my meme? Can I get one?
I like your meme. I get it.
As for Veraldi, a compound of the word man and old or age, man age, is the etymological root for the word world. It has literally nothing to do with the word whirl, which has completely separate and or different etymological root.
Yeah.
False.
But what do you think?
Factual, provable, demonstratable. Just look at the chat.
But what do you think
This
about
is like where? Like werewolf?
What if words sounding alike, merely sounding alike, have some type of, dare I say, metaphysical similarities?
You mean the etymological fallacy isn't a fallacy? Is that what you're implying?
I think the word is phonetic, meaning that the sound of something you will associate it.
Yeah. Phonetic vibration, like, is what I'm saying. But like with stuff like this, does this stuff trigger you, Gospel Bear? Like, we.
All right. So hold on.
Spell words. We spell.
So
words.
It does actually trigger me because I want people to be properly educated on the value and quality of etymology. So, for instance, okay, you're going to go with phonetics. So every time a Chinese person says hello or how are you doing, and they actually talking about how your joint between the bottom of your leg and the top of your leg is operating? Ni hao? Are they actually talking about your knee, or are languages just what languages are and they're actually different? Or are you trying to say that English is no, what would you say, linguacentric? Are you trying to be an English linguacentric person with your
No.
phonetical claims?
See, the Chinese simply mimic the phonetic pronunciation of cats.
I will make the claim that English is the objectively best language. So no.
I mean, the only difference between the word world and literally like world in a whirlpool, like world around, is the way it's spelled.
Oh,
No,
there's that
that's
word
not
again.
that's not the only difference at all. Etymologically, verfan is the etymological
do you have
root.
to pronounce the H? Is it world? Sorry.
Verfan is to turn. Okay, and verfil, circle, ring. Anyway, etymological roots are very, very important for proper understanding of the meaning of language. I do not disagree with colloquialisms. I do disagree with the premise that phonetics are inherent. But on the other hand, I agree with the premise that magicians and witches and Luciferians and other special people can use any tool to do anything that they please. But I deny the premise that these words or phonetics have some type of inherent esoteric meaning.
So can I give you another example of maybe some phonetical?
Another example of the etymological fallacy? Yeah, go ahead. I
Sure. Let me give you
listen to
another
them all the time.
Taurus and tortoise. So people believe that there is actually like the torrents being created in the ocean is from kind of like some kind of like engine battery type thing. They believe that the cross this is some real shit. I'm telling you some real shit. Do you think the word Taurus could have some association with the word tortoise?
Most definitely not.
Yeah,
Just no,
I agree with
automatically.
Gospel Bear. I think, but Gospel, I want to know a few specific ones. Okay, we spell words that we use.
I've addressed that one before.
Come on. And then we write in cursive, and we say curse words. Those are three big ones for me.
Did you watch that Michael Keyshawn Christopher video? That's what he said.
I just, looking at the grand scheme of life and stepping back and realizing like they've grappled all kinds of history, everything. And we have English, the most adaptive, intricate language that exists. So, to think that couldn't have been done, if it ever could be done in certain ways, it would be the English language, in the 20th century and on. So I think that people reach a lot though, like a lot. Like that tortoise thing, I'm sorry, my mans. I don't think so. But I do think there's something to it. I don't think it's very black and white.
So here's the thing, curse and cursive have completely different root words, and that's important so that you can make the point. So I use this as my analogy. I've been using this over the past couple of days. A hammer can be used to turn a screw by inverting or flipping it over and using the tail end or the claw part of the hammer, inserting that in the little part of the screw, and turning the hammer around to unscrew a screw. That doesn't make a hammer a screwdriver. It just means you can use it that way. Okay? Just because somebody can use a word for a curse does that not mean that that word inherently is esoterically the thing you're claiming it to be. That is the etymological fallacy, and it's implausible to suggest such a thing. You can make your point without invoking etymological fallacies. That is what I'm trying to help people learn. So in regards to cursive, you have KERS, okay? And obviously you can root that back into the different origins of KERS, that's PIE. But then you look at the Greek, you look at whatever, oldest languages were using this, like Koros, KH, which Kappa, I don't know what the H is supposed to be in this, but anyway, it means to run, which makes a lot of sense in regards to how that writing works. You keep
Okay, but
going.
I'm talking about how the English language doubles words a lot. Like we have lots of words to mean the same thing, and we have words that mean multiple things. Quite a bit of them. Like you can spell your name, or you can cast a spell. Like they're the same word in English. Or like you can, say a curse word, or you can be cursed.
Did you know that to perform proper mathematics and establish what the average between a set of numbers, did you know that doing that is really mean?
Yeah, I got you. But
you know how retarded etymological fallacies actually are if you're not romanced by this deception?
Okay, but this is the thing. There's only a few of them that kind of resonate with me, and it's these, and maybe
because
a few more.
You want them to resonate with you.
Not necessarily. It just
they're
makes sense
etymological
because
fallacies.
it's
And I
about.
can
You claim
demonstrate
to
how
be
they're etymological
so versed
fallacies.
in etymology, so why are you so against it if you study this shit?
Because a lot of people say stuff like what Crypto
You
is
sound like
joking
an agent, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You sound like you coming in here just bullshit, bro. You're not on nothing right now. You just deny. That's all you're doing.
Electric.
That's what you're doing, bro.
You're new.
I don't care, bro. I might be older than you, though. So who knows how new you think I am? It doesn't mean nothing to me.
Okay, that's fantastic. Anyway, I'm going to finish my sentence.
Fuck your sentence. You're not making no sense, bro. Sorry.
All right. So you're interrupting. I'm going to make my point. I don't care what you have to say. A lot of people get deceived into believing things like, and will actually make the statement that the etymology of the word government means mind control. Well, it's a false statement. Okay.
Govern mind. It's pretty clear.
No, it isn't pretty clear. Who actually said that?
Sleepy Joe, me.
Okay, so it's not pretty clear. In fact, the opposite is true. It is not a compound word. Okay, and when you study etymology, you can learn that it's not a compound word.
So what's the correct etymology?
So ment is a suffix, not a word. So the suffix conveys the adverbial. The suffix conveys the adverbial meaning of the verb govern.
But
so
it's
what
mind.
That means? No.
It comes from
the
root is mind. Meant.
No.
Yes.
MENS.
Okay.
MENS is the root word for mind in the Latin. The root word for MENT is associated but not the same. Again, MENT is
Same
the
root.
conveyance of adverbial, to turn a verb into an adverb. So that's what MENT accomplishes.
But okay, so it is the same root as meant. Meant.
It's not the same, and I'll help you understand why. This is so tedious.
I'll be honest. I was
being pedantic. It's the same root.
I was personally under the understanding that it was the Latin root was mind.
Yep. So again, MENT from mentum. Okay, common suffix of Latin origin forming nouns, originally from French and representing Latin mentum, which was added to verb stems to make nouns indicating the result or product of the action of the verb, or the means or instrument of the action. In Vulgar Latin and Old French, it came to be used as a formative in nouns of action. French inserts an E between the verbal root and the suffix, such as commencement. And there's talk about French words there, but you have amazement, betterment, merriment, which in any translation, when you're taking a French word and translating it in English, oftentimes what you're going to be doing is adding an ly for the ment suffix. If you translate French to English, this is the same with the Latin. The ment stands for in English ly. There are certain words that just carry over directly from the Latin. MENS, which is the root word for mind, is different. So I slightly misspoke when I said that MENT has the same root as MENS, because technically it does not.
Okay.
So enlistment, envelopment, empowerment, inducement, bemusement, estrangement, betterment, involvement. These are not words associated with the word mind. It is the ly ending in English that we see in like the word likely or
well, I get that. I get the suffix,
fantastically or whatever ly ending. That's what the ment meaning is. Again,
sure.
government is not a compound word, and to suggest so is an etymological fallacy.
I don't think any. The thing is, though, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that someone would double entendre the word, meticulously. It's not like
the
out
issue
of the realm
is
of
you can convey the truth without the use of fallacies, and I'm trying to hone people's argument. I'm trying to help people make proper arguments without invoking fallacies.
Sure.
Sounds like good stuff, Gospel Bearer.
You'd have to be specific in how you say it, maybe, right? Like you'd have to.
I said, sounds like good stuff, man. Good stuff.
It's just about people not saying stupid stuff. It's the same thing. Listen, it's the same thing with the Earth argument with regards to, well, what about the planets and the moon? Are you trying to say that they're not? And then you go to the GIF and you're like, well, maybe they aren't. It's like, let's talk about non sequiturs to prove our point. Yeah, that's a really great technique and strategy, guys. Yeah, let's waste our time on non sequiturs. No.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? This is the thing, though. Like in the law world, they use Latin phrases, right? That's the whole thing with law. The whole thing is all these different Latin phrases. That's all of it. And so if they were to be kind of shifty and double entendre the word, of course, government is just like an extension of a governing body, right? Like it's an extension of the act of governing in the form of a body. And it's just a suffix added to it to basically, denote that it's a governing body. I get that. But in Latin, if you go look at all Supreme Court rulings and like everything, like for me to send prima facie, all these phrases are in Latin. And that's kind of like the game in the court. So with this particular word, like government, I mean, I just don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. Like I agree with you that
the word for mind.
Well,
that's the point I'm making.
So I looked it up on Wiktionary, and I trust them, I guess, and it says mentum is actually from some word meaning herd flock. If you look at the link I just posted. So it's not mind, so you're right. It's mentum if you look at the link.
There's a Latin lexicon that I have as a resource I'll post in the chat. So
government means govern the herd, according to this. Anyways, what?
Okay, so
I'm just being facetious.
No, it's fine. I get that, but there's actually another aspect of etymology. So there's something called eisegesis. Okay, some people are going to know what that means. Some people are not. Okay, but there's this word dunamos. Okay, it's a Greek word, dunamos. Now, if you take the word dunamos, which you might find in certain books that are written in Greek, okay, and you try to say that dunamos which, by the way, translates to the word power, okay, if you try to say that dunamos in these ancient texts means explosive power, because the word dunamos is the root word for the word dynamite, what you're making is an anachronism of eisegetical error. So why would I say such a thing? It's because dynamite was not a concept when the word dunamos was being employed in those writings. Therefore, to say that dunamos means explosive power like dynamite, again, it's an anachronistic etymological fallacy. It's bad logic, and I hope that helps people understand that how important it is to properly use root words based on their meaning when and how they're being used.
Okay, I got some questions. Why do we drive on parkways and park on driveways? And why does cargo go on a ship and shipments go in the car?
Damn right.
LOL.
And what
No,
color is
seriously.
a mirror?
Hashtag.
He got a point though.
And last question, why are boobs good?
I don't know.
That's just a silly question.
What is a parkway isn't even basically a lot of the thoroughfares are compound words that are very contrived. Like parkway doesn't even really show up in most dictionaries. And I haven't actually looked at multiple dictionaries. I'm just looking at a handful here. But parkway isn't even showing up. I think that thoroughfares are a different category altogether. Just like road names and stuff like that, they're contrived, they're imagined, they're not necessarily using dictionary words. But yeah, parkway, driveway, these are compound words.
Boulevard, avenue, promenade, lane.
You do drive on a driveway, so I don't understand. Sure, you park too, but you also drive. And private drives used to be much longer, historically speaking. There used to be much longer driveways. I mean, there's still people with driveways that are half a mile long, 3/4 of a mile long. I'm aware of an individual that has a 2-mile long driveway. In fact, there's somebody out here that has a 7-mile long driveway. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is these words exist for conveying meaning. It's as simple as that. Just make sure that you're conveying the proper meaning when you're trying to break a word down.
But if you wanted to communicate in plain sight, I mean, it would be great that if you could double entendre words, and then other people could understand a certain application while no one knew there was another one. That could be a beneficial thing. Like, I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I agree with you that it should be probably clarified pretty specifically. That's what you're saying if you say to someone, because if they do go look into it, like I do see clearly, right? Meant is a suffix, basically making the noun a product of the action or verb. And so, yeah, like the correct etymological definition is this, and you could strictly theorize that there could be a double entendre where the pure Latin. You're saying it doesn't.
A hammer can be used as a screwdriver. I'm not disagreeing with that premise. A hammer can be used as a screwdriver.
And if only a select group of people knew that it was being used as a screwdriver, maybe it would actually end up being a more effective hammer. Even though the analogy doesn't work at all, of course, because screwdrivers can't be hammers.
My point is that just because someone uses a hammer as a screwdriver doesn't make the hammer a screwdriver.
Yeah, I get you. I get it. I just tried to respond with it. That doesn't work. Like, you can see what I'm saying. It's just like how they communicate with symbols, right? Now, like, they have official reasons for their symbols. But if they understand the importance of symbols and they're in this little club, you can be 1,000 miles away and you still receive the message. right? Without even direct communication. I mean, I don't know. Like when you look more and more into the law thing, it is a game of words and what they mean, and the roots being in Latin. I don't know why I keep seeing that mint can say mind. I was kind of reading and listening to you at the same time. I don't know if I missed anything, but I understand. I do see here, like on etymology.com, for example, like the suffix bit, and I clearly get that. But
okay, so are you familiar with declensions?
No.
All right. So when you study certain languages, specifically like Hebrew, for instance, there's such a thing as declensions, and based on the form of the word, the declension of the noun or the verb or whatever it is, the declension of the word can make the connotation, not the connotation, the actual definition of the word can be drastically different. Drastically. Same root word, but the meaning can be like from new to movement to age to period to length, and it could be. I'm making up examples because I don't have a particular word in mind, but there was one I was looking at last week, and I was looking through its declension, the pual, the nifal, the poal, like the different declensions in the Hebrew, and I was like, wow, this word is so drastically different in its different declensions. It's amazing. Maybe I could find. I'll hunt through my web history and I'll find the example so that anybody that actually cares about this silly topic.
Can you turn a screw? Can you turn a screw with a declension? That was a declension joke.
You can lose a screw. Oh, I get it.
That would be the dimensions
with the sound.
That was a good joke.
Oh, here we go. All right, so it was the word halal, which some people that understand Semitic languages probably already are aware of the word halal. You'll see it at like Arabic grocery stores, right? Well, it doesn't mean the same thing exactly in Hebrew, not exactly, but it actually has etymological roots associated with the Arabic, but I'm referring to the Hebrew. So this is the word halal. In one declension, in the call, it means shine. In the hifil, it means flash. In the call, in a different way, it can mean boastful. In the PL, it can mean praise. In the pual, it can mean to be praised. In the hitpael, it can be to boast. In the poel, it can be to make a fool of. In the hitpoel, it can be to act madly, right? And you can try to argue that these are like really close in meaning, but by the way, here this is I'm trying to copy the. This is hey lamed lamed, for anybody that is into this language. But again, those are different declensions, and the meaning changes. Hebrew is not exclusive in this way. English does the same thing. Other languages do this thing. Greek definitely does this thing. Latin definitely does this thing. And understanding declensions, the participe, how it's used in a sentence, context, all of that matters. And trying to act like phonetics are the sole foundation for meaning, just the way a word sounds.
But
Ohio? Are Japanese people talking about the state every time they say hello? Are they talking about the United States? Ohio, like Ohio? Cleveland, Ohio?
Let me ask something real fast. So, just because it's written in dog Latin, it sounds like the word that you think you know, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same thing, right, Gospel Bear?
Listen, I've done some cursory research on the Justinian deception. I understand that in some cases people will be using hammers as screwdrivers. That's literally besides the point that I'm making, unrelated to the point that I'm making.
Well, I'm saying it's a bit of a straw man to say
literally
that.
we're not in a court.
I don't think it's unrelated. I mean,
I think it's
we're not in a court.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm saying it's a bit of a straw man to say that people think the phonetics are the sole.
They treat it that way. In practice, they treat it that way. When they
there is a
say things
component.
like when they say,
There's a
listen,
component to it.
they say government means mind control, and therefore that's how we know that the government. No. We know that government does mind control because we have evidence that they do mind control. There's literally project after project after project after project, and evidences that they do mind control. It's not justified by the etymological fallacy you're trying to use. It's justified by the fact that they actually do mind control.
Well, no, it should never be presented as an argument. Only like a cherry on top. Could be a coincidence.
A logical fallacy as the cherry on top. I disagree with that notion.
It could be a coincidence. It could be a coincidence. You have to say it's just a coincidence, though.
When people,
our government does literally control minds.
When people spoke the language,
mean minds. That's my point.
When people actually spoke the language and the sounds converged, they would have at least unconsciously sort of realized this. So you could say that eventually the semantic meanings also converged, right? Just from the fact that it did sound similar. So that does have some bearing on the syntax and the meaning of the word.
So do you think that that certain Asian people are
within the
talking
language
about oatmeal, mushy? They're talking about oatmeal.
I'm talking about within the same language. So I don't know what you're saying, Ohio or whatever, but I'm saying within Latin, when they spoke Latin, they would have realized this sounds like the word mind, right? And then they could have unconsciously, or they could have thought it meant, mind, just when they spoke it, right? These things happen. I think you had a term for it. So over time, it could have actually inherited that meaning just from the fact that it sounded like the same word.
Exactly, just like vodka sounds a lot like vodka, which is water in Russian.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But it's totally not water in America.
They drink it like water in Russia.
So it either goes back to mint or mentum, correct?
And what did you say mentum was? I'm sorry. I've just been sitting here listening for a while.
It's the root word for the suffix, which the suffix is literally making any noun or verb like the letters ly in English. It just means governly. When you say government, it's like saying governly. It's just due to how language got passed down, certain words kept the ment. This is typically because of the way that the French, and again, if you take a look at England and how the French and the Germans took turns influencing England, just look at the population fluctuation between France and Germany. I know some people are like, well, how do we even know any of that is true? Okay, whatever. Then I guess I can't have a conversation with you if that's your position. But if you take that to be true and you look at the populations of France and Germany and look at how it influenced the English language, you'll understand the nature of cognates and how there are many French English cognates, words that are either identical or phonetically similar, homonyms and so on. And sometimes they're homographs, sometimes they're homophones. Whatever the case, cognates exist as a nature of different languages intermingling. Obviously, they're both Latin in origin, but the German language also influences English. And anyway, it's not a simple topic that you can just be like, oh, words sound the same. Band, bind, bond.
There's, and there's. Here, and here. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
if I write something, that means I'm right every time because I wrote it.
Hey, you right most of the time then, huh?
Well, the difference is just that it's when it's being used as a suffix. Correct.
Ment and MENS, which is the actual root word for the word for mind, are different words.
So you're saying mint can't be tracked back to mint at all?
It has not been.
So
Okay.
yes, I mean I looked at the at least Wiktionary. It said "ment" comes from some Proto-Indo-European suffix. Actually, there's two. There's like "m" and then "nt," like. So actually, it comes from a combination of two suffixes, and
What's
it
the
does not
old?
say. Huh?
Sorry. What's the old French?
Old French.
But Latin predates French. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. It's just
French
from
comes
Latin.
from the Latin, so you have to go to the Latin as the oldest form, unless you can find evidence that the Latin was influenced by another older language, such as some Semitic language, or in some cases Greek will predate the Latin, that sort of thing. But in this instance, that word here, I'll find it in the Greek.
So you agree that what French did built upon Latin uses
I mean,
"ment" as mind.
French comes from Vulgar Latin. I mean, there's no question.
No, okay, but Witsit,
yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree with that because that's not the word in French. The MENT ending in French does not mean mind. And that's my point. That's
what I'm saying. The differentiation is the suffix part. Like, if that was to be used as a word and not a suffix, then it means mind, right?
No, I don't think that the word. I'm looking
Yeah,
at the.
maybe that's what I was wanting to ask you: is what does "mint" mean in?
Okay, so.
I heard you say it, and I just jumped on when you started talking about this. So.
Okay, so the word in French for mind is actually very, very, very different. You got esprit,
esprit,
avis, idée, mémoire, intelligence, cerveau, souvenir, conscience, raison, opinion, intention, humeur.
But what did "mint" mean in French?
It just came from Latin.
Old French. Again, MENT is